How are they playing on
I
Flyfly?
believe Erica is currently, I can't remember why he's, maybe personal reasons, but I believe Flyfly is now playing.
There's no Poyoyo.
Ooh, that
Yeah.
changes things
And
quite a lot.
I completely forgot, and then I quickly double checked, like, yep, this is a thing. So yeah.
Okay, so
Flyfly factoring in, does that improve or?
as long as they don't pick Morphling.
Does it?
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
You've been saying that for weeks now.
They can pick Morphling for Flyfly, but then the Morphling needs to be played mid
Yeah.
and not by Flyfly. No, like he had some good Morphling games as well from time to time, but they would usually give it to Emo and IG. I'm not sure. We'll see. Like Flyfly, is he? I think he is perhaps more experienced than Erka. They have a similar, not a similar set of heroes, but the number of heroes is kind of similar that they play. He's a different player, definitely.
Yeah.
When I think of Poyoyo, I'm thinking of these TAs, Drows, maybe a Prophet, you know, all the range carries. I feel like he really likes his range carries. When I think of Flyfly, I don't know what I'm thinking about. Maybe a Weaver, a Razor, something like that.
Anything aggressive.
Yeah,
that you just go
definitely more
in, yeah.
aggressive, yeah.
I mean, that might actually suit their style overall, because one of the things that we have seen from this lineup when we watch VG Gaming play is that sometimes it feels like they're disconnected in terms of who's doing what on the map, what's the overall arcing game plan. Initially, it seemed really great, right? They were all on one accord. As time went on, it was like, okay, FY and Yang are doing something on the map this side around. News being basically just left on an island by himself, completely sacked, and they're just trying to enable Erica. He'll get involved much later in the game when he's super farmed. But Flyfly, it's not uncommon to see him showing up 10 minutes into the game, being like, all right, want a TP mid, let's go, let's hire force a fight. And regrettably, because it's Flyfly, that means that there's a non-zero chance they pick Juggernaut. I'm not happy about this, but what can you do?
I mean, you saw the Radiance and Outsiders from China, and I imagine if that happens again in a game more competitive. But no, we'll see in the draft, we'll see in the play. But I think for Victor Gaming at least, I just look back to the IG drafts, and it's like, they're sticking to meta, but then IG's got one really cool plan where they've like approached what's good and gone, this is our way to deal with this one hero. And they kind of bait Vichy Gaming into snap picking it, and then you fall into the trap. So I'd like to see teams at least be more open to not rushing into hero picks and having like a broader perspective. Because at this point of a patch where you're 2-3 weeks away from the big one, most teams know like what to do against a Nature's Prophet, how to play against a Beastmaster.
How many weeks are we away from the big patch?
Oh, sorry.
What did you say?
Yeah.
Is this confirmed?
No.
We are...
Tigav confirmed it, guys. He has Ice Rock right here on the phone.
Yeah.
It's official.
Official.
2-3 weeks.
There we go.
Fine, don't
That's
worry.
it. If it does not happen, he's shaving off his beard.
Oh, I like that particular bet. What I like even more
did
than
that
that bet,
last time,
though,
mate.
is Dota.
It's
In
not
a
the first
fucking
time.
point B patch or some shit.
Boys, look at this, right?
Ooh,
Io again.
okay.
Io for Aster Aries. So that first pick on the dire side, VG Gaming, they do the right thing. If you're playing against first pick, you ban Enchantress in this region,
Yep.
you ban Broodmother. Disruptor gets taken out by Aster Aries alongside
You'll-
this Beastmaster.
You left all the prophets in, though. Like,
Yes.
you left the DP.
Death
you
Prophet
left the-
especially, I was going to bring that up, because in this region, Death Prophet is almost always banned out, right? So if you're VG Gaming, don't you just snap pick the DP right now?
I mean, if you don't, you're leaving Io DP against you, then you can do something like a Morphling or an AA. Sure, but they go with the Ice first and the DP.
DP,
Yeah.
sure.
It's like this opener that we've seen since January, right? Like Tusk DP. It's not as strong as it was back then. I feel like there are maybe better options, but still pretty damn solid. And now I want to see what Aster Aries goes for. Io plus what? What's the combo? Do they open it up right now and then
mean-
protect it?
It's White Album, so I'm expecting Leshrac in the situation.
Okay.
The thing is with Leshrac as well, we've seen Death Prophets just handle Leshrac in the mid lane. It's rare, but we do see it. And
Okay, this is different.
the two options that obviously put to mind was Leshrac or Storm. And the reason why I'm concerned with both is DP likes playing against both of them. Like in the early game, some DP into Storm, just one quick silence, you take tower. When you take Storm's mid tower or Lesh's mid tower, their ways to play on the map is now harder. They can't go for runes as easily. So I like the idea, but it's like DP just is like good already. So you're picking a cool matchup into a big counter. We'll see how they develop the draft.
All right, let's see here. One of the things I always see when I see the Storm Spirit for White Album is when he gets to move around the map, he needs some kill combos. He's not that guy that's going to uber hard carry the game of the Storm Spirit. He's more of an enabling type of Storm Spirit. So I want to see what their side lanes are going to look like in this situation.
Like the Storm can also be the one that super carries the game, really.
Not the hero is, but not White Album playing it. The way he plays it is like
definitely. I'm just saying, like with an IO, with a Wisp in your hands, like you have this battery constantly recharging you, giving you HP and mana, and you're banning out what, a Puck and an AM. Puck was something that I really expected. Like it's a hero that is being constantly picked into the Storm. AM at the same time, like we've seen what, 1 AM in Chinese region so far.
And we saw 2, yeah.
2? Oh, sure. Then he's good versus Storm, makes sense. I don't know what the last ban will be. Is there anything too annoying left in the pool for the Storm on the mid lane? I don't think so, right?
Not right now. I think for Vici Gaming, they need to consider like Nature's Prophet or kind of like these big global style heroes for Asta Ares. If they're able to just keep waves pushed out, skipping, and then they see one hero going to defend, Storm Zips or some relocate, that's where like this DP concept will be always hard because she'll move to a lane, but then she'll have to look back at the other lanes going, oh, come on, like we need to fix those lanes and go back. So I think that's why you see them already banning out like some CK. It's a really strong laner, but also has that ability to push out lanes with its Phantasm. But I would like to see like Nature's Prophet, maybe Terrorblade to some degree could be a nice like casual ban. But yeah,
we see this Wisp and Storm, but like T said, it doesn't have to be Wisp and Storm, the ultimate combination. Like this Wisp can be with pretty much any carry, and then if Storm is setting up, you just relocate in, you show up, and Prophet is one of those that doesn't really require the Wisp. Like he would enable the Wisp plus Storm combo to be the main one, and then he's the one that's actually moving across the map. So then you open up some combos on the offlane as well for the IO to play with in that mid game. So it would be definitely one of those picks that would make the game for Vici Gaming much harder to understand in which way it's going.
There was a really cool game I saw. I think it was, I can't remember if it was in C or Eastern Europe, but they had Storm, Nature's Prophet, IO, and then I think they had CK. And then what they would do is that they would, Storm would force a fight, Nature's Prophet teleports in, and then they bring in the full relocate. It was like crazy. It was really fun to watch. Not going to be happening in this game, though, as this Nature's Prophet is going to be removed. One of these heroes that very rarely survives the banning phase. Although we have seen this hero being 23 picked a couple of times, which is very, very surprising.
You don't want it on Vici Gaming. You're definitely not picking it into Storm. So, I mean, you even can right now with Yak, Shard build, Orchid. It's doable, but probably not something that you want to go for. Timber ban.
I mean, this is targeting
you. You have a
right?
Storm already, though. Like.
I mean, for Vici Gaming here, I feel like they just need to ban another. Like again, Terrorblade for me is a big pick for them, and then you can just go straight for like some silencer pick. You go against IO, you have now global against Storm. Your silencer's covered from the fact that you have a melee support with Tusk. Your Death Prophet also buys auras, so you don't need to be an important hero.
I like the silencer.
Yeah,
nice.
Good job.
Yeah, I like it a lot. Like, I would like it even for Esther Ares. Like this relocate plus the IO plus silencer, perhaps not the best, but fine. Lycan.
That's like the speed in which like the silencer. It's like okay, we have IO Storm. The silencer is like a kind of a predictable pick, and now it's like okay, if we expect this to counter, now let's try and destroy the lane. So it's like even if you have this cool concept in the mid game, if you can't defend your tower, if you can't get your draft to a stable point, you won't be able to play a game. So
which explains the Timber pick as well, right? Like you want all of these heroes that are able to kind of hold their ground and defend against the Lycan. For Vici Gaming, there's this option in which you're putting the DP mid now, and you're picking anything
I think that needs to be done. Yeah, if they put DP offlane here, I think their draft will just fall apart.
Their draft will fall apart because of the Lycan, right? So if you put DP mid, you can pick a Tide or something like that on the offlane. Anything that defends versus the Lycan. Maybe even we've seen an Underlord in Western Europe. Like it's good with the root, kind of the rough versus Rubik.
One option they have actually is go for Pango, and that's the only way I see them putting Death Prophet into offlane with Comfort.
They just picked the Naga straight away. Like if they didn't, this would be banned out most likely. So
very true.
Yeah, so they pick it up. You're probably one of the best matchups at the moment into our boy Lycan. So you're not going to win the lane that hard, but you'll be able to play against him. Very well.
I'm just like demolishing the laning phase. And normally this would be where you're talking earlier about like Erica's hero pool, and he's plays a lot more of these range carries nowadays. Range carry with Silencer as your support into a Lycan lane doesn't feel like a lot of fun, but Naga Siren, this is maybe where you have the potential of using Fly's strengths for this situation.
I mean, Vici Gaming, they're drafting themselves this very defensive lineup. It feels like Silencer doesn't want to make early moves. Maybe you can get enabled by Tusk, but it's pretty much Death Prophet does everything, whilst Naga just farms. Once she gets to like She could honestly in this game go for some like Manta Orchid build to threaten. And with that, then it's go fight. So Vici Gaming, they need to respect the fact that they don't need to find kills. They just need to chill.
It has to be the Manta Orchid, right? Like I'm not seeing anything else at the moment, at least from teams. Sometimes maybe. Versus the Storm, definitely not. But one problem, like you're talking about defensive drafts, right? For Vici Gaming. When I look at this draft, like it does nothing. It's not about being defensive. It's like
just chill. So
but even the chill, like what do you do while you're chilling? Like you have this DP that wants to pop Exo, but what's the follow up here? You have a silencer and a Tusk and the Naga.
The final pick, the juicy final pick.
The final pick needs to be so juicy. Like it really needs to connect.
I mean, they have the last pick and everything. They'll see all of Asta Ares, and Asta Ares, they need to go for some carry here.
Yeah.
Something fast that does damage. If it's Ulu, it's probably going to be the Ursa, so that's going to be... Oh, they banned it. Okay.
They just banned it. But like fast does damage early on, Monkey King. Plus, you expect Vici Gaming to get one of these frontliners on the offlane that are melee. So Monkey King does... Yeah, but this still has to be DK off, right? No,
they're going to put the DK mid, I think. I think you can play like... You can use the DK as your primary playmaker. You play around Ghost when you have an opportunity. You find a pick off here and there.
Right. How is that matchup like?
This is annoying for Storm.
Yes.
This is really annoying because Storm leaves to go gank, you lose your tower. If Storm makes one bad move, you have Death Prophet going for a tower, you have Dragon Knight going for a tower, Lycan can't take tower against Naga, so this is very much like a structural draft from Vici Gaming.
It's so annoying.
It's really annoying, and I think Asta Ares, they need to be very smart with how they use their rotations early. A couple bad rotations, they'll have like no progression on map, and their draft won't be able to farm.
I have to say though, I like Asta Ares' draft more. I do. Like this Vici Gaming's draft is literally, we're gonna pop our ultis and sit.
Is it boring to look at?
It's so boring to look at. It's like the most annoying, boring draft I've seen in the last month. They're gonna sit in front of towers and just hit buildings, and that's it. Meanwhile, Asta Ares, you're waiting for this Monkey King to come online a little bit. If he finds the farm, if White Album is able to create enough space, they can take the game.
Well, Asta Ares have put themselves together a draft that is cohesive for what it does. Lizard likes it a lot more. Vici Gaming, though, a bit more of a boring, annoying kind of draft that they have on their hands. Right? But to bring you that boring draft, we have some very exciting casters. We have the legendary duo of OD Pixel and Fogged. Make the game as hype as it can, boys.
Thank you very much. Now we'll do our best as always. Vici Gaming versus Asta Ares. I mean, we just sort of agree that looking at these lineups, Vici's is kind of just very stable, as was said by the panel, very boring, and
yeah. But there's an FY Tusk, so we got the Tusk King.
Sure.
So it's something exciting to see, and I mean, they're still probably playing a bit fast at least, so it's not going to be like a slow game. They're going to be setting tempo with this DK Death Prophet, so at least we'll get some excitement from that. Lots of space making, hopefully lots of plays coming out from them, but let's see how they're able to do. Asta Ares, I think they're on like a 6 or 7 game loss streak, so I'm also just looking forward to see them play a little bit cleaner, a little bit better, because it's just been a struggle, and I feel like White Album, he always just gets set up for failure. He's usually like a first pick Ember, and then he gets like Shadow Fiend, and he can't play the whole game. This time, I mean, he's a Storm Spirit, but he is playing to quite a bit of disables that are going to be tripping him up. The globals, the DK stuns, and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be expected, though, right? When you do, as you say, what they like to get White Album's hero early in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, they do it again, right? It's a first 2 pick. They almost always do this to the poor man. And then he ends up in some
but I
very
imagine
tough matchups.
in these sort of draft situations, it's got to be the mid asking for it, right?
I mean, I guess so, right?
He's like, sure, I want my hero, I want to play this game, get it me early.
Yeah. I mean, he's got an IO, so that always is going to be the big benefit, that he's going to be able to get pumped up, healed, and perhaps save the disables that are going to come out. So, yeah, we'll see. And they do have fun things is that they do have, like, vision, which I feel like is always really important, so that Lycan versus Silencer, get on top of him, bring him down first at the Storm or at the Lycan, so let's see if they're able to execute it, and let's see if they're able to buy time for their, bit of a slower paced draft. But don't want to be too slow because they are also playing into Naga Siren, so it's a bit of a difficult one perhaps for them.
I mean, do you have a draft that you do prefer overall that feels a bit more reliable this game?
Just because the Rubik game doesn't look good at all, really in particular, I think I would favor Vici's, just because they can set tempo with this DK Death Prophet, make space for this Naga Siren, who eventually, should just win the game with what he's playing up against. But let's see if they're able to actually do that, because they've also been a bit all over the place.
Not quite able to get the first blood there. Ulu did get very low.
But look at the Tusk King. Look at him go.
Doing a fair bit of damage here to TK and Ulu as they step up to the lane.
Oh, and that's actually interesting. Ooh, I guess TK is the IO player. Because usually it is TK, of course, playing 4, Red Panda playing 5. So bit of a switch up there from them. Yeah, let's see how they're going to be able to do. Because the Monkey King matchup, you tend to want to play this as carry when you're playing versus that melee in the safe lane. He's playing versus Death Prophet. So it might be a bit of a slow start also for this Monkey King. Nope. Owen, get on it.
Oh, let's get the translating out. I'm going to imagine that says lag. That would be my best guess.
I see the same symbol on the first and second of Red Panda versus New. So
Would you? Oh, is it in the name or where?
no, like you
On
see what I
what they
mean? Like
typed?
what they typed. Yeah.
Oh yeah, what they typed. Yeah. Wait. Oh yeah, it is actually a good observation.
Yeah. I usually try to like recognize and remember some of these because Jack did try to teach me a couple symbols for a while. Yeah, KBBQ tried to teach me a couple things, and I was doing okay. He was like, "Oh, you actually have a pretty good read on some of them," but yeah, I mean, it's very difficult, obviously.
No, I can't get it.
Can't get it. All right.
It translates as F, but I don't know if that's relevant in Chinese as it is in English. You know, when we press F if something goes wrong.
True, that is actually
Maybe,
pretty funny.
because maybe it does work there as well.
Maybe.
It was translating as F.
Someone will let us know. Yeah, eyes on these lanes, as I was mentioning. You know, the Monkey King, this matchup might be a bit difficult for them to actually get the ball rolling. They could die up here a lot on the side of the Monkey King IO versus the FY Tuscan New. Death Prophet has absolutely been just dominating so many games, I feel like. It's crazy. Zai's been one of that's been playing and has been super impressive for me. Like, rarely even dies, carries the game from the off lane. Really a big fan of, honestly, it's kind of shocking to say this, but I'm a big fan of watching this hero, even though Spirit Siphon's kind of meh. Just watching this hero, like, survive ganks is kind of exciting. And they do have a lot of ways to protect this Death Prophet, as we were alluding to earlier. The snowballs, the globals, even perhaps a song later on.
Oh, sure, yeah. I mean, and in the mid game, you know, how easy is it going to be for Ares to find the burst to blow up a Death Prophet?
Exactly.
The heroes don't really do that.
No, definitely not. And yeah, it's a lot of space making that's going to come out from the side of Vici for Chen, or Fly, who is playing this Naga Siren, and it's into some pretty good matchups, this Naga.
Yeah, very hard for sort of Shang-Chi to be able to harass Chen in the lane.
Yeah, it's a completely free lane for the Naga Siren. I feel like most of these lanes, when you're playing versus Lycan, is just a free lane. It's like, yeah, Lycan's going to get his own stuff, but he's never really going to shut down the opposing core. It's very rare that you do see that.
No, maybe he's going to be annoying for some of the supports, you know, getting the balls on them as such, but yeah, for the most part, the safe lane core is going to be pretty chill.
Yeah, it's mostly just the silencer, right? Like, he always wants to go hunting the silencer, or scouting the silencer, so that the Storm gets these free jumps and stuff like that. Let's see how let's see how mid matchup goes at the moment right now. It's pretty even between White Album and Setsu.
That should help.
Oh, nice deny. Very nicely done. As the static remnant drops. And FY perhaps looking for maybe some type of early rotation. This is, I mean, it was spotted, but this is something that I don't see people do enough, I feel like, when they're playing versus Storm Spirit. Zero can be very fragile, either when you have like a Tusk or a Tiny, some easy rotator. So I do like that at least like lingered for a second there.
Yeah, I mean, you see a White Album giving that big respect, just staying right up on the high ground, knows that even if just Setsu's able to walk up and Dragon Tail, it's going to be enough time for FY to close in from that position. So, yeah, leaving no opportunities for FY to be able to make a move there. So back to top he goes.
Yep, FY. This time he'll pull the wave. They'll get a better positioning so they can perhaps get aggressive. New, already level 4, so he's got the Spirit Siphon charges plus the Script Swarm. Ulu's done a good job, I think, of dodging quite a bit of them with his Mischief, so he is keeping himself up and healthy. And he is also going to be starting to drag some waves.
No, he's farming fine up here as the Monkey King.
Yeah, I thought he'd actually be slowed down a little bit more, but pretty good. Mid, seen the rotation, FY. TPs to take away the Water Rune, and they might actually be able to set up on Wall
This should be a good chance for a kill. They need backup coming in. TPs have to come in. TK is going to be there. See if it's going to be enough to save him. It isn't. Vici Gaming, they get the job done. First blood for FY.
Really good. I mean, the Tusk King himself, he's had some slow starts in a lot of these games, but this time around, a really crisp and really smart rotation. I think he knew that this ward is here in the area, so he did expect that they would know the move was coming. So he just TPs. It's a very unexpected move. Really love that play. That's going to set up Setsu to be able to pressure White Album just by himself now. Look at the denies. 14 denies on Setsu. He's going to hit 6 really early, and that causes tons of problems for White Album. Kind of dream start right now for the side of Vici. All 3 cores looking real good.
Definitely going to be an opportunity to make another rotation towards the mid before White Album hits 6 if FY wants to.
Yep, absolutely.
As yeah, he's already making his way back over. You can see FY. They want to try and go again before the storm hits 6.
Yeah, Setsu's a little bit low on mana, so might not have like the breathe fire and stuff like that, but he's starting to build up these stick charges. I mean, White Album just feeding him stick charges, and he's still getting the denies anyway.
Yeah, TK does start to hover around as well, though, so hard for FY to find the opportunity. And White Album, he'll actually just back away from the lane completely. Maybe see if he can just kind of get a stack going and get his level 6 from the jungle instead.
Yeah, Red Panda's already stacked it once. He's not even going to bother stacking it again just yet. And maybe he pulls it out and stacks on the timing, but trying to be as safe as possible. But that means Setsu, he's like, okay, Storm's not here. I'm going to pop DK for him probably any second now.
Oh, this won't quite be enough XP to give him the 6 straight up, so still has to be careful, White Album, especially if he wants to just kind of float around the mid to get that kind of last XP.
Oh, White Album.
Oh, this is risky.
What the? Oh, no.
Oh, that was a huge risk to take there. He has got TK coming in, but...
TK might just die also. Is FY in room? Is he close enough?
I think they're both in trouble. I mean, that was a big mistake there from White Album, stepping up like that for a rune. Very, very greedy.
FY's actually going to die himself.
All right, they get at least something in return. But yeah, the Storm's game hurt even more there with that move.
Red Panda and TK might be able to stop this push, though, at the very least. So the catapult is going to drop, and Vici maybe gets a little bit too aggressive with FY diving in. They could have probably got majority of this tower if they didn't go for that snowball dive onto TK. But geez, White Album, that was crazy.
Top lane, of course, Neo. More than happy to play aggressive onto, especially with FY coming back in. We'll be able to get the Jingu Mastery stacks up. So a good bit of lifesteal, helping him stand his ground. Not quite enough, though, to help him turn the trade against Neo. See Red Panda coming with the TP. He has got the telekinesis. Fade bolts up in a second.
He might get both.
I think he will. FY, he's got Snowball in a second, but nothing to really get himself over to. So nice cleanup for the Rubik. Red Panda's happy with that one.
I mean, he's probably going to be richer than the cores now at this point. He's got Arcane Boots finished. He's pretty close to having the same net worth as his... I mean, not super close, but 500 away from having the same net worth as his Storm. Very aggressive plays, though. Vici, they're the ones dictating pace, as we said, with the DK Death Prophet. And they have a Naga Siren, so things are looking incredibly good for them.
This bottom lane continued to be as expected for Chen on the Naga Siren. Just free farm, no slowdown, top net worth. Back in the mid, White Album has now got the 6, so in a much safer position now to be able to hover around the wave. Much harder for Vici Gaming to be able to catch him.
Does he get the rune? He will.
He will,
it's a good one.
And he's thinking about looking to Yang.
It's a risky play to go for Yang.
White Album.
White Album?
I mean,
White Album?
I guess he believes in TK's ability to save him, but...
What?
He's dead again. He's making a few mistakes around the mid lane this game, White Album, and it's hurting Aries bad.
What the heck? I mean, he's like, I have regen. I'm invulnerable.
I guess, yeah. I wanted to sort of tease around with them, but one Dragon Tail's done. It's enough for the damage to get laid down. And I'm sure TK's kind of looking at him and be like, bro, I can't save you from that.
Oh, man. I mean, I've seen this too many times from White Album recently. Like, playing his spirits, as we were saying, like, usually playing, like, Ember Spirit in the first 2 picks. This time it's a Storm. And he's just getting bullied. I mean, they know exactly who to go for. They have side lanes free farming. Naga is completely untouched in the bottom lane. Same thing for, I mean, honestly, the DP is looking pretty damn good, too. They have those free rotations to be able to shut down this Storm. They're setting up stacks for him, but it's like, I mean, if he's going to die like that, these stacks almost feel like not even worth it. Yeah, he's getting so much gold, so much XP.
Yeah, if he wants to come back here, they've got to try and get him some better vision around this mid as well. I think sort of the presence of a +1 each time is just catching him off guard. Just, you know, last 2 times, Yang's been hanging around as a silencer, throwing down these curses after the Dragon Tails. And it's not been fun for White Album. We'll, of course, be able to make maximum usage of the regen rune to quickly clear up some camps. We'll help him catch up a little bit here.
but not the start you want whatsoever when you're playing. I mean, you're playing versus Naga Siren.
Sure.
So the whole game state just feels really quite terrible, it seems like, for Ares.
Oh. Trying to get aggressive onto Setsu, but these
DK.
two heroes ain't doing anything against this DK right now.
No, they are... Honestly, their whole draft is very lackluster in damage if they don't get off to a good start. Ulu, he's got Radiance queued up, so trying to go for this itemization versus Naga Siren, but that means the
it's
Monkey
greedy.
King... Yeah, it's super greedy. It's going to take so long for him to get online. Their Lycan's already slowed down. The Storm is slowed down. Oh, and this game looks pretty hard for Ares already at this point.
Let's see what they can do. I mean, how about Shang-Chi? How's his game going? Any chance the Lycan being able to make some plays to get the state of the game a bit better for Ares?
I mean, it's not that bad. It's not great either by any means. It's just the core matchups that he's playing versus is super difficult. Playing versus Dragon Knight, you really don't apply too much pressure to him as a Lycan. Playing versus Naga, very similar. Sure, he's good versus Silencer, but that's about it.
What's up? Young Neo and FY looking to go. White Album.
Uh-oh.
Pause.
Well, there's, I mean, Neo, GG.
What?
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 Oh.
Wait, what?
Oh my God.
Oh, what?
I thought he actually called it.
GG.
I legit thought he called it. I was like, oh, they're done. It's over.
All right, they're going to try and fight this.
I mean, they're
getting
jumping
onto
into a
FY.
Death Prophet.
They are indeed. And there's not a lot of mana left on White Album, so he's got to run. TK, he's going to be able to tether across the creep wave. Does mean that White Album's sort of left on his own, but he has enough mana to break just far enough away.
Oh, the Tumble Stun. Beautiful.
Looking for the body blocks as well, but Red Panda gets the telekinesis off. And that will allow him to get into the tower. Curse does hit him, though.
He's okay.
Yeah, he should... Oh, is he? Yeah,
He should be fine.
He's fine. They get out. Well, no GG was called, of course. That was... they meant G for go.
I actually thought they
I
called
was like,
I mean,
GG.
it does feel pretty rough, but...
I mean, that would be a little bit early.
And Neo, I mean, Exorcism, sure, doesn't get any heroes, but he walks mid, finishes off that tower. What translation do we got? What did he
I
say?
don't know, it's not working today.
He's probably, it was probably just like some, my bad,
Oh,
not,
my
like,
bad,
we're
yeah.
not calling the game, like, you know.
No.
But yeah, this build for Ulu, it's going to take a very long time to get online. Yes, Radiance versus Naga Siren has been, good for quite some time in a way, but this Naga is enormous. 6.6k net worth, 12 minutes in, Manta already on the horizon. It's definitely tough stuff coming out for the side of Ares to recover. They're just going to have to play around stacks. I mean, it's a full greed game for them, but I don't really feel like the greed goes into their favor almost ever in this game when you're playing versus this Naga DK chorus.
I mean, does the itemization of the Monkey King, like, will the Monkey King ever be feeling good fighting into it, or just not because he's going to get these items slower?
It's just going to be so slow. I feel like it's just not going to really do too much versus this Naga. And they're also going to have auras, right? Like, if Neo wants to, you can just go pipe then. You could just go this Greaves pipe. Sure, it's not the most valuable usually as a Death Prophet, but if you see Radiance,
Sure.
if you have a Naga Siren, then
pretty
it just
good.
makes it that much better. So, I mean, he can, or they can just let a support do it if they want. I mean, Silencer and Tusk, not really the best pipe buyers, but, I mean, it's definitely an option. See if they're able to find anything here. They're going to start looking to pressure bottom. But FY's already down here. Not quite 6 yet on this Tusk.
They want to fight here, or they're just going to let this one go, do you think, Vici?
I think they're going to fight. They've got Exorcism in 5 seconds.
All right, see if they can set anything up. Ares, they will back off as soon as they see the fortification. They know that Vici have the potential to fight around here, so they won't overstay the welcome.
Yeah, they bounce. DK already has Blink Dagger. Setsu might look to get aggressive here. Now they've got the Blink DK stun with Global, so they've got clean ways to initiate most of these team fights too. And Ares, I mean, they just need so much time. They need a lot of time for Ulu to be able to join the fights. He's going to have Relic pretty much done, but still needs to wait some more time before having that Radiance finished.
See what they can get with the smoke Vici game, and they want to get into the triangle of Ares. Get around behind this tier 1 tower.
I mean, they're pushing bottom at the same time too. They're diving.
They'll go for the quick kill onto Rubik.
That's a value kill too. It's a killing spree, and if you look, Red Panda's pretty rich. So it actually ends up giving quite a lot. Oh, and they find... No. Does it have the relic on it? Oh, okay, it didn't have the relic. Oh, thank God.
Yeah, that would have been close. That would have been a big snipe. That was the case, but Ulu able to make it over to the enemy secret shop to pick that relic up.
And Setsu Looking to get aggressive, but there's a lot of heroes here.
They'll pop the global here to keep kind of Setsu covered, but
He's
still
in trouble.
heavy amounts of damage coming in, and they'll be able to do it. White Album manages to take Setsu down, and with Ulu's presence, they can look to try and go for more. They go for Yang, they go for a TP out, but it's far too much damage here from Ares to stand any chance of escape. So a good punch back there from Ares, getting a big kill, taking Setsu down. And important as well that that gold does go to White Album, gives him a bit of a boost.
Yeah, he needed that. I mean, Setsu gets way too over-aggressive, walking up a high ground blind into this, I mean, overcharge plus...
Oh, just like Red Panda did.
Oh,
He'll walk up blind into the high ground as well.
I thought they were actually relocating for a second because I saw TK pop it, but they're actually just relocating base to heal up White Album. All right, a little bit of crazy plays coming up from both sides, walking up high grounds. But in the meanwhile, I mean, we still see Fly. Chen, look at his net worth. He's almost 10,000 at 15 minutes. Holy crap.
I mean, he's barely seen a hero. He's just, you know, been able to go wherever he wants, and Ares, they've been nowhere near him.
I look at his last hits. It's not even just the net worth. He's at 200 last hits at 15 minutes, so he's well over that.
That's pretty insane, actually.
I mean, the dream is usually like that
Yeah.
10 to 12 last hits a minute or something like that. He's beyond that already. He's
Yes.
cutting waves.
Yeah, this is perfect farm, really.
It's amazing. He's going to have Orchid pretty much done, and this is a pretty devastating Orchid when you're playing versus the Storm Spirit who's super far behind. He can get involved now on this Naga and look to shut them down. Ares, they do now have a timing at least on TK. He's got a mech, so playing around White Album, they do have some strong potential, but this Naga is absolutely massive. Setsu? They might be able to, I mean, White Album's got to be careful. He's got the mech behind him like we were talking about.
I mean, Invis Dragon Tail into DP Silence, is that long enough to kill him?
They're going to go for the IO. They'll go for the easier one.
Okay. There we go.
I like that. Honestly, I don't know if they kill White Album. Because if they had Global, perhaps, but Global's down for 5 more seconds.
Chen?
Oh, no.
He's going to find Ulu with the net. TP coming in from FY. Oh, they got the song. They know he's up here somewhere.
He's like, okay, which tree? They're using the courier to scout.
Ah, that's smart there. Look at that. Tell you what, Fly coming in this game for Vici Gaming is what the standard. He's looking pretty good.
That was very cool.
Some big brain plays it. He's not missing a beat.
That was, I mean, honestly, I've never seen someone really do that. The song into cutting the tree and setting up for a Monkey King. It's pretty rare. Oh, the same single from earlier.
I guess it must just mean pause or something.
Lag
Lag
or pause or, yeah,
so
DC
some sort
or-
of common issue.
or-
Yeah, DC or something.
I don't think they have enough to deal with this Naga, Owen. This is
yeah. I don't think this Naga Siren is losing from this position unless something drastically changes in the way he's playing. Because so far the way he's playing is it's pretty flawless.
Yep, and he's got just easy ways to get involved in these kills constantly to push them away too. I mean, once he gets Heart, looking at the damage potential for Ares, it's just not really there. Heart plus he's got the heals that are going to come out from the Death Prophet who already has a Greaves finished up. Definitely going to be quite difficult for Ares. Radiance is about to be done though, so at the very least they are getting at least some type of item timing for the Monkey King, but still very slowed down. And White Album, I mean, this is going to be a very difficult period of time where he still needs to farm a BKB. He has to kind of just get hugged by the IO, and he still can just die if they find him with this picked up Orchid from Chen. Oh, they find a Dream also. They find a Philosopher's Stone on the side of Vici. So already leading, now they can pass over a Philly to Yang. Then he can get some farm going even on this Silencer. So much time needed for Ares, and it just does not play into their favor.
No, yeah. The minutes passing are doing so much more for the Naga Siren than it is for the Monkey King right now.
How's News levels? Not quite level 12. When he's got level 12 on Death Prophet, they can start looking for that Roshan on side of Vici. Stolen
Trying
Sun.
to set something up here onto Setsu. White Album's going to get brought across. They want to fight this. Going to go in for the DK, but the Global Silence is there. Setsu finally falls. But White Album's in a lot of trouble. Let's see if any sort of safety coming from TK. TK trying to provide the save to get him out of there. But White Album will fall. They've found 2. Ares, can they get anything more? Shengxi chasing down Chen. They're going to get him. I mean, it's a triple kill for the Lycan, a huge cleanup, and they're not even done. They're able to jump in up beyond the tier 1. They get Neo as well. It's a team wipe.
Wow.
Ares, strike back.
That was amazing timing, really, from Shang-Chi. He just finished the Helm of Overlord. It does so much
cleans
damage.
up. Yeah.
I mean, even versus the DK, who's supposed to be tanky, I did not anticipate how much damage it was going to be doing to him. Holy crap. They just evened things out.
They did.
found
Let's
this
check that
Nagasarn,
out
too.
again. I mean, how did this go kind of badly so quickly?
I mean, look how much
Vici?
damage he's just taking from the summons. It's actually pretty absurd. Look, he nearly dies just to that. And then they bait, and it's a beautiful Wukongs that comes out from from Ulu. Wow. Very impressive stuff.
Yeah, it really is. Catches all three of them in the middle of it all. And yeah, by the time that sort of Chen's managed to step away, he's taken too much. I think it was stolen siphons as well from Red Panda, helping to bring down the Naga Siren.
And now Setsu's actually behind the Storm Spirit
there you
somehow
go.
in net
Wow.
worth.
I mean,
Alrighty.
Ares are back.
That was pretty absurd.
Oh, that's like Vici there. They want to punch back straight away. Immediately coming out with the smoke. They want to get the fights going back in their favor. They're making the move down towards the bottom.
Ulu
See if they can find him.
seems to be okay. He's toggling his radiance constantly so he can hide. Will they be able to get out? They're still stalking him.
Hard to find him now.
It's a DK form. I'm still just astonished how much damage this Helm of the Overlord really did. That is so crazy. It's the reason we do see this item, of course, being picked up so often when you're playing these Beastmasters. Oh, I see the Beastmasters and Lycans, but holy moly.
He's going to pop the ult here. He wants to try and chase.
Look at the damage.
Got his eyes on FY, but a good shards blocks off the steps completely. So will be hard to get him with a shapeshift. See to the side though. Ulu catching Neo in the Wukong's command. He's able to get him.
And FY also in
They'll
trouble.
find him in the trees.
Oh, wow. I mean,
Ares.
they're making it happen.
They really are here.
This is very impressive.
A slow start and a few sort of mistakes, but absolutely been recovered from here now. As a 1k lead stands for Ares. And they're getting involved in the action. And as it seems, as we saw in the last fight, even though there's a lot of farm in this Naga Siren, still kind of needs that next item, that Heart Taras, to be able to survive through this incredible amount of damage that Ares have found.
I'm still just astonished how they're able to do this with when they're at this type of deficit from the constant jumps and everything, just having the heals with the IO behind them. Wow. Now they're going to be getting close to BKB timings. BKB's done on Storm, BKB's soon done on Ulu, and almost even on the Lycan. So they might actually have good ways to pierce through and focus fire this Naga Siren. Naga's still huge, but this is quite a comeback really coming out.
TNT's gone. A push of the Granite Golem will do it.
Damn. Impressive stuff.
Getting that BKB next, Shang-Chi, so he can get really stuck in the front of the fights. I think the BKB was done for Storm. And as for Ulu, he's also making good timing on his. Yeah, a couple of 100 gold, and he'll have his BKB complete.
Then they can maybe just focus fire the Naga Siren through song, through everything. They just commit all 5 heroes to go for him. Yeah, really impressed. DP, soon level 12, so that level 2 exorcism is going to be online very soon, but Neo's starting to look a little fragile himself, too.
There's a regen rune down bottom. We'll see if...
Oh, that's a big one.
I think, yeah, White Album's going to be able to get this for himself.
Very nice one. A little bit of an overzip. But he's got the IO behind. TK going back for Soul Ring so he can keep pumping up White Album. And there's that hard finished up now for the Naga.
Should be a little harder to blow up in the fights, but probably not impossible. Considering how Ares have been able to deal with him before. We'll see how much this heart makes a difference.
And we'll see how much the split push continues to happen, because we did see Lycan. Shang-Chi did go for the shard very early, and you're already seeing the wolves down bottom starting to apply pressure onto even these towers and Raxes. Whoa.
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 Apologies for blinding the viewers there. That definitely woke you up if you're enjoying some late night or very early morning Chinese Dota hit.
There's a pretty big timing here for Ares, too. They've got the double BKBs now. Who are they going to find, though? Who's going to get the initiation? Level 2 Exo is online for Death Prophet. They've got double Blink Dagger also on the side of Vici.
Oh.
Ulu?
Oh. Oh, he gets stunned by the Nutri. Has to jump to the side and pop the BKB. FY still tries to get him with the punch up. They'll commit with the Global Silence, but FY, he's in trouble. They time with the Boundless Strike. He'll be the first to fall. See the Naga Siren still stepping in aggressively. Chen, he wants to go for this kill. It's pretty deep. They will get away with it as they make the jump on a Red Panda. But White Album's still good to go. Zips him with the BKB. Shanxi takes down another. They've got to start bailing out. Chen, I'll put the ult here in an attempt to get away.
He's got a TP.
And he will have long enough on the song to keep him covered for that escape. So gets out. But all in all, they just get the kill on the Rubik. They lose to themselves.
I think Ares can Rosh now immediately. The Exorcism was used. Pretty much everything was used from the side of Vici.
Let's see,
boy.
Straight into the pit. And we see with the odds provided to us by our partner, esportsbet.io. Feeling that this one's close.
Definitely is feeling
Ares,
like it.
they're starting to swing around a bit.
I mean, this Lycan's just doing so much work.
And they're going to go in. Just get caught by the silence, but they get the jump onto Neo. They're able to burst through the Death Prophet. Balance strike from the side. Ulu is in on top of Zetsu. The Dragon Knight falls.
Chen's in trouble, maybe.
No stock of the Siren. There's got to be some sort of backup to come in for this Naga Siren if they want to try and get her out of here. But there's nothing to get there in time.
Oh, they've come. I mean, this game is completely turned.
They're crumbling, Vici. They had such a strong start. All the free farm in the world for the Naga Siren, but Ares in the last few fights out executing them. And yeah, this Roshan should easily be theirs. Neo in that last situation, even using the buyback as well to no avail, isn't able to do anything with it. They're now down 6k. And yeah, Ares, the momentum is absolutely there for them now.
Honestly, this Lycan is carrying so hard. 7-0-7. I'm so impressed with how he's been able to play and just shut down these quote-unquote tanky heroes. He's not making them look tanky at all. He pops the Howl and they just rip them to shreds. Damn. This is cool stuff. Yeah, completely recovered the game. Now they have lots of different counters for this Naga Siren, and even though she was so far ahead, feels like that was quite some time ago. This is absurd. This is crazy. I mean, this is the Ares that we were hoping to see for so many times. Even though the early game looked rough, yeah, they knew the fights to take, and they're just jumping in now.
BKB quickly to remove the silence. Same for Setsu, has to BKB to walk this one off. Them trying to close an FY, stuck on a cliff. Tries to roll away, but ends up on the high ground. Yang just dying to the summons. As, yeah, it feels like Vici, they don't really have a recovery plan.
No, it's starting to feel like their two other cores are so far behind. Naga Siren is actually answered from this Radiance and from the way that they're committing, and Setsu might also just go down.
He tries to step up to clear the wave. They're in on top of him.
He gone.
I mean, they are crumbling. Crumbling completely.
Feels like now they have no hope to fight into this lineup of Ares. Level 18 Monkey King.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Man, impressive stuff, really. And Vici, yeah, just getting over aggressive, crumbling under this pressure here. Still a ways away from having the BKB on this Death Prophet, as you mentioned, Neo having to buy back earlier, getting nothing out of it. He's so fragile at this point.
Dire's top tower is
They're really falling behind now at this point.
And they're even scouting. Look at this, the Wolf. They might even find Chen. Fly.
That was good. Yeah, good effort. Close there from Ulu. Nearly able to get in with a Boundless.
It's like now, for the side of Vici, they need some time to be able to get farm. They need to get the BKB in particular and the Death Prophet so she's a bit safer. But now it feels like she might need BKB and a plate mail in order to tank up versus all this massive damage that's coming out. And the Howl that just reduces you down so much armor. This is some good stuff to see.
It's definitely getting to a point where the comeback plan, it's going to be kind of these deep base kicks from FY if he can get that Ags online before the high ground push comes in.
But it's a ways away.
Because everything else is just falling apart. They need to go for sort of those kind of cheesier moves.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, they'll just have to let these tier 2s go down.
Scared to walk up. White Album just feels like he's kind of immortal in the fights too with this Io. They need to get better jumps if they want to try to take any of these team fights to kill this Io before all that healing is coming up. But the push is already coming in. Ares.
They've got to do something here, Vici.
They even have the Shard is actually coming in from the top wave also. So you see the tower getting crippled from the Wolf. Still no DP, yeah, still no BKB. He's getting close.
Yeah, really wants to stick around for another wave bottom to get that, but already top. The dive's coming in.
That's a bit of a deep one there from White Album.
should be able to take down, or maybe even not. It's not going to be enough. Dragon's still alive here, helping with the push.
It's a glyph. There's still 90 seconds on this Aegis. But Ares, I think they got what they came for, and I believe that's Ulu having an Aghanims now on the Monkey King.
It's on its way over the completed.
So he can just stand his ground, as he has been a couple times in these fights. And White Album, I mean, what a recovery really from the Storm.
I mean, you could the fact that this game's gone as it is, you see why they do pick the Storm early then. If this is the sort of recovery they can make after it has such a bad time in lane, that's why they like the opening. IO Storm, they don't care what you do in the early game. They will make a recovery. They come back, and the Storm is indeed too much to deal with. And TK's able to save him, bail him out every time at this point.
FY?
He's going to try and make the go here. They want to try and blow up the IO, but Ulu's in the balance and the Wukongs. TK finally goes down. It took quite a bit there from Vici to just get the IO. They want more from this.
New?
He just steps back in range of the Monkey King, and he'll pay with his life for that.
Did not get the BKB off before any of those disables, just gets brought down and ends up using the BKB right at the end of all of it, and he dies.
Yeah, getting the IO but losing the DP like this, it's definitely not good news. But the balance again, it's a two-man balance that sets up for White Album to get another. Yang trying to escape. They use the song here in an attempt to bail out. And they will manage to. FY and Chen able to TP out of this.
Hey, they commit so much to kill the Monkey King, but he still had Aegis. So they just kind of give up a bunch of lives going for this super aggressive play. And Red Panda, I mean, he is very farmed on this Rubik this game also. Lotus Orb already finished on top of his lens, being able to protect his cores.
Both Setsu and Neo, they're just falling completely out of the game. They're just stuck on like this 10k net worth for 30 minutes in. That's not where you want your mid and off laner to be.
Just some devastating fights that were really taken in Ares. Everything was kind of used on Vici now. They're like, okay, we can push top. AC fully finished on the Lycan. He is so farmed. I am just really, he really has been the star for me.
Yeah, he's
by
crushed
far.
it. It's what, 7-0-12, perfect game from Shang-Chi.
Like it's a great recovery coming out from White Album, but it's all really been because of this timing from the Lycan, getting that Helm of Overlord in that mid fight, which it completely turned everything. It was like, what, a 5-6k gold lead with the Naga Siren, and now it's, this Naga only has a slight advantage in net worth, and yeah, as you said, the other two corners just completely shut down.
Go for FY. And we'll get the snowball off. And we'll manage to blink away with that. White Album still wants to go. He's going to jump in for FY. Pots the BKB. He really wants to kill this Tusk. And he'll manage to do so. That's FY gone. Another kill for Ares.
And White Album knows he can push the limits a bit here because he has that IO constantly. So it gets healed right back up. And TK is also, I mean, these supports are huge. Greaves already finished up on top of that Soul Ring, keeping him full mana. Well, pretty full mana.
Yeah, he's going to go for that Eon Disc next, TK.
I like it. I think he knows that the game state's excellent for them, and he's barely even dying in these fights, even if they commit everything onto him. Honestly, he might just be able to go for other tanky items and just survive the initial go. Might not even need an Aeon Disc, but...
Now, let's see. I mean, obviously, you know, for Vici Gaming, the fact that Chen's still got a lot of farm on this Naga, he will be able to prolong the game. But I guess the question is now, with how many items Ares, all three of their cores have, is there going to really be a point that this game gets to now that Vici's going to be feeling any better?
It's going to take, I mean, maybe some like DK with Aghanims and Manta or something like that so they can start kiting stuff out. But right now, yeah, Naga versus these three cores is definitely going to suffer.
Yeah, with this amount of farm on the Monkey King, Lycan, and Storm.
And it's not like he's got heart, but yeah, 22 armor, it goes down very quickly when you get howled. So it's minus 12 when you're near that AC as well. So he's only 10 armor on a Naga Siren. So we'll get shredded from all the physical damage.
Dire are scanning.
Ares, they're ready to go again. They have vision.
Okay, Yang. It's time to run, I think, for Vici Gaming.
Monster kill on White Album.
Just gonna see if he can try and go for more. Ulu gets the balance strike. Yang will buy back. And he has to put the BKB off to the side. See the Naga Siren Chen trying to deal with the Lycan. The illusion's in on top of him.
He's got
Shard
BKB
down as well, but indeed with the BKB and the heals coming in from TK.
Ooh.
Shang-Chi's going to be perfectly fine.
White Album pops his BKB a little weird as well.
Chen, he's trying to reel in the IO. And it works out.
Okay.
They drag him in with that Aghanims and they'll get the kill.
decent wraparound this time. They found the Lycan, forced a defensive BKB, and then White Album literally just popped. I think he misclicked, honestly. He like popped BKB when nothing's happening to him. Vici finding at least some fight opportunity.
And it's around this time that Roshan will be back up. So
Oh, that is actually...
back in about 10 seconds. So a little bit of a window where Ares won't have the full 5-man.
And Ares, they don't have... They have BKB on Ulu, but no BKB on the Storm and on the Lycan. They could perhaps sneak this on the side of Vici if they are... I mean, they kind of have to, I feel like.
They backed out just before it came up, I think.
No way.
So they didn't quite see it. We'll see if they check it again. I don't think they're going to. Yeah, one of those instances where they step out and it's back up. See if they check again. They will. I would say, in fact, the Wolf will help them check it. They follow it into the pit.
I feel like they have to actually just go for this. Otherwise, you're going to be likely just giving it to Ares. Yeah, I think you need to.
You know how sort of rough the state of the game is. You have to try and see if you get lucky with this one, see if they let you take it.
Ares, 10 seconds on the BKB, or 15 seconds on both BKBs.
Okay. They're not doing this Roche quick enough.
No, they're not.
They've popped the Ghost for it as well, but no longer feeling that they have the strength to stick around.
DK Ags is done, not quite level 18. They are just, it's crazy how they're looking fragile. Even though they've got a heart, even though it's a DK, when they're playing into this insanely farmed Lycan at this point. It's gonna rip them to shreds. See if they get a wrap around here. No EXO. Fight doesn't look that easy for Vici by any means. It looks quite difficult. Full Scotty now for the Monkey King. Versus DK versus Death Prophet. An excellent pickup. Big pickup also. We see Red Panda. He's hanging on to the stun. So he has the Blink Dragon Tail from crazy, I mean, pretty good distance, of course. And they're the ones who are now going to walk into that pit. And no Exorcism still for 60 seconds. Vici cannot really contest this.
Looks like they won't even try. They'll need allow Ares to pick this one up and just simply try and focus on getting those next items on the map, Vici.
There's no DK form, yeah, no EXO. So, yeah, Vici, no chance to be able to fight versus this. Who gets what? Aegis and who got the shard? Did they give it to the Rubik? Sorry, yeah.
See if Ares are able to push the high ground with the Sages. I've got that top racks exposed. Tier 3's already gone.
They're going to bring it down very fast. Vici, they have to be set up for this push almost immediately. And mid's also being shoved in.
TPing back now.
It's already getting hit.
Yeah, they're going to have to make a move soon. I think they might just have to let it go. I don't know if they can find this Aegis. If the melee racks is gone, range racks as well, they won't be able to defend this.
Level 18 on Setsu, but they have to just watch. Ulu walks in very aggressively.
We're going to see what they can do with the Dragon Tail, but against the heals of TK, nowhere near enough damage to threaten the Monkey King's first life.
Starting to get some good poke on him.
The shards. Dragon Tail with the Greaves are there. He's getting healed up. FY tries to jump in onto the Rubik on the back lines. The BKBs are coming out. As now Shang-Chi commits it over towards Setsu. Setsu plus the BKB gets glimmered to the side. He'll be able to separate from them. But Niu going to be the new focus, Chen. Using the song. It's time for Niu to reset.
They have BKB on Storm and Monkey King.
I'll get this. Try and time the silence out there, but not quite going to do what he wants it to there. They'll move it on to the Rubik. Ulu stands his ground with the BKB and the Wukongs. Niu able to get out of the range of the Monkey King ultimate just in time.
BKB starting to wear off.
We'll see TK. He's looking to take him out of this, but FY looks to roll in on the backlines. He gets the punch up. Now to interrupt it with the IO. They turn on to Setsu though. Now, well, it seems like Ares don't mind being forced to stick around. As they've taken out both the DK and the Death Prophet. No buyback available on Niu. And they'll just get back on with the push. And in fact, they'll call it. They feel that there's no way back into this one. As GG is called, Ares will take this game one. And fantastic stuff for them after a very tough opening to the game. And as I said, we'll see this series why Ares do happily favor getting like this White Album Storm Spirit early. They know that even if it has a tough time, even if it gets targeted in the early mid game, especially with this IO combo, he's going to be able to recover and have great impact in the overall game.
I'm most impressed really with the Lycan. I think his lane was like pretty decent and stuff like that. He was quite far behind. This Naga had like double net worth over the rest of the cores, but then Lycan comes in with Helm of the Overlord, kills a DK who's supposed to be tanky, makes him look squishy, and then they kind of just snowball out of control in like 3 consecutive fights. They get BKB timings perfectly, and yeah, Vici crumbles under the pressure after having that great advantage for themselves. That was very impressive.
We saw
from
how
Aster.
much, incredible sort of farming from the Nagasar and Chen at the start of it all, Fly. But it wasn't enough. Do you
wasn't.
think, like what sort of caused the Nagasar to not be able to have any sort of impact really with the farm that they were getting?
I think they just hit this like really cool timing where they played it together with the IO with the increased amount of heals and I guess it's just overwhelming damage that came from Lycan. I did not expect that.
Yeah.
Super impressed with the way that Aster has been playing. Well, has played this game.
Yes,
this is the Aster Aries that we've been wanting to see, and finally, they make themselves look good.
They do. They look very, very good in this one, and I think Vici Gaming are going to be a bit shaken up with how quickly that one just fell into a loss. There we go, Aries. They'll take game 1 of this best of 3 against Vici Gaming.
Game 1 indeed goes the way of Aster Aries in an incredible showing from them. Finally, we start to see the version of this team that Team Aster themselves told us to watch out for. They haven't been around so far in this tour, but they finally show up when it matters the most. But Vici Gaming, unfortunately, gentlemen, they kind of lose this game. I'll be a little bit honest, right? I'm not too disheartened seeing a DK Naga draft lose a game. You know, it's fine. I'm accepting this. But if you're Vici Gaming right now, this is very painful loss, Lizard, because you were winning the laning phase so hard.
I don't care. I don't care that it's painful. It should be painful. Like, look what you drafted. Like, Dragonite, Dead Prophet, Naga. Come on, man. This is a draft of my, I don't know, worst dreams. Nightmares. When I think about slow death, I imagine these 3 heroes. Get me out. I'm so happy for Aster Aries. Biased a little bit, but just because of the draft. Vici Gaming played pretty damn well at the beginning. White Album was a little bit shaken all over the place with his Storm Spirit. Then he picked it up. I think this performance, Tiga, is MVP worthy.
Oh.
After the laning stage.
Oh,
Got him.
Okay, here we go.
Got
No.
him.
No, but for Vici Gaming, it's like, man, it's so hard for them because like their laning phase, like DK is crushing Storm Spirit. White Album kind of throws away 2 or 3 really easy kills for the DK to feel great. And for them, it's like all they need to do with this lineup, as much as it's a very like boring looking draft, they just need to farm evenly on all 3 cores for like 20 minutes, crush their lanes, and then go, now we win the game.
Yep.
But instead, it's like Naga's free farming, they win this mid matchup, and then they throw bodies just relentlessly into Aster Aries. And Aster Aries at the start of the tour, maybe they'd have gone, sure, we'll concede this and we'll die a couple times. But no, this time they bring the 5 heroes, they get the kills, they defend their triangle, and then they take the fight into mid lane with the Helm of the Overlord reveal, crush the fight, and then now they have this insane map presence with IO plus the Monkey, the Storm. It's Vici Gaming threw away what was meant to be a very slow, methodical win, but it's super high skill tactical gameplay they needed to do.
They needed to be slow. Like, their heroes are slow, and they needed to take it a little bit slowlier than what they did.
Yeah.
Like, you need to really... Like, the problem with the draft such as that one, I've experienced it. It's like, you can't make too many mistakes. You have to be like this, constantly building snowball. If you make a misstep or 2, it all crumbles.
And we saw it crumbling, unfortunately, for Vici Gaming here. We also saw a couple of times weren't able to utilize this exorcism well enough to win out their fights. They didn't get much objectives after a certain point. That disastrous fight middle just changed everything. They're giving the MVP to TK here. TK did play really well on the IO.
No, that's
I think
fine.
It's a fine shot.
I'd still give it to Lycan, probably.
I would give Lycan.
Yeah.
Great positioning from IO overall. He was very good. I would have probably said Shang-Chi on the Lycan. The fact that after a lane which was disgustingly hard to be able to know when to fight, when to buy shard, when to just basically be with the team, that was like, again, equally as perfect. So I think it's honestly a 50-50 between the Lycan and IO. Both had real standout
There you
games.
go, and both can
There
get
we
it.
go. Beautiful stuff.
Look at that
Zero
kill
deaths.
participation. 0 deaths, 80% almost kill participation on a Lycan. After a very horrendous laning phase, like you were mentioning, I think at some point he had 12 CS while Naga had 28. It's like, well, this is not a very nice start for the game, but itemizing perfectly,
It
knowing
was
when
a
to
rough
show
lane
up.
as well for him, right? Like, we talked about it during the drafting stage. Naga was picked to shut him down in the lane. But the man found his farm, he found his Helm of Overlord, and luckily, or as planned, most likely, it coincided with, I believe, the Sacred Relic, not the full Radiance on Monkey.
Yeah.
And on Storm having an item or two, so they were able to just fight at the same time.
Lycan did 11,000 building damage. Naga Siren, 193.
193.
So the disparity there is very clear as well. Also like a DK as well. How much building damage do you think DK did in this game?
I barely saw him hit buildings. I'd say 600 damage, maybe?
Okay, 783. How much building damage do you think Death Prophet did in this game?
1,000?
No, 757. So this was very much a lineup that Vici Gaming could have very easily, from their laning phase, just gone group, hit objective, reset, farm. Group, go. When Naga's ready, crush them
As
out.
they should have been.
As they should have done. Instead, the stats kind of showing they crumbled in their aggression, they crumbled in taking down the map, and then Asteris on the flip side, they just lapped it up.
Speaking of the Death Prophet, what do we make about the itemization? You went Greaves into BKB. Feels like this is the kind of game where if you are going to play the style of trying to aggress the fights and force this to happen, then maybe BKB earlier, like mech BKB, come back to the GG boots.
I think Greaves are good. Like it doesn't come down to the itemization. It comes down to the way you're playing the game. It doesn't matter. Like you can have any item build literally on these heroes as long as you're making the right moves early on, and then you get the BKB. Like any sort of utility on her would suffice. But any sort of an item build as well will not work if you're playing the way you're playing.
Unfortunately, Vici Gaming do not find themselves able to play their draft in the appropriate manner. They find themselves on the back end of a game from Aster Aries, who looking really, really hot. And I love the way that they're playing more as a team on the side of Aster Aries. None of those disparate moves we've seen from them in the past. The team cohesion is certainly leveling up. We will see whether or not Vici Gaming are able to level up themselves and force a game number 3, or if Aster Aries will keep their hopes of remaining in the division alive with a 2-0 sweep over Vici Gaming. The answers to all these questions and more coming right after a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, one and all, here to the Chinese region. The DPC action continues for the day as game number 2 of Vici Gaming versus Aster Aries set to kick off. So far in this region, it's been mostly 2-0s. Only one team has found themselves involved in multiple 2-1s, that being Invictus Gaming. IG are not playing today, but Lizard, they do have Fly. So maybe, if you can channel the power of IG, you know, get another 2-1 for the side of Vici Gaming, force a game 3.
Channeling.
Channeling a Spirit Bomb.
That's your channeling animation. If you were in Dota, that's your channeling animation. It's like Invoker.
Is it?
Yeah, when he's
Yeah,
Invoker,
with
when he
the-
channels, he does the
Yeah,
the
he
ult.
does. Wait. Just like this.
Okay, that would be
just,
okay.
just
Sure.
a spirit bomb.
Lizard Goku.
Yeah.
On a serious note, gentlemen, this game right now so far, Vici Gaming, I think we agree that strategically is the big problem with what we saw from them in game number 1.
Yep.
In the event that they draft differently, maybe play to their strengths. If they know they're going to fight more often, shouldn't they just draft a lineup that has higher tempo than what they did in game 1?
Look, like some games, you see a really big fault in a draft, and you're like, yeah, this team, they just couldn't make it because of this, and this. Like sometimes, like with OG in Western Europe, you just feel that something's wrong, something's off with the team, right? And that's how I felt in that last game. They were just making random moves that weren't necessary, just running into places that weren't theirs to run into. They got punished for it. I'm not sure. It can't be lack of leadership when you look at all these players. Like you have Yang and FY on your 4 and 5. Like there's no way that that's the case. So I'm not sure what's up.
What do you think, T? Looking at this, because we had them yet again drafting a lot more heroes, right? I think they counted almost at 40 right now of different heroes that they've played.
It's high, yeah.
Not been working out, and it's starting to feel like it's a problem that they don't necessarily know what's working for them anymore, and they're just trying to throw everything at the wall and see what sticks.
Yeah, it kind of happens when teams don't have a clear structure they want to follow. Like the best teams in the world often have a clear base on how they enter a draft, and then they'll use like the final 2 picks to then surprise their opponents. But for Vici, it really is kind of like today we're going to go for this, and then we're going to go for that, and then it doesn't have the same substance to it. And for me, it's like, I don't really care about, like, I think only the IG drafts are the worst ones. Like this draft easily could win it. Like, it's just like Lizard was mentioning, their approach to entering the mid game feels like 2 or 3 players want to do one thing, the other players want to do something else, and there isn't like logic behind the next
Especially
step.
after you won the lanes. Like
Yeah, it's
your
like-
lanes went so well.
Like invading the triangle, it's like you move there if your next purpose is to bring all heroes and maybe like collapse and take a tower. But also invading triangle at minute 10, unless there's like incredible stacks there, what's the point going? Like some Monkey King without Radiance isn't going to enjoy hitting Ancients. Like just let him sit there.
I don't know when's the last time I saw that even happen, like a team invading a triangle that early on.
It's like against
No
like,
one does
some-
that.
Some like against Beastmasters
Beastmaster
with, stacks, or
with
against
like a
Batrider.
bazillion stacks,
Exactly,
yeah,
like
maybe.
That
But
works,
even then, like teams don't necessarily do it because you get punished very easily.
Yep.
You lose more than you gain.
Yeah.
Well, we saw them getting punished in that game number 1. Now we have game 2. We have a new draft on our hands here, gentlemen. Enchantress IO banned out by Vici, and they were first pick. This is very intriguing for me. Your first pick, Brood is in the pool. You leave it, right? To be fair, New doesn't necessarily play the Brood Mother all that much. Shanxi does, though, on Aster Aries, and we just saw him do a lot of work with the summon
Disruptor
hero.
for me is already really good versus Brood. Like he's a solid support in the lane. Like you get Thunderstrike to follow her through the trees. You get Glimpse obviously as well to bring her back to the lane. You can pick your Naga once again. Like you can go Disruptor Naga. You can go Disruptor Slark. There's just a ton of heroes that work well into the Brood that you can opt to go for. So you let it go through. And then you get brooded and still lose, but you know, like it's
This is where
it's
like
doable.
this is where regional Dota is so fun because like if this was Europe, it would be we just lost to an IO. Okay, let's respect ban it, and with the Brood. You know, Ench isn't this high value here in other regions. It's only in China, and this potential Ench ban could be the undoing of Vici Gaming in game 2, where it's like, sure, you got Disruptor. These interactions that you're mentioning are pretty good. They go for the
Disruptor Naga,
Naga
yeah.
again, but it's like even against Brood, there's this inevitability that the hero that is good at pushing out lanes will have to leave that part of the map. There will be some mid-rotation style hero that will force the Naga away. So I'm thinking it's good that Vici Gaming have this like confidence to go Disruptor. They know they got a counter in Naga, but Brood will always do Brood things.
Yeah.
So-
One difference is at least that she's not as free to run across the map like the Lycan is. She can't put pressure anywhere. You have to play a stable game of Dota around the Brood Mother. You can't just abandon her. You need to go on the enemy side of the map, and that's something that perhaps Aster Aries, well, I believe that they can do it, but maybe if Vici Gaming plays around that well, they'll shove Aster Aries away from the Brood, separate the Brood. Like it's doable, right?
Are you ready for the second phase bans of Lesh, Ember, Pango? just triple anti-Naga heroes. Also, White Album, even though he doesn't play Pango really, maybe he picks it up for this one, but I wouldn't be surprised if they just went all for the let's give Naga a good game, no annoying mid-hero to pressure me.
I mean, speaking of White Album, given that he doesn't have the backup of the IO in this game, they have Phoenix, I suppose, that's some degree of sustain, but I think White Album, we saw in that game, he was playing very forward-facing, right? Tiki had to keep him alive quite a lot.
A lot, yes.
It might be easier for them here
That's
to
one way to
exploit
put
the
it, forward
delays.
facing.
You know?
The Sunray will come in handy,
It will.
definitely. So you have that to play with. Maybe you need some channel with the mech, and then you pick up, what else heals? Give me another hero that heals.
Undying, maybe Tree.
Undying with
Undying.
Soul Rip, and you Tree, and then maybe you can say
Bro, I was thinking Warlock. I was like, I'm not saying that
Oh.
aloud. I'm not saying Warlock on the panel.
Warlock as well, sure.
I feel like that hero is underpicked. I like Warlock.
It is.
Warlock is a very fun
We
hero.
saw in SEA a Warlock
Meepo.
plus Meepo strategy.
Oh, snap.
Like upheaval with the bonus attack speed, then you have the Meepos clubbing away, and then
Okay.
of course you have like the shard and stuff. Like there's a
Did
lot
it
of
win?
yeah, it crushed. It was against Anti-Mage and Nature's Prophet, like very old school heroes that hate playing against Meepo. So
Yeah, it was probably one of the easier Meepo games that I've seen in a bit, but still,
which means
Meepo
it's
won.
viable in the right situations. That's all I'm hearing.
Anything can work.
Anything
Min
can
versus
work.
Anti-Mage and Prophet. Like, yeah,
All right,
it's
VG.
probably the best game possible.
Bro, they just like
They're really thinking about this one. They're thinking about, like, should we be targeting White
Morphling.
Album? They actually take out the Morphling.
Yeah, it's an interesting matchup. Like I remember back in the day, like Morphling versus Naga used to be quite Naga favored, not any longer. Like I guess Morphling just buys the eggs.
yoinks the Agi, and it's like, where's your attack speed? Yeah.
Yeah, illusions become useless as well. But all right, they banned the Morphling. We'll see. Any there's quite a bit of Naga counters left in the pool. So many of the spirits, not necessarily counters, just heroes that you enjoy playing against her.
I guess so that's why they also picked Disruptor, right? If you have Disruptor, you're not as afraid of these Spirit heroes anymore from the mid lane. You have some degree of cover for that situation.
You have Song into Static Storm, the lane itself is strong, like Disruptor overall is just like one of those top tier heroes at the moment, so understandable that they pick it out. And again, the Timber ban, by the way, they just don't want VG Gaming to play it. What was it? It was them that banned it, right? In game
Yeah, it
one?
was.
Yeah,
them,
it was.
But it's new. It's a new special. It's like one of his. Honestly, I think is right now, besides his Primal Beast, are probably his best hero. So removing it from play, making him uncomfortable. And I think VG Gaming is clearly a team that needs to be comfortable right now. So if you force them into a more chaotic situation, like we saw his Death Prophet, he doesn't play that hero all that much, and you could sort of tell, right? The movement that he was making didn't have that full confidence of like these DP players.
What's their comfort? They played like a bazillion heroes at this point, like
Yeah.
right?
They're struggling for comfort. That's
If you
the issue.
don't have comfort, if you have a select set of heroes, like you should at least be playing the same heroes over and over again, but not Vici.
Okay. They go for the Monkey King ban as well. So opting for a couple core kills. In the back of VG Gaming's mind, they have to be aware that, you know, Aster most likely will close this phase with an Ember. It just feels too good. So I think they need to enter the second phase with a really nice, I just think, kill-hungry combination to put some emphasis on maybe not allowing Aster to go for a pick the normal draft that we go at time and time again.
There's still potential for Death Prophet. It's been left in the pool so far. Nature's Prophet was banned second phase. It's still also available right now. So the Prophets are here. Asterios can make a decision. Do we want DP? Do we want Nature's Prophet?
The Prophet into the Naga, I'm not sure. Like maybe you still can get it. They get the Brewmaster.
I mean, this is Asterios, so this should be
Is this
the
the
position 5.
brew, yeah.
Red
You-
Panda
you
plays
didn't-
this hero a lot.
You got Storm, Earth, and Fire.
All the spirits, actually.
All the spirits.
Yeah. So now White Album.
That's what
What's
we
he
were
going to play
calling
now?
for, right?
Get me out.
This is intriguing, though. So now both of their supports have some
Keep my
pretty high
call.
team fight.
Yeah, look at this stat. Look how picks and bans went up and the win rate just didn't move at all.
Yeah. To be fair, the previous
Bad
Brewmasters
era.
were played when IG was still having a rough time, right? Shangyu in the earlier days of the tournament, of our tour
Yeah.
here, playing as Brewmaster, it didn't work out for him.
Imagine
true.
some good old school Panda with the Radiance. Like it would be
Ooh.
cool, but this is Red Panda.
Yeah.
Like this is position 5.
Oh, they yoink it. They steal
right.
it. Woo!
So they
Okay.
say,
Delightful.
Setsu, mate, listen, you've been doing pretty well on the Spirit Heroes. You didn't look that comfortable playing the DK. Let's just put you back
That's
on the
probably
Spirit.
his best, right? Like Ember Spirit on Setsu, one of the most
I think his
comfortable
Storm's
heroes.
a bit better, but yeah, Ember
Okay,
is really high up
Storm,
there.
Ember, yeah.
For Vici Gaming, like the game difference will be, rather than having to occupy jungle with these clunky heroes, it's now going to be Ember will have to poke out an egg or a split. Ember by himself, there is zero punishment. There's no silences, no stuns, there's no way to stop him.
Nothing.
So as long as Ember can lead the charge, set up for the glimpse, set up for the correct plays, bait out a key spell, then it's like Naga with this inevitable free farm will be, I've entered the game, my Manta Radiance, let me go kill.
And they get another fast-paced hero to play around the Ember and,
Yep.
and the Glimpse. Now you have the Tiny. Like kill potential on Vici Gaming in comparison to game one is huge. Like you can actually play the game. It's not only taking towers. Meanwhile, Aster Ares,
They could just pick any mid matchup here that crushes the tower, so Vici Gaming can't make these sweeping moves. Like I could see them. It's awkward because I hate Phoenix plus Brew support duo,
Man.
and then talking about. Sure, I'm thinking DP or DK something like that, but it feels so awkward.
I guess with DK, at least you're making your draft a little bit easier to execute. Like a little bit easier, because what they've got right now is, my God, like Dota is not an easy game, and you're making it much harder. Like,
I mean, they did need instant disable, right?
Yep.
We have Breathe Fire, which is decent against some of these illusions, some way to be able to clear out towers when Ember makes the inevitable rotations.
Exactly,
And
yeah.
you beat the lane into the Ember Spirit. So
I
it
mean,
makes sense why they went this direction.
Manta Axe as well will be very good at kiting the Naga down the line.
Yep.
We've seen it in other regions be a counter to Naga if you get all that farm.
plus
So I
a
think
bunch of armor on you.
Sure.
So.
it just means that Aster Ares' carry needs to be someone who has a pack to punch. I love the draw ban from Vici Gaming. When you pick up a Brew 5, you need pretty much like just that ranged hero to use the body of Brewmaster. Like you're not picking Brew to go, oh, let's go Brew plus Jog or Slark or something. You know, you're
Yep.
picking Brew to go Drow or something more fragile that kind of utilizes the stats of the hero.
All right, so which heroes stand out? The ones that are left, I see that there's still a TA, there's still a Nature's Prophet. Who else? Sniper, maybe, but then you're playing into Ember, Tiny, that doesn't feel that great either.
5 seconds remaining.
It's hard because also there's a Naga, so it's like Drow's one of those like in between ones. I think Morph as well in the previous phase was a really good
They
ban.
ban out the Ursa and Draw, like, okay, Ursa, you step up the tempo, it's fine. Like, I wouldn't even mind seeing Dragonite as a carry and you pick another mid, something that play makes faster.
Vici has to pick first, though, so we still need a hero for the safe lane. So what is... sorry, for the
No,
offlane.
for the
rather.
offlane,
Yeah,
yeah.
we still need a hero for new BAB to play.
That
We see
Timber
him on
would be
screen right
perfect,
now.
by the way, if they could, but banned out.
I mean, yeah, there's like multiple strength heroes on the other side. We've got this Broodmother. It would have been great.
Like, their draft is actually, like, really well rounded up. Like, they could go for whatever. Like, a Prophet on offlane here if he's not playing into the Doom.
Doom, okay. I was gonna
sure.
say Enigma, but
Enigma would be better. I like that, actually.
I mean, I just want a hero that like pressures the tower, but also gets tanky in his own right. If it was an Enigma, it would have been an Aura Buyer, and there's no real cancel. You can't run on Egg to be your BKB piercing stun for a Black Hole. It's kind of ridiculous. But no, just go for Doom, greed it up.
Like, why I mentioned Nature's Prophet is still in the pool is actually because of the egg and because of some Orchid Aghanims build that you could go for from the offlane. Doesn't bring as much utility, but brings you ways of killing the egg, brings you ways of killing the Panda, let's say, before he pops his ulti. They go with the Doom. It's solid. It's nice. I don't mind it. I like it even into the Brood eventually when you get a couple of items. It's strong.
If
Is
there was-
Monkey Band
Monkey
or something?
Monkey's band, yeah,
If
yeah.
there wasn't a
Slark?
Naga, I'd be
Yeah.
asking for a Luna. But because of the Naga, I'm
This is-
like,
I think this is a Slark Radiance build. Like, you go Slark, you take Radiance. Or Wraith
Well,
King
there's
Radiance.
a different
okay.
Radiance buyer
Yeah.
coming on. And this is the
No,
old
Sl-
school counter
no,
to Doom, right?
Slark Radiance is literally is really legit into the Naga. Like, you can win versus her. Like, she does absolutely nothing in the mid game. That's how it feels like. But okay, they go with the Wraith King.
how does Aster Ares go from like the most comeback map breaking draft
To this.
the most like clunky like we'll awkwardly try and enter the game? I don't know. I'm looking
Yep.
at their lineup and it's Brood's cool. I'm not an enthusiast to Brew support. DK is going to be good against Ember, but this Wraith King, I can just see him entering mid-game fights where he jumps in, he hits a Naga, not doing damage. I go to hit an Ember, he's elusive. So the Wraith King pick wasn't inspiring for me. I much prefer Vici Gaming's lineup, but Vici Gaming's execution is so hit or miss that honestly it could make Aster Ares' lineup look a lot stronger.
To be fair, though, they do have a much higher tempo lineup that fits that playstyle we saw from them, right? They can have Fly just farming the map on the Naga, and the other 4 heroes connect and fight.
Higher tempo. FY can control the pace of the game with the Tiny. You have the Ember as well to play around with. I'm going all in on Vici Gaming. Unless they really mess it up once again. But I really think that their draft is easier and nicer overall. Eventually, though, if you go super late game, I think you should have problems and might lose. But Disaster Aries, Red Panda, man, picking the Panda once.
It's TK playing.
TK.
It's not even the Panda playing
Red
the Panda.
Panda not playing the Panda. Get me out.
See?
I'm done.
Go,
I'm done.
just straight to the
Get
castles.
me out.
Come on.
All
Go.
right. My panel does not like what we're seeing here from the side of Aster Aries, but we're going to find out if they like how they perform in the game as we did in game number 1. For game 2, Vici Gaming need to step up and show us that they can execute this high tempo draft. And to find out if that's going to be possible, I send it over to our incredible casting duo. We have the Furious Fogged and Old Man Pixel. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Snare. Yeah, let's see if Asterios could do it again as we open the panel. Folks, I've got some doubts regarding Asterios' draft, but one thing to be said, of course, they do get this Brood, a hero that pretty much across regions, teams are just, they're banning out straight away. They're not letting people play it. They let it through this game. I mean, what do you make sort of the overall ending of this draft?
I mean, it's definitely an interesting one. I do like Vici's again this time. The one concern I do have is they don't really have an egg hitter. So I think in some of these like wild, chaotic fights, the egg could be some problematic thing for them, but I mean, I liked their draft last game. I thought this Naga was going to definitely be able to do it. So I'm not really too sure. I feel like Aries, it's a little bit of a wild card, and they do look very impressive when they are playing these summon heroes on Qingxi. So
that's true.
Let's see how it goes down.
Yeah, it's such a great game on his liking, and if getting his hands on the Brood, we'll see if he's going to be as disruptive with that this time round. The overall ending for Aries, we see some teams try the Wraith King. It's not really kind of the top tier carry or like the first pick carry that anybody wants to be playing. But this game, you feel it's a good decision to end with that?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it, right, it's Radiant Spire for Naga Siren, good versus Doom. Sure, it's going to take some time to get online, but I mean, could it end up getting there? I think this time around Vici, it's an actual better game with the Naga Siren because they actually have follow-up. Last game, it was just a Naga, right? They didn't have like Naga Song into some Disruptor Static Storm and stuff like that. This time they have clear ways of a little bit clearer ways, I would say, of initiation and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. I mean, it's all going to really be down to execution, as we saw last game. They had, what, I think like a 6,000 or 7,000 gold lead with a Naga Siren who's absolutely massive, and then they just lose every single consecutive fight.
Now, well, one thing for sure, right? This game, Neo playing the Doom. I mean, last game, he got pretty poor on the Death Prophet, fell far behind. On a Doom, shouldn't happen, right? We should see Neo be able to keep up.
Yeah, he should be able to keep up, and he should be able to, apply a good amount of pressure if he does go that Meteor Hammer route that we've been seeing picked up more and more, and he's got it queued up. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see. I think a lot of it is really up to execution because Vici, they just crumbled so hard in the last game. And Aries, I mean, they definitely can be impressive around their heavy amount of team fight, but it is going to, be quite cooldown reliant to take those team fights around the Brew, around the Phoenix.
Yeah, are you a fan of the Brew support then?
Not really, but you can see like the primal split versus the Naga illusions. You just, delete it inside the team fight can be pretty cool. There's just, this hero is not picked that much for a reason. It's very hard to utilize. And super long cooldown early game. It's like over 2 minutes. It's like 2.5 minutes every single one of these cooldowns.
Yeah, do you feel it's going to be able to do much in the lane to help the Wraith King get easy farm?
No, not really, no. I mean, they are playing versus double melee at the least, so I feel like Ulu is still going to be able to get his farm anyway. I don't know what TK is going to be able to do to really influence that. But yeah, double melee, he should be able to do just fine.
Definitely a lane where there could be opportunities for FY to set up.
Yeah, Ulu, he just has to, be careful to not get like tossed back, and they can't like. You just have to be careful sometimes versus Scorched Earth. I see too many times where people get aggressive versus Scorched Earth and they both just get ticked out from the overall damage. So just have to be careful. Don't play too aggressive down here. Just play for the farm on the Wraith King. And they do have, it looks like they do have that kind of setup to play for farm. If you look at their regen, TK, he's got Tango Salve. Ulu's got Tango Salve. So all about just keeping this Wraith King healthy.
And, up on top lane, once again on the Naga Siren. We saw last game had a pretty free lane to farm. And is that going to be the same case here for Fly, or should Aries be able to put more pressure on this time?
No, he should have absolute free farm again here. I really thought he would be able to do it in the last game, so we'll see this time around as mid. Both getting quite low.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Good amount of catch for this Broodmother this game too. Disruptor, one of the better heroes. I feel like it's just catching a Broodmother since you always get the vision with the Thunderstrike and you can reposition him with Glimpse. And they have Naga. So for the laning phase, this is what we've seen in one of those common counters. It's either Slark or Naga tend to be the go-to when you're playing versus, if you're going to leave the Brood, even though it's not too common to leave the Brood.
That was not yours.
I mean, this mid matchup between the two of them, it's same as last time. It's like
close.
dead even last hits
Yes.
for the first 3 waves.
Yeah, both getting a good amount of denies out.
Starts to get better and better, of course, for the Ember. He's able to just play around Flame Guard, and there's no way that the DK can ever break it. But DK also just stands his ground, and he's able to get that farm too. But it does give a free lane to the Ember Spirit always when you do this type of matchup.
And a pretty good game for the Ember Spirit to jump about, right? Really just the DK that's going to have that chance of a catch. Once he has sort of the blink. Other than that, it's going to be a pretty free time in the mid game for this Ember to be really disruptive.
Absolutely. We'll see if like maybe itemization or something like that will change stuff. I don't know. Like maybe we'll see what the Brood ends up going for. I feel like we don't ever really see any deviation, but maybe can throw some type of like Hex into the mix later on after his core items to have that in it, that extra catch to go for Setsu. But that'll take obviously quite some time because he's going to want to go for those usual Greaves. But eventually, could definitely see like a Hex come into play on the Brood. TK. They're trading a lot back and forth with each other. Seeing Ulu get that farm, and as we mentioned, they brought tons of regen, so he's got the Salve to keep himself healthy. But they're not really, I mean, Neo, in theory, shouldn't really be too pressured down here. Should be able to finish off his Meteor Hammer at a good timing.
Yeah, nobody really losing out too much on the lanes. Very, very close start here.
Definitely impressive that Setsu's able to get this many denies, I would say, versus DK. Usually you don't see that coming out. Setsu, he might be in trouble.
I think they can get him here. Another Dragon Tail. This is going to do it. First blood.
Give it a White Album. Very nice. That's a big kill. Double Bracer. I like that they make the move. We talk about this so much. I feel like the non-bottle heroes, the Kunkka, the DK versus those bottle heroes is TK.
Oh, yeah, I think he stepped up a bit too far. The Scorched Earth.
Oh, it was like the last tick actually brings him down. I actually think that was like exactly enough damage to kill him. What? I feel like I see that so often. The Scorched Earth, people just really don't give respect to how much damage it does do. 400 damage that comes out from it in that early laning phase when you can see how much he took from it.
No money for you.
Now should see White Album pull ahead inside the mid matchup overall. But I'm still, I'm still just impressed with how Setsu was able to get 7 denies versus DK.
See, they're trying to get some sort of catch onto Shang-Chi, but
He's fine.
not going to happen this close to the tower.
Seems to be quite the expert on these pesky offlane heroes, the Lycan, the Brood. He's farming very well, even versus a Naga. We usually tend to see the Naga honestly shut down the Brood pretty effectively. He's actually got 9 denies somehow on this Brood. 23 and 2 only on Fly. So he's actually getting slowed down this time. Last time he had absolute free farm, wasn't able to do it. This time, I'm astonished that they are actually making him farm a bit slower. I mean, they're even getting aggressive onto him. I mean, Fly.
Oh, he's taking huge amounts of damage here. Red Panda able to dive in as well. Managed to glimpse back the Spider. Manic Field as well, holding them back, but so getting very, very low on the Naga Siren there to that temp from Ares.
That's super impressive stuff. The moment that he pops the illusions, you can see that the Brood just goes aggro. And again, Fly.
But he stepped back
He
up.
just went, what? Oh my god.
Wait, what was going on there?
He
Wait,
just walked up and died. He's sitting at like 10% HP.
Oh, no.
Dire's bottom
That was a very easy kill for Ares.
Oh man, and we saw what Shang-Chi was able to do when he was behind in the laning phase last game.
This is on the Brood.
Holy moly.
It's going to be hitting 6.
That's going to cause some big problems. He's the top net worth on his team. Offlane Brood versus Naga Siren. Super impressive stuff. Red Panda. Might get brought down here though. Gonna be close. He just is living.
Is he?
And Yang now
he
dies.
is.
And
mean,
this Brood 6, he can push. He can actually push the Nog out of lane now.
I don't think you can really get get much farm out of this lane now as the Naga Siren, right?
Uh-oh. That is, I mean, incredibly problematic. You counterpick the Brood, and he's having this type of time.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Concerns perhaps for Vici in these next few moments. I mean, who's going to go top now?
Oh,
Oh.
I
Okay.
mean, that'll do it.
That'll do it. Are they going to get the deny? TK, he's walking over.
Oh, he should be able to time the deny. Should be a pretty easy deny. Next hit. There you go. All right.
Okay.
TK might... No, okay, Yang's not really going to be able to get in under the tower for him.
They're going to lose top tower, though. This Brood, I don't know how they're going to push him out of lane. He's going to completely take over top side of the map. And when you're playing Naga Siren, that is problematic. You want to have as much access to all this farm as early as possible. Setsu.
Get the glimpse back onto Red Panda into a good avalanche from FY.
Good
Two-man
rotation.
avalanche. So they can get White Album as well. Setsu's opting to TP out from this one, so it's just down to the support.
He's got Remnant, so he's going to come back in. Perhaps join his team in a second.
Still kind of hard to bring down the DK, though. This braces, as early as he's got them, it's not a kill that they have the damage to take right now.
Shanxi getting the top rune, takes away a DD. I mean, yeah, this Brood
And
is
he's
going
just
to be
going
out
to
of
clean up this jungle and
He's going to be so
take
out of
everything
control.
from this side of the map.
Yeah. He might be able to even like swing toward mid pretty early on
Radiant's bottom
to look to pressure that tower. This is, I mean, crazy start for the Brood when he's been counterpicked.
Ulu, he came back down. It does get a deny
Uh-oh, Ulu.
on the tower, but yeah, there's not going to be any help coming in for him as well. And of course, not quite able to hit the 6, so no second life for him. Ulu goes down.
Both safe laners struggling. And we do see Neo. Meteor Hammer's done. He's got the Midas queued up. So both of those having a very good time. Yeah, we'll see what Fly is able to do, though. Being slowed down on Naga Siren versus Brood, he's just getting chased. And he has to just TP to base. That, I mean, that hurts. He cancels. Okay. Can't get the toss. Nothing really to toss onto anyway. I don't know where Fly goes. I'm watching him. I'm like, he has Dragonlance queued up. I mean, that's just, he's just queuing up for the Alacrity. He's just going for the Asha, obviously, but they already put Deep Vision for him. Broodmother is going to just continue applying pressure, and even looking for Setsu in the mid lane. He's got the Remnant. But now, just Broodmother collapsing on mid with the DK form.
Yeah, it's going to try and get in behind the tower, so Yang's got to be careful.
Dire's structures
This is pretty, there's going to be pretty absurd item timings really for this Brood. The mech's going to be done any moment now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I really don't think I've ever seen a Naga struggle this much versus a Brood. Wraparound coming in, Niu. He's near the mid lane.
He's got Doom back up.
They've got a glimpse. They want to get the DK.
Now get the catch with the chains, but not quite able to get in range for a glimpse to set up for more, so we'll be totally fine here.
Yang got zoned away from some spiders. Couldn't actually get the positioning for glimpse. Very low level on these two supports. Level 4 right now on both Yang and FY. They've got the Tome coming for the Disruptor. Midas coming out for the Doom.
And top lane, you see this
Where's
quick move as well. They're looking in the trees for Fly.
Dire's
Of
middle
course,
He needs to
V2,
get out.
nothing to stop that.
Yeah, he's just going to have to occupy bottom, it feels like, because his jungle's just not safe.
And they're making another attempt maybe towards mid. Backups here for Yang. Got the quick glimpse onto White Album. Of course, still no real potential to take down this Dragon Knight, even if they have a couple of heroes around. Just don't really have the tools to blow White Album up right now.
TK has hit 6 now on the Brew. Looking like they want to still continue applying some pressure onto the mid tower here, but Vici's still hanging around.
Once again, Neo really wanting to get the opportunity to use his Doom around this mid lane.
Getting that nice Meteor Hammer on the tower.
is under attack.
But they're just not letting him get in on this.
Both teams putting some super aggressive ward vision down. Setsu?
I don't know, drop the Doom on the DK. Should be, well, he's going to get the chance to step away from Setsu. See, dive forward from Red Panda as Setsu's going to get forced back, so they won't
fine.
actually be able to commit onto the DK, so White Album will be totally fine. Neo and Yang are the ones to fall. I mean, they really tried to force it at Vici Gaming. A lot of time spent looking for that fight, and they don't get anything out of it.
What, still not quite 6 on the... Yeah, still not 6 on the Disruptor. So unable to really set up for anything. Just super low level after laning phase versus this Brood. And Brood plus Brew ult just dominate this fight. Setsu? Can't even find a grab.
I mean, they're getting a little low on the Phoenix, but they're still not able to find any of these kills, Vici.
Space being made for Ulu. He's just starting to fully recover on this Wraith King bottom from the aggression that they're able to display. And this is pre-egg, too, that they're able to take these type of fights with how amazing the Brood's game is. There's some impressive stuff, really.
Yeah, and well, as you mentioned earlier, well, this is very much a game that Supernova is going to be a big problem for
Yes.
Vici.
And a super farm Brood is also problematic, because as I was mentioning before, like he can get these Greaves if he wants to go down that pipe route as well, and then he can start itemizing to go for this Ember Spirit, go for this Hex, or Aghanims or something along those lines. I mean, the world is going to start becoming his oyster for sure. How he can pick and choose. Yeah, very difficult for them to get into the jungle to look for Ulu. So Radiant's timing should be pretty decent after a little bit of a tough lane. Fly, though, is starting to recover. As soon as he leaves top, I think that was the right decision for him to make. Just get away from the Broodmother. It's causing him too many issues. And should see him start to get that good farm like he did last time. Not to the same extent, because I think last time he had like 10k net worth plus already, but... Up top.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You. Should be able to get away. No one wants to play versus this Brood.
No, if you come to this top lane, you don't get to stay long.
And it's all the space in the world, because now it's like they maybe want to go set up for the Brood, but in their back of their minds constantly it's going to be like, wow, we need to actually go and look for this Wraith King. We got to slow him down. So some really good space making coming up from Master Ares. And getting these 2 early towers gives them so much access, so much information to what Vici's trying to find. White Album.
They're going to try and go on him.
Meteor Hammer.
There should be enough damage this time. Takes them some time to take him down, but they will get the job done. See if Ares can do anything in return. TK heading him in the Primal Split.
He's doing some work. And I mean, Doom was wasted on the Brood.
I mean, yeah, just sort of TK just sort of single-handedly pushing them back here. Red Panda, he'll turn up. They're going in onto Neo under the tower. He'll turn with the Meteor Hammer, catch the 2 of them with it.
There's the egg.
And Neo, he's going to get sniped under the tower there. Shang-Chi able to finish him off with the nuke.
Space being made, though. Naga Siren, as we see Fly, he's just farming during all of this. So a good aggressive hit there from Vici, even though the Doom was a little bit weird there. They do lose their Doom, but yeah, tons of space for Fly to pull quite far ahead of this Wraith King now. 2,200 gold above him. Ulu actually joined top. He like ran up there to join his team out. Now he's actually the one getting bullied out of his own jungle. Interesting dynamic going on here.
Cutting both of the waves here, Fly, sorting out the mid and the bottom.
Very similar to what he was doing last time.
Going to get some good numbers on the CS.
Dire are scanning.
Static Storm back available. Brewmaster split on cooldown, Egg on cooldown. See if Vici looks to make an aggressive move themselves again here. Yang and Fly playing together.
It's going to go for TK. And surrounded by the illusions. That's a quick and easy one, Yang. Off in the Static Storm to stop Red Panda from being able to go for anything in return. They'll get the pullback onto White Album.
Oh, this will be a huge kill if they get White Album too.
And with the glimpse back, bit of an awkward glimpse, but yeah, they're still easily finding with the full 5-man around the mid lane. Vici Gaming, they can turn this into a push.
This time around, they're playing much cleaner together, setting up for these constant kills. Playing around their Naga Siren nicer. You know that Brood's game is so incredible. The DK and the Wraith King, they are starting to struggle. Well, starting to. I mean, Wraith King's been struggling. But he's got his Relic done. So Radiance will be coming out. I mean, still slow.
Setsu.
Should be fine.
Yeah, just toying around with them here.
Well, he's going straight BKB.
Dire's
Interesting.
top tower is under attack.
Even though he's playing versus those limited disables and stuff like that, just really trying to be as safe as possible. I mean, Fly Price saying, you know, I'm having a similar game as last time in the terms of the farm. I should be able to carry it this time. But
Sure. Do you think he'll change his build after last? Like, will it again be the Manta into the Orchid, or do you think he's considering a different sort of progression this game?
I mean, it's not as good this game. The Orchid was amazing last game,
Yeah,
in theory, versus Storm, so I think he should change the build.
Which is Manta Heart. Oh, he's actually going to go Manta Butterfly by the looks of it.
Okay.
He's got the Eagle song that he wants to pick up next.
Could be a bit of an interesting one. Oh, the Primal Split came off. Fly, he could just be dead here.
I see Yang trying to get in position to help him out. Further TP is heading over as well. They're still closing in on the Nagasar, and Shengxi is able to cross across the cliffs. And Fly is taken out.
And he bought the Eagle song, so he's committed for that Butterfly.
Neo, he'll drop the Doom onto the DK. Remember the BKB, the Supernova's there, and they're kind of hesitant in how they commit on top of the Dragon Knight, as now Ares, they can look to try and capitalize onto Supernova's turn. They look towards Neo, they start burning him down with the Sunray. Neo tries to turn with the Meteor Hammer, does get it off, but ends up going down still. Setsu.
Oh.
Use the remnants to get out of this sort of situation, but another fight where Ares, they're able to punch back, and once again, sort of the Doom just not being able to kind of do its job as an ultimate. It just never quite kills anybody.
No, and they have to be careful how they take these fights. I mean, they just have to be more careful how they take the fights because they're playing into these big ultis. Playing into the Supernova, playing versus the Brew Split. TK, very clutch stuff. He gets the split off as the song's coming out so he can stick on top of the Nagasar. And now Radiance is finished, so even though we were mentioning, you know, this time Fly should be able to, in theory, perhaps have that great game. He's still farming well, but maybe him going for this Butterfly could
Well, let's see.
be some pain. Yeah, things are just evened out completely now.
Yeah. I mean, we'll have to see how much survivability and kind of effect this Butterfly does actually provide him. Like how much of an issue the evasion will be for Ares, because yeah, I feel like we've seen some games where an early Butterfly pick just kind of feels like it could have been something better.
Especially when he's playing into like quite a bit of magic damage, right?
Sure.
They're playing into the Phoenix, playing into the Brew, playing into DK. I mean, it is a lot of magic that is going to be trying to pierce through it. So, Avicii, I mean, right now they have some downtime where I feel like they probably want to try to get aggressive, but they actually it feels like they can't. So just going to give time for Ares to get these ultis back up. 15 seconds for Blue Split.
See down bottom, already just being able to find quick pickoffs now. They're closing that bit of a lead that Vici had.
This is feeling reminiscent of the last game a bit already. I mean, Supernova, it's going to be back up. They've got all their ultis available again on Ares.
See, yeah, Shengxi sending in the spiders onto FY. TK playing very aggressively. Still try and save him with the Sunray, but won't be able to. The damage is done. And for his efforts to try and give us some sort of backup, Red Panda falls as well. So the support's poking a bit too aggressively there on Ares.
In the meanwhile, though, Ulu is probably like a job team. Chilling
space.
up top, farming. And they've gone greed. If you see Setsu, or sorry, one of them, he went Midas.
Yep.
So he's feeling like, okay, sure, you know what? We're going to be able to play the farm game. We're going to be able to actually outscale you guys, even if we're playing into Doom, Naga, and Ember cores. He's feeling like they can take this in these later stages.
We see here on the odds provided to us by our partner, esportsbet.io. Still thinking that Vici Gaming have the edge on this one. So once again, did have a solid start. And are still able to maintain their advantage for now.
Still close stuff, and those ultis, they are up for Ares. Ares is still looking for fights. They've got DK form, they've got Supernova, they've got Brew Split. But Vici splitting up the map a little bit here. I keep checking the Brood's itemization to see what he's going to go for. Right now, it's going more for the team route rather than going for like the pick-off onto the Ember Spirit. Looking for team fight. Definitely do want to get some BKB timing. I mean, last game, that's kind of what won them the game, just getting a triple BKB timing, taking these constant fights. And Could be something similar that they're looking at here. Getting aggressive, looking for some ward vision. Setsu, he jumps in. He does not have a remnant. He has one now.
We'll have to BKB.
But it's just a full defensive BKB.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And with that Ares, I mean, they still have all their ults, so probably still looking to play a bit aggressive here. Vici, they do have FY with Blink. Not able to make much happen with it just yet.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And we'll have to see if this butterfly does pay off for Fly once these fights do start kicking off.
And Yang just having to TP away from these spiders.
Only just gets out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Watching Meteor Hammer Doom still just throws me off. Just like the Doom pushing towers. Something I feel like you'd never say before. Pretty significant damage too. I mean, tier 2, it's probably just gonna fall here.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Ares, they're smoked. I'm maybe seeing if they can come in with an effort to catch Vici Gaming on the retreat after taking the tier 2. They want to sweep back into their own jungle.
There's no BKB on Setsu.
Whoop. I'll look for the jump, but the song's there.
They want to disengage.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
A nice escape there from Vici.
Dodging
sure
nicely.
no one loses their life, and yeah, tower's taken.
They're playing that greed game. Naga's farming. Doom with Midas is farming. And Ares, they want to... This is actually really nice stuff from Vici, because Ares, they want to be able to use these ults. They want to use Bruce Split and Phoenix Egg to try to take over map a bit here, but Vici playing around the map nicely. But now Setsu.
And with the blink, but BKB's back up.
Let us... Did he go what? San? Okay, so he's just going Kaya Sanj on Setsu.
All right, wants to give himself a chance against these blink stuns with that status resistance.
Yep, he's tanky. All about space making for your Naga Siren. Ares, they want to kick up the pace a little bit here, force a fight. They're going to go start Roshan. Only level 1 Egg, only level 1 Bruce Split at the moment.
Ooh, FY. I'll get the opening onto the spider.
Oh.
Doom's going to get dropped, but they
Glimpse.
do have the glimpse back. But again, he's able to walk safely over the cliff. Ulu's going for Yang on the back lines. He's being held back by the root of Fly. Won't be able to continue to chase. And FY, he's ended up stuck on the cliff himself with that jump that he made at the start. So he'll actually be the one going down. Ares, they won't lose anyone.
Really? I mean, they're forcing the issue, right? They're like, come at us. We're forcing a fight to you. Vici, they try to go for this Doom play on the Brood, but again and again, Shang-Chi just really dominate, know how to take the fights. And yeah, this should secure the Mirage. Vici trying to poke back in. No Doom available, though, and
difficult.
no BKB Ember. It's not an easy way to get in. And there's still Egg for Red Panda.
I mean, they're going to look to try and go on to Niu. They'll
He
get the
doesn't
jump. He's gone. They catch him in the stun. They blow him up.
Oh, man, he's too patient. He's trying to be too patient with this BKB. Gets caught from the initial stun. And now, yeah, that's likely the Roche.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ares just better at both games, better at knowing when to take the fights.
It does feel like that. And again, even in a game where Vici, they have the gold lead, but it feels so much more like Ares are the ones in control.
And now they actually give White Album this Aegis, so wanting to play super aggressive as this DK.
Sure. I mean, to be fair to him, he has been the one that's getting doomed a few times, so they know that he's kind of has been higher up Niu's kind of list of targets.
Yang, there's a Brood on top of him. He's got a glimpse. He'll be, oh, okay, cancels DP.
All right, I mean, maybe he wants to see if they can take down TK. Catch him in the root, and yep, Primal Split's on cooldown.
He is a bit tanky, though.
Okay, and White Album's in with a backup. They're going to have the auras as well coming in
Fly.
from Shang-Chi. TK's going to be fine. They try and go for the Phoenix, but Supernova's up. Setsu, he's got a remnant away from this. They do get TK at the end of it all. FY able to finish him off. See if they can get out of it, though, because Ares have turned up in full fashion.
I mean, that evasion when you drunken brawler. And they get the Brood finally.
Let's see. Got Shang-Chi trying to get away as Niu's TP'd in. Catch him in the Static Storm, and with the illusions
This
on
time
top
they
of him, they get the job done. Song of the Siren popped in by Fly in an attempt to catch White Album, but he's aware. Pops the BKB and makes sure there's no chance of getting caught, even if Fly was to get in range.
This time, some nice spell usage, and Yang staying in
FY.
the area, definitely worth it.
Good jump here. They know that the Phoenix hasn't got the Supernova at the ready. They got
Oh.
the glimpse.
Whoopsie. A little awkward.
They're not quite able to drag him back into a position that they would have hoped for.
Good aggression, though, finally, Vici. Able to put the pressure on when there was at least like the Bruce split on cooldown, and they force an egg. Very back and forth this game. Even though that gold lead, as you've said, for Vici, does feel like it's anybody's game. This Naga, I mean, Fly definitely having, it feels like a better time this time. Level 17, getting involved in quite a bit more action rather than just being a farmer like last game. And Ulu, okay, very greedy build. I mean, he went back for Armlet after having the Radiance. Now he's going straight for Mjolnir to be able to somehow counter this Naga Siren. Okay.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Very greedy route, but feeling like they can outscale, as we've said before. Going for that Midas on the DK.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Got DD in at the ready here as well for Asteris to take away from Vici.
So it looks like Ares, they're, I mean, very much so itemizing to just counter this Naga Siren. You see Red Panda
Whoop.
going for FY.
And jumping in with the DD Dragon Knight, White Album. Make sure that they get the job done.
And Red Panda gets a last hit, so Shiva's is done. So they're going to have Shiva's, they're going to have the Radiance, they're going to have eventual Mjolnir and Wraith King. So yeah, lots of different itemization to just counter the Naga, even though she is so farmed.
Yeah, pretty much no chance of being able to fight into the Phoenix when the Supernova's available.
White Album. He's got Aegis.
But in terms of backup, at the moment it's only going to be Red Panda around.
He might just get doomed
I
even
mean,
if he BKBs.
Shiva's and Supernova could definitely help out. It's going to open with the Shivas into the Summer. There's the Supernova.
The egg might die.
And Ulu's going to jump in with a stun. The egg.
Oh,
It's going to be successful.
oh my god.
The Supernova goes off to success here for Ares. They will manage to bail out here, though, Vici Gaming.
TK the stun. Oh,
Wasn't quite back up yet.
he used it a little early. I mean, he could have just waited for the Naga to start the TP, but he used it actually immediately after the song goes off. A little bit of a slip up this time from TK. Vici, they get away with murder.
And no losses to be had there at all. Fly getting involved in these kills, of course, still managing to stay a decent amount ahead as the Naga Siren, having all the items required, really. After that butterfly now, the heart and the orchid picked up.
And he's level 18, so level 3 song is going to be online now too for people to get him out of these difficult situations.
And they'll also get the Shivas for themselves here. Neo having his next item done.
No shard on Red Panda. Bit rare to see these Phoenixes not go for that. Probably he's going to queue it up next, but maybe he goes down a super greedy route. Because that's what it feels like Ares is trying to do so far this game, is play a bit more greed. Vici.
Yeah, we'll see if that changes up actually for Vici. We've got a second Shiva's queued up on Setsu.
I'd imagine they change that.
I mean, obviously the armor is nice for him, but yeah, see if he still feels the benefit of opting for getting something that the team already has.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like it's like this godly Shiva's game or anything like that. If he was playing versus the Naga Siren, yeah, you could see maybe something like that, but yeah, a bit interesting. And yeah, we see the Aghanims, of course, for the Brew, so he constantly has this way to wipe out the illusions, wipe out Flame Guard and stuff like that from the side of Vici.
Dire's top tower is
Still very back and forth. Bottom tower starting to get chipped away. They have to address it.
under attack.
Super greedy build coming out from Ulu.
Yeah, very close to the Miona though. Should have it for the next fight that Vici Gaming are going to be looking for.
Red Panda.
They get the jump, and with the silence and the avalanche, any chance to break out of this combo? No. The Phoenix out.
Yeah, overall, Vici, I mean, much better than the last game, the way that they're able to actually fight around this Naga Siren. They're actually going for tower push here too.
Is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
He's just going to kill the Ags, but he gets Lotused.
And Lotus online here from Shang-Chi.
I don't think I've ever seen that. Brew split getting a Lotus applied to it. All right, you know, Brew Aghanims get applied Lotus to it. And they're sandwiching White Album.
Whoa.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Get his curry up.
And they commit onto him.
They're going to try. He has the BKB. Neo is in with the Doom.
He gets the stun off.
See if there's any way to walk out of this one. He's got backup coming in. At least from Ulu. Ulu's looking to try and get in on this fight. Lotus is going to be thrown down as well onto the DK. Still surviving through the Doom for now. Further TP's coming in, but it's straight into the silence here.
Red Panda.
Is he going to get a chance to get the supernova off? He's caught in the root. It's done again. They'll pop the song. They're opting to back out of this one. They'll lose Yang still.
They might get chased.
See if they can get any sort of jump on this, FY. And Neo up on the high ground. FY turns with the Avalanche, goes for a TP out. They'll be able to interrupt it. Thrown up into the air. FY will get left behind. So the two supports of Vici Gaming fall for their attempt there to fight. They get the DK, but it does cost them a couple of lives.
But a wasted egg. I mean, Red Panda, there's no reason that he needs to jump up an egg like that. They had the catch from the brew. So 100 seconds, when Vici respawns, they'll have a little bit of a window to go for an aggressive play themselves too, with either looking for that Naga Siren to set up a Static Storm and stuff like that again. And they've been giving Red Panda the tomes as well. So level 16 on this Phoenix, as we said, limited ways to hit the egg. He does go back for the shard. I'm happy that he does do that. Very good game for this Phoenix shard. Healing people through the Doom, very important. And yeah, let's see. Vici, as I was saying, they have a window right now where they can get very aggressive onto the side of Ares.
Oh, quick kill there. Damage coming out from Fly now with this full Bloodthorn.
Nicely done. And Setsu, he does change the build. He's going back.
Okay.
He's going for Aghanims, so I like that much better. Long Roche respawn. Would have been pretty fortunate for Vici if it was an instant one.
Oh yeah, they would have been straight in there. With the Naga Siren at this stage, they could take it super fast.
How are the levels looking? I feel like they're very high level on the side of Vici.
Okay, White Alb's in with the Dragon Tail.
Bye-bye.
Give a bit of a chance for Red Panda to escape this. Still come in with the glimpse in. But Red Panda,
They
he
wanna
wants to
fight.
dive in. No chase. Song of the Siren again. And Fly. He'll make it out.
Oh.
Did at least force out a buyback here. TK there, spending up.
Good aggressive play coming out from Vici. I like that they're playing nicely around these cooldowns, trying to pressure and force reaction from Ares. Egg back up in 8 seconds. But yeah, they forced that buyback, and if they could focus TK, and then there's going to be no Bruce split in the fight.
Yeah, very close to what Ulu's next time. The BKB should have it a few hundred gold, and easily should have it in time for this upcoming Roche fight.
His armor is so low, though. If they do get on top of him and they are able to focus for him, 8 armor on a Wraith King versus Riptide.
Yeah, it just feels super important that Red Panda's able to get the Shiva's Guard and the Supernova off if they want to stand any chance of fighting in the 5v5.
They have to have very ideal positioning on these two supports to not get caught in Static Storm. Could be some scary moments right now for Ares. Vici controlling the map, waiting for a Roshan Yang, walking back and forth. And if you see Yang, he is already 3 components toward that Aghanims. They have great ways to set it up too with that Naga song. Roche going to be the next thing on the menu. Wards. It's pretty good for his net. Yang. Okay. Very over-aggressive positioning.
Yeah, they waste no time making the jump onto him, and they'll try and see if they can turn it into more.
TK's running in.
Middle tower is under attack.
Vici, got to be a bit cautious now. No disruptor. Still, the long Roshan respawn will buy time for Vici to have the full 5-man back in play.
Vici's nearly getting a free tier 3 right now. Double catapults.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ares, they don't want to leave this area. They want to be around for the Roche fight.
I mean, it's literally almost a maximum timing respawn.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
BKB now for Fly. All 3 cores having that BKB, it's going to make it. Now they can actually hit the egg. Now they can just triple BKB, run in and focus fire Red Panda if he does pop an egg in a bad position.
I mean, the Roshan's up, but at this point, Ares know that Vici Gaming is going to be coming straight for them. So they've got to prepare for the fight first.
This looks like a difficult one for Ares. They're going to have to be pretty much perfect with their positioning, and Vici, they're the ones getting the positional advantage with this smoke.
See, Shanxi stepping in. They get the stun onto the Doom. They're in straight away. The Static Storm's there to try to help Neo out, but Neo's gone. Has to buy back straight away here. They need him in the fight. They need his Doom. It's Fly. Getting chased off to the side. Has to put the BKB to make sure there's no threat of a stun coming in.
White Album.
Turning where they loses onto White Album. They get the Bloodthorn off. White Album needs help. There's the Lotus from Shanxi. Gives White Album the chance to walk off. Setsu continuing to attempt to commit him with the BKB. But White Album pops the Dragon Form, and with the Yags, he's over the tree line. He's fine.
A bit of a disaster there for Vici. New doesn't want to pop the BKB, gets initially caught from the stun, and now he's bought back. Very awkward stuff.
And Ares not losing anything in that situation.
But they did use their ults. They used
Sure.
even DK
Sure,
form,
they used the
Bruce
DK
split,
form.
Supernova, so perhaps now Vici just look to back up and go for a Roshan themselves. But Ares looks like they're still kind of keen to fight.
Fly. And he's going to get over towards TK. They get the catch with the chains into the silence. TK's gone, and so is Red Panda. Good
Nicely
catch.
done.
One of the two supports.
They keep that vision alive. They saw both of them with it. And now that should give them the access to Roshan. Ares still lingering around the area.
3 versus 5, though. This is difficult. Okay, now turn into 4v5. Red Panda with a buyback.
How long on the Supernova? 40 seconds. Ulu.
He's charging in.
He's walking in.
He gets the jump straight away and onto the Doom. Static Storm's there as well as the toss. He's almost certainly going to go down once. He's trying to lifesteal back up a bit. They'll turn over towards the DK instead. Caught in the root. The DK goes down. Same for the Wraith King.
Uh-oh.
He's back for round 2, but they're ready for round 2. They even just drop the Doom down onto him to make sure there's not a chance for Ulu.
Can they get a glimpse as well? Do they see the Brood? Yang. Oh, so close to being able to get him. Either way, they're going to get the Rosh.
A huge risk there from Ares going back in 3 versus 5. Does not pay off, and now Vici, Roshan, it's all theirs. We'll see on the replay that earlier move here, a quick elimination of the 2 supports. TK and Red Panda, they weren't ready for this big jump across from Setsu.
And they knew that the ward was there, though, right? They were throwing the Fire Spirits just to get vision of it, and I mean, Vici just sees both supports, and it's an easy jump from Setsu with that Aghanims. Aegis now going the way of Fly. He also has the Shard. Feel like the greed coming out from Vici is paying off this time around. Ares feels super reliant on their cooldowns, and even then, it's difficult for them to take some of these fights. Rax dropping.
Yeah, should have enough time to take at least 1 set.
And now full Disruptor Aghanims on top of everything, too.
Second one looks like it's going to be theirs as well. So big damage done here. Jumping with the Dragon Tail. Good toss back from FY. Make sure the Fly doesn't even get threatened the once. And now, looking for
They've got Static Storm.
Yang, see what sort of position he can get in. He's going to go for the catch on the DK and the Brood. Field and Static Storm is there. Doesn't get the Supernova still in play, but Fly commits it with the BKB and is able to take it down so quickly as they're starting to fall apart here inside the base areas. White Album, well, actually, give it the distance. He's actually able to take down the Ember Spirit. Fly is still a bit more of an issue, but they're kind of splitting them up. But with the Primal Split, they're pushing back Neo and Yang. A buyback comes in from Setsu. Ulu is going to jump forward. He closed the gap in again onto Neo as Neo's trying to run, but TK in with a split. Another stun catches onto the Doom. Neo still lives. He's able to get out of this. Ulu has to BKB TP out.
Setsu with the buyback jumps back in. And now they should look to be able to clean up this Rax. 2 sets finished.
I get this gem as well. Back up. And yeah, not quite able to push them back. A good effort from Ares, splitting them up as they did. But still proving to be a bit too much for them here. Down 18k now. And yeah, Fly not even getting close to being threatened the once, really. This time round on the Naga Siren. Absolutely proving to be a huge issue for Ares heroes.
Felt like something we expected him to be able to do last time, but this time he has full control. I think he killed the egg by himself in that last fight. He just full commits onto it. Red Panda not having the optimal positioning for it there.
Yeah, full Scardy now.
It's huge.
Yeah. Absolutely, the sort of Naga Siren that he dreamt he would be in game 1.
And even though, I mean, the Brood, Shang-Chi, as we've been continuing to talk about, is still having a very good game. It just doesn't feel like that same impact that he was able to have on the Lycan.
They're going to try and go aggressive into the Aegis.
Okay, they don't have split. They don't have egg. Eggs up in 10 seconds.
All right. White Album, he's going to jump the back lines. They want to try and get rid of Yang. Forces there, though, to get Yang safe to the toss as well. F1 making sure that Yang can survive. Just a little bit longer. BKB committed from White Album. They do everything they can to just eliminate the Disruptor and see if this gives them a chance to take the team fight. Fly turns towards Red Panda, but the Lotus is there to remove the Bloodthorn. Fly. BKB is soon to come to an end. He'll get the song off, but TK got the split off in time.
He's got the stun.
So there's no chance for an immediate TP out. We'll be able to man to dodge the stun from the split.
Hey, baits split.
And does bait in turn the buyback out from Yang. So wanted to be back a part of the fight if it did continue. Does leave a bit of a vulnerability for Vici in the next fight. If Ares are able to go for that similar sort of play, just find Yang and just go straight for the Disruptor at the start of the team fight.
But I think they're recognizing on Vici, like, Ares needs absolutely every little thing to have any chance to take any of these fights at the moment, especially into Aegis. So Yang buys back ready for the fight just in case of anything. And I believe, yeah, full refresher now for Neo is about to be done, and Setsu, I think he's going to have Lincoln. So there's only really that one stun that he's been having to deal with anyway on Setsu.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And White Album, does he have it finished?
Radiant's top tower.
Don't really see this build being built in China so much.
Okay.
But we have, of course, seeing it from NA. I know Gunnar was the one who perhaps invented it, and then we saw like Skitter and Tundra start doing it quite a lot. This build is very strong.
Yeah, I guess especially in sort of this position when you're just trying to push the waves back out. If he wants to get in with the Dragon Form Manta.
Just send one of those illusions onto a support, and they just can't move. So could be something that could be pretty impactful in the next fight. But how do they take down this beefy Naga Siren who is, yeah, pretty much 6-slotted?
Aegis will expire.
They have to bring down Yang. They have to somehow full commit for this Disruptor.
That's the ideal jump.
But they have to use BKBs. They're actually just going to go for Fly.
And they're going to see if they can take him out. It's a long stun and caught underneath the Supernova. You know, with him stunned, there's nobody else to hit the egg. He's up. He's stuck on the cliff. They kill off Yang. Now they turn back for FY and Fly. Fly is going to go down. No questions asked. FY is driving the TP out. He'll make it away.
What a jump.
But that is pretty much the perfect one. Getting the stun combo and then just laying down the Supernova on top of the Naga Siren and at the same time being able to catch Yang on the Disruptor.
Oh my God, are we going to see similar to last time? I mean, this one would be a much more ridiculous comeback.
Absolutely, but it's sort of getting to the point where they're down about 20k.
And now the Brood had 8,000 gold.
Yeah.
Now has a full Hex. So now they have a way to catch perhaps even this Ember with the Lincoln's break into a Hex.
Yeah,
oh my
honestly,
God.
even if Yang isn't the one getting jumped, if they could just kind of preemptively BKB and come in onto the Naga Siren with the stuns, if they kill Fly, that's just a huge amount of Vici Gaming's damage lost from the team fight.
They're trying to break that Lincoln's.
Neo's here as well. Oh.
But now FY
does not want to be it.
I mean, what a crazy fight. A big influx of gold going toward the side of Ares, and yeah, lots of time being bought for them to get extra farm now from these next few moments. Red Panda also has now hit level 18, so it's a level 3 egg. Yeah, I mean, if they're able to get vision of this Naga, and like you said, just full commit, there's definite opportunities for him to just full kill her.
She really is the only one that can threaten the egg, right?
Mm-hmm. This would be such an impressive comeback from Ares as the Doom.
They're going to try and see if they can get up here to back Ulu up on his second life.
I mean, they've got to... Oh, he actually does not have mana for the second Doom.
Ooh. And that does mean that Ulu's able to get the BKB off, and now Neo's got to run. He'll have to BKB TP himself.
Setsu, though, can he get away?
He's still got the Remnant, but why Album? Trying to close in.
Fly has respawned.
Wants to fight as well, TPing over to this outpost. As of course, Doom. Neo had to go to reset back at base, get his mana back up. He's walking back over. Fly. Looking for the setup. We'll see if Yang wants to follow up with the Static Storm. He will. They'll drop it down onto the solo DK. Doesn't mean it's still the side. The Supernova and Sunray is there. They're keeping the DK alive. The Supernova's going to be successful. Catching on both
my God.
And Fly. Senju has to put the BKB. Neo jumps in, catching them with a 3-man stun. White Album's still alive somehow. Throughout it all, the Sleight of Fist will not finish him. as White Album lives. Yang's getting taken out by White Album. In fact, turns with a brief fire up on the high ground. The Hex is there for Shenxi onto Niu.
5 seconds on Reincarnation.
He's just waiting it outside. He can run back in now. He knows that even if they take him down, he's going to be back. FY, he has to buy back here as Vici Game is starting to suffer a bit in this team fight. The stun's out onto the Doom. Niu goes down. He's out for 110. Ulu will fall, but as you say, Reincarnation is back up. He's able to blink to the side. They turn with the Hex onto the Ember. Ember's gone as well. No buyback. It feels like Fly and FY against the world here now. We'll see what the two of them can do. They take down the Brood. It's Tiny. He's going to be gone. It's just Fly left here in this fight. No buybacks available on Vici Gaming. Fly on his own. And they'll slowly but surely bring down this Naga Siren. They come in with the BKB. They clear out the illusions. It's a team wipe.
Holy crap. I cannot believe what we're witnessing right now. What a blunder, Vici. They try to commit to kill this DK, but he's alive, Owen. How is he alive? Ulu also
look at that damage he's done.
You know,
when the Wraith King lives like this, 18k damage done in that team fight.
I mean, what are we witnessing?
Oh, no, sorry, 6k damage.
Oh, 18,000 damage, Owen.
It's the blue font color that always confuses me when it's the damage done. It makes me look, oh, I've got to look at the blue graph. But no, indeed, the red graph. It's so crazy amount of damage there with how long it was, and we're seeing it overall.
I mean, they commit the static, but Red Panda has a full Sunray that goes off to heal this DK. I cannot believe what we're seeing.
If they're not catching the Phoenix, it feels like these sort of ultimates that they're dropping down the course, they're just not going to get the kills.
Oh my God,
They might not get
way.
another chance in this game. This game might just be over. We'll see how much damage Ares can do. It's another buyback. So they'll settle for the top rack, Setsu. That's the BKB here.
Ulu. He's strong. This Brew is actually doing so much work too, clearing out the illusions. This is very impressive from TK as the support Brew. Tower. Getting pressured.
Vici's going to have everyone back up. See if they can punish Ares for this.
Tier 4 is dropping on the side of Ares, 5-5.
The song's there. Ulu is going to catch him. Puts a stop to his TP out. See, Ulu's getting healed up by the Sunray. Life stealing as well. Brings a pop. Ulu's staying alive. He's not even going to lose his first life, but the Supernova's there. They've got to get out of range of Vici. But there's the jump from White Album in with the Dragon Tail stun. He catches the Naga Siren, keeps him in range for Supernova. They'll attempt to force Fly back to safety. The toss is there as well from FY. They're trying to bail Fly out of this fight, but another stun catches onto them as they're in. Red Panda making sure that Vici Gaming have no chance of fighting into them.
They have to deal with the creeps in the base, though. The tier 4s have been dropped. White Album actually has to go back.
Now TK. It's caught by the chains. Again, Lotus is there. Gives him a chance. Flyback comes out for Niu. They will get the supports here. Both supports immediately buying back on Ares.
This has to be one of the most insane games I've seen in a long time. What is even happening? The back and forths are ridiculous. The buybacks. Roche is back up.
And there's a DD rune waiting outside of it. So
my goodness.
They grab this on Ulu.
And
oh no, it's just expired.
It just goes away.
It just expired.
But we have, after all these consecutive fights, look how many heroes have now hit 25. So
oh yeah.
Bruce 25, DK is 25 with Octarine. This is a very important one because now he's got AoE Dragon Tail. So the constant stuns, the constant clears from the Brewmaster onto all these illusions. Like Fly, how's he gonna do much damage in these fights now? Even though he's so farmed, they just have so many extra things to deal with him.
Someone on Vici they've got to try and find Red Panda, but
how?
I don't think they can. They don't really have the heroes to. Red Panda in these last few fights, he's getting the egg off every time. As you say, with kind of additional spells as such as the AoE Dragon Tail stun, they're always going to be able to keep this egg safe, it feels.
Yep. They have so many different ways, too, with like we didn't even talk about it because it all happened so fast, but the AoE Silken Bola, too. As Fly.
He's caught by the Hex. In the pit, they're trying to commit for the Roshan. The bash is there! Setsu's able to pick up the Aegis. I think Roshan at the last moment, they're bashing Ulu. Ulu still did able to get the grab on the cheese. See if they can fight through this, if they'll go straight for the potentially easier kills, but there's an Eon Disc on FY. He's up to the high ground. This is a big catch. Getting rid of that Phoenix could be enough to give Vici Gaming the chance to take this team fight. They're looking to bring down Ulu the once. See if they can go for a second time here. White Album's still very strong, though. The AoE stun catching on both cores. The Dragon battling into this Ember Spirit. TK and Ulu ready to back him up. Another stun's there. As at this point, the stuns seem too much for Vici Gaming. Fly has to BKB TP out. Setsu. He's in and he's out again.
He's got one more remnant. They're still chasing him though. They see him.
Oh, they've got it back up.
Oh my God.
They've got it back up. They catch him. Ray Fire Blast.
He dodges
will
it.
get dodged. They'll have Dragon Tail again in a second. And Lincoln's. Oh,
what? The Centaur?
The Centaur.
Okay, they got him.
There's too much stuns. Too many stuns at this point with the low cooldown.
And now there's no Ember for 2 minutes. Fly, he cannot do anything in the fights. He does no damage. They literally just wipe out all his illusions. They make them miss as well, too. He literally just standing there. The rest of his team is doing the damage. And yeah, 2 minutes now.
Yeah.
This is just wild.
Still tier 2 standing in the mid and the bottom lane. So will be a bit of extra time that Vici Gaming can kind of hold off from having to deal with Ares approaching the high ground once more.
How many more big items, though? White Album has a full upgraded Blink Dagger. And how are we looking on these buybacks also? Wraith King has it.
And
White Album's about to. So 200 gold until he's got it on the DK, too.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Smoke from Vici. I mean, will be risky.
There's no Ember, and Naga doesn't do any damage right now.
Yeah, to try and go at this point. They're looking to close it.
They sure are.
They're looking to close it and see what Vici can do 3 versus 5 to stop them. And
I mean, it's dropping.
They're just focusing the Ancient. I think they've got this one. Is
I
there
think they
anything
do.
to be done here by Vici? I don't think so. BKB's a pop by Ares. They commit to the Ancient and they get the win.
What the hell did we just witness? Holy crap. I look at Ulu, he's like, okay, well, that just happened. Wow. That was pretty ridiculous. I mean, Vici has what? 20k gold lead, two sets of racks.
They were. I mean, last game it was like, all right, they were ahead of the early game, but then it all crumbled for them. This game, they were far ahead. It looked like everything was going to go in their favor. The Nagas are in perfect position, and Ember being able to get a lot done this time round. But yeah, the kind of the team fights from Ares just so cleanly done. Even kind of having that setup that we've seen just kind of guarantee wins the song into the Static Storm, they just weren't really able to use it to great effect, really. I think when we saw really that combo setup twice, and one of them at least being that one where it's just onto the solo DK. If you're not catching the Phoenix, I mean, honestly, the support duo from Aster is not kind of your standard support duo, Phoenix and Brew. But for Ares, it looked really good.
Yeah, I mean, it's two of these like huge fights really in particular, right? The one where they catch the Naga up on the triangle area, the initial one when they full commit, and then the top one when the Static Storm only it's DK and Phoenix just gets a full sunray. He saves the DK, and then they turn the complete fight. I mean, this had to have been one of the more ridiculous comebacks I think I've ever seen. And Aster Ares, with a bit of patience, with a bit of slowdown, with these unorthodox supports, they make it work. I loved the way the TK played on the Brew. That was wild.
Absolutely, yeah. More support Brew, I think. Yeah, especially if it's done like TK had done there. Great impact from both supports in those last team fights from Aster Ares. That's going to be the series for them. They're taking this one 2-0 against. I would imagine feeling defeated Vici Gaming after that series.
Vici Gaming defeated indeed in the game itself, and Aster Ares, they make Brewmaster Phoenix combination work as a support duo. And not only do they win this game, but they keep their hopes of remaining in the division alive, and they also end Vici Gaming's chances of going to the Berlin Major. What a comeback. I think the Fox said it best here, what is it? A ridiculous comeback. That made no sense. That should not have happened. You replay this game 100 times, that only happens once.
Yeah, it was a wild one. From the beginning until the end, I don't know, man. Like, just a crazy matchup. I felt at first that the roles were reversed from game one. That, like T talked about it, they felt really clunky on Aster Ares early on. Like, the draft is like that. They're just slow. Meanwhile, Vici Gaming were making moves all over the place. Then they threw it, so Ares took over, but then Ares threw it, then Vici took over, and then this fight just completely sealed the deal for me. Yeah. Dragon Knight, at this point, look, it's all about the supports. I completely agree with the sentiment of Fogged and Owen. Like, the supports on the side of Ares are carrying this game. But once Dragon Knight reaches this point, I feel like the game is kind of over.
Yeah. this game could have ended at this exact fight T. And the fact that DK gets to stay alive, and him staying alive is what enabled them to also kill Setsu in this situation without buyback on December.
Yeah, I mean, this game for me, it's like Vici Gaming and Neo, he had a really difficult series. I think this was probably one of his worst series he's played so far in the DPC on this Doom. Or even in this game, sorry, it was really bad. And I think for Vici Gaming at least, they just weren't able to get all 3 cores to do the same thing on the map. And that allowed opportunities where this kind of harder to execute lineup for Asteres was just suddenly just popping off. Like Brew Phoenix supports in the early game, you saw how they couldn't really rotate onto mid, how Ember was able to basically 1v3 defend his mid tower. These are the makings of a lineup that should crush. Doom's top net worth, everything should be going well for Vici Gaming, Naga's farming. But instead it's like, you allow these misplays to occur, and then Asteres capitalize on it. And I think, Red Panda and his Phoenix, sure, Brew had a great game, but these sun rays to positioning, these eggs, multiple times, time and time again, he was just giving his team the confidence to just enter the fight. And
I think, like you said about the Doom, not a great game from him. I feel like one thing he should have focused on is dooming one of the supports. Like either one.
Sure, I mean,
Phoenix,
move split or egg and you're going to be in a good spot, yeah.
Just get either one of these two instead of trying to doom. I don't know, if you doom the DK, he doesn't care, he's in dragon form. If you doom the Brood, sorry, like, she runs around, it's fine, you don't even kill her. Wraith King, obviously, you don't want to doom. So overall, I think one of the supports should have been the main target, which wasn't the case in most of the game.
Unfortunately, not the case indeed, and New, bit of a rough series from him. The rest of Vici Gaming, not necessarily feeling cohesive. I feel really bad for FY as well, because the game was relatively static for Vici, and then it almost felt like FY is like, all right, guys, we're spending too much time on our side of the map, let's just go. And when they were going for a while, it was working, but unfortunately for them, it stops working at a certain point in time. I also think that back when we were watching the game, we saw this DK picking up the Hand of Midas fairly early on. We're like, well, does he really think this game is going to take that long for him to scale?
No.
Turns out he was right. He knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah, it's perfect. I honestly really like when DK players go for like second item Midas. So you set up your game with a blink, and then you go back for that Midas, because you know you want to get to level 18, you want Ags, you want Manta. And if you just go for this raw blink, shard, and you're hoping for kills, the game can get really awkward, because if you don't get the kills, if you don't get the towers, there's no real economy or levels coming in. So I think we've seen it on 9 from Tundra do it. I think this is the way to play DK. You can go Blink, you can go Midas, sure, you can go Shard if you really need to, but I love the fact that he did go for this Midas. It's just respecting what his hero can do at the important points of the game.
Yep, and the hero necessarily came through. I mean, he played really, really well. Also made Setsu's life really difficult as the game started to scale later and later. One thing that really perplexes me, Lizard, is that Vici, there were times when they were playing, for example, towards this end of this game, they're playing in very advanced areas, they're forcing fights, despite knowing that they don't have buybacks, and despite knowing how quickly their base can fall to a DK ultimate, to a Brewmaster ult.
They were using some buybacks recklessly. Like, they were using them when they weren't really necessary, and then suddenly you end up in a situation in which you don't have buybacks when they are needed. Like around the bottom push, like when they were pushing high ground, they get punched there as well, they get killed off a little bit. I don't know, man. Like Vici Gaming, they had this game. It was their game to win. They didn't really manage to do that. They kind of threw here and there. I'm honestly a little bit disappointed in their performance. I expected way more from this lineup overall. But at the same time, it's nice to see Asteres taking this win and perhaps making it a little bit more interesting when it comes to those 2 relegation spots.
Yep, they certainly made a habit of starting to level up towards the end of the tour in difficult situations. MVP-wise, it has to be Red Panda, right? Like,
I mean, Fogged might argue for TK, but he's not here, so I'm going to go to Red Panda.
All right. My argument for Red Panda is that like there were a couple of times where not just his placement of the Sun Rays was very good, but the way he put out
Sentry,
the
one
Supernova,
Shivas. That's the inventory.
That's all you need. It's fine.
Yeah.
90% kill participation.
Was he dropping items at the end of something that we didn't see?
Yeah.
That's actually insane. You can actually ruin all the stats if you just drop your items at the end. But like, imagine here, he gets MVP and all he has is like just a single sentry.
Players used to do that. Like players back in the day, they used to like drop all the items because they wouldn't show on the aura buff, right?
Yep.
So they would hide their item build that way.
What a player, Red Panda. His Supernova placement's very good. His Sun Ray placement's stellar. The fact that he was also very calm about the game, right? He had enough belief in his positioning to know that I'm going to get this egg in an awkward position. They're going to be forced to either decide, are we fighting into the egg to try and destroy it, or do we have to use most of the duration of the BKB just to run away? It was really nice to see. But I'm actually heartbroken for the side of Vici. Seeing a game like this is one of those this is one of those, after a game of this magnitude, your team has to have awkward conversations about where do we go from here? Do we stick together going into the next tour?
You know why I'm not heartbroken? They are the Division 2 team that qualified in. And I think realistically, for them just being a middle pack team straight off the bat should be good for them. Sure, the names are different, but like I don't think it's like whatever. Like that after their play, they don't deserve to be top 3. Maybe they eke out some top 4 based on future lines, but coming straight in from Division 2, like they weren't. Wow, this is insane. Wow, Vichy Gaming, why weren't they in Division 1 this entire time? Like, I think their name and the org carried them a little bit higher in regards to how we perceive them. But I think teams like YBB, they're the ones who really are shining more right now.
YBB indeed is shining. We're going to be seeing them shine a little bit later on today. But looking at the leaderboard, as a result of this win, Asta Aries, they stay in the division. They have a 2-4 scoreline tied up with VG Gaming. So we might have some interesting situations happening regarding tiebreakers down the stretch. Of course, that is contingent on YBB losing their series today, potentially against Outsiders from China, and contingent on
IG as well is really close. Yeah.
But IG play Outsiders and they play LGD. They should
So
be
they
1-1.
win one, lose one.
Yeah. So they'll probably end 3-4. YBB have Asta Aries still to play, so they probably, if you'd asked me earlier today,
It can go either way.
I would have
yeah.
said they win. But after this,
Nah, give it to YBB. They're on a high right now. I would be surprised if YBB lose any of their series now. Like that previous one that they win, it's like that should give them
Yeah.
momentum.
I mean, you win versus Aster. After that, like sky's the limit.
Go.
Yeah, it doesn't matter anymore.
you can pretty much do anything at this point. Asta Aries, though, they have managed to keep themselves and make this division a lot more interesting than it would have been otherwise by pulling off yet another upset. We'll love to see it. Back-to-back days where this ends up happening here within the region. That does mean that this particular series is wrapped up for now. So we're going to be taking a very short break. But when we return, we have a conversation to be having with one of our luminary talents from behind the scenes. So take a 5-minute break, get a breather, return here for some real talk with your boy Snare. And I'll see you soon.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
Welcome back, one and all, here to the Chinese region. DPC action will continue in a little bit of time, as we still have one more series to go of Dota. But in the meantime, it's time for another edition of Real Talk with Snare. And this time around, I'm joined by someone you might not have seen on the Chinese broadcast, but if you know anything about the talent scene, anybody who's watched some NA Dota will be very familiar with the upcoming face. And that is, of course, T-Panda. What's going on, fam, with the bow tie drip? What's happening? Actually, talk to me about this. Where did the idea for the bow tie come from initially?
Oh, the bow ties. I'm just bad with ties in general. So it was an easy escape, you know, like just getting a different type of collection of bow ties was like, yeah, man. I feel like there's got that old school flair, and I feel like I'm not really that old school, but it's something that I just kind of stuck with, and it's been around since the start, pretty much.
Yeah, it's now like a part of your signature drip, right? You're one of the other people that whenever I've seen you on cam, I'm like, oh. You know, some of my colleagues, I look at them like, we need to go shopping for some clothes. But you have always been like, yeah, this guy knows what he's doing. Is this something that how much thought do you put into it, like before you actually get dressed for a work day?
I do put a bit of effort into it. I just usually go through my wardrobe, and I'm like, all right, black. I got like a lot of dark clothes in there, so I'm like, maybe I should get a bit of color in there as well, a bit of a mix. So I start off the day, I look at, maybe I should put this shirt on, I try it on, do I have suspenders that fit with it, what kind of bow tie am I putting on? And it's something that I go through every day, because I like dressing well, I like looking, what's the word for it? When you're representing something, and you want to seem representable, and I feel like maybe if I put a bit of effort into it, and also something that I really like to do, so it just kind of clicks one-on-one.
I mean, you're holding it down for the Finnish casting scene. So let's actually talk a little bit of Dota, right? You've been around the scene for quite a while, right? Lately, your come up has been pretty nice to watch. You know, the TI, a couple of these tours here for this year. Talk to me about how it started, right? Like, when did you decide that doing talent is something that you actually want to do, and then how did you get into it to be started with?
All the way back. I think the first time I ever looked at esports and working in esports, I was casting for Amateur Dota 2 League in 2015, and it was just like, you know, trying it out and casting some of my friends' games. And I had I had a Scottish caster called, I think it was Peaches, and he was telling me the ropes of like, what do you do and how do you bounce around conversation and stuff. And of course, I was always super nervous, so half of that stuff just kind of went from one ear to the other. It's like, all right. But 2017 was the first time I properly started doing it. I was doing a lot of streaming. And, you know, I wasn't a really high MMR player, but at least the Finnish community were always hanging around and talking through and like, yeah, you play a pretty mean Enigma and stuff like that. So it kind of caught some traction. And I was casting for a Finnish in-house league back in the day. And just trying it out, like maybe I've cast before, literally 2 years before that, so it was a bit of a break in between, but I gave it a try, and it kind of led one thing to another. I was watching Smashcast, and there was this Pro Dota Cup or something like that, if I remember correct, and they were basically this one guy who was casting at that point. I think it was Joe XD Try. I'm not sure if you remember that nickname.
Yeah,
so I wrote in chats, I was like, man, it would be nice to cast or try casting. He actually sent me a DM.
Okay.
And it was like, have you cast before? Would you like to cast some games? I'm like, okay, this is unreal. Like some guy is actually responding to me for like a random chat experience. And he was like, well, send me some VODs this way. And I sent him some of the Finnish casts that I did. So he was like, well, I don't understand the word you're saying.
but I know you sound good doing it.
But you handle your camera work well. So that was the reason I got picked up. And that kind of started, one thing led to another. He gave me a tryout for 1 or 2 weeks. And I didn't hear from him after. He just gave me a list. All right, you take this, you take that, and I'll take 60% of the cast. You do the rest, whatever you want. So,
hey,
that's a couple years ago.
Dude, are there any of these VODs still available, the Finnish ones?
The Finnish VODs? Probably not. I think they've already deleted at some point, but
no.
It's, you know, it would be fun to look at those and see where we've gone from that time to the present day, but I'm pretty sure there might be something. Yeah. Somebody probably has something stored up there. It's like, this is what T-Panda did back in the day, like casting Finnish and stuff like that. So,
do you ever feel like when you watch some of your previous work, or just think about yourself back then, right? Does it ever not feel like you're like, wow, how did I even get into this? For me personally, my old cast, I'm like, man, this is terrible. I'm so bad. What the hell is this? Why was anybody enjoying this? How on earth am I here?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something that all people who have gone through several steps in a particular field of expertise or work, that they look back at what's happened. It was the same for me as well, that I still feel like I haven't really achieved something massive in my life. So I feel like I've been taking baby steps. You're making sure that this is just going to be an opportunity. You got to work hard to get another opportunity, and it's been like that for 5 years until I got the TI invite in 22 last year. So it's like up till that point, I felt like I'm getting old. Like I'm turning 30. I turned 30 this year in February. If I don't achieve anything big by then, I'll probably just going to have to call quits and start looking for something else. But TI actually changed everything for me.
So TI, when the invite came, did it feel real to you? Because I remember when I got this.
It was unreal. I'll tell you, it was pretty unreal.
What was it like doing the TI? Because I think you guys started, 3 or 4 in the morning? Because it was 4 a.m. my local time for me, and I think we're on the same time zone. So the preparation must have sucked, having to wake up every day. And those were long days initially, right, during the group stages especially.
Oh, yeah.
So how did you stay sane, man?
I remember we were waking up at like 2:30, 3 a.m., something like that, call time at 4, and it's like, oh, okay, in the middle of the morning, like this isn't humane time to be awake, but you got to do what you got to do to get yourselves ready for the day and start prepping. And that was actually the first time I was a panel analyst as well. So it was a completely, I would say, new role for me as well. So like you said, the TI invite, it felt super unreal, because it was also a new role that I had to undertake and still prove that you're up for the job and still feel comfortable with the job that you're doing at the same time. So it was a lot of things piling on top of each other at the same time. And then the sleeping schedule, of course, it was messy, doing 12 to 16-hour days. Then you go back to sleep. You wake up with like 6-7 hours of sleep at 3 a.m. for the next day, and you just push through the next day. And I feel like I was just enjoying myself so much during that time, probably because of sleep deprivation, who knows?
You started getting a bit loopy. You're like, this doesn't really matter anymore. So,
but it was a fun experience, but it was a really good experience.
So you got this achievement unlocked, getting to do TI, but the circumstances were a bit weird, right? Because like you say, we're doing this from a different region somewhat. It's all very late nights. It's a remote setup, right? Would it feel like let me put it this way. You said that you want to achieve something really big, right? Did it feel like it was the actual achievement unlocked, the big deal? Or do you still feel like there's more steps to go before you can feel that internal lift that, yes, finally I got this done?
At the same time, it was the biggest step that I've ever taken, but it also felt like it's another step forward, right? So for me, getting that invite in the first place was like out of this world. But since I got the opportunity to do it after a period of time where I had basically pretty much no work going on, it was like, I've got this invite, so I'm going to push myself to the limit, but still have something to move forward to the next step, right? So I feel like you can get an invite to TI, but can you get there the next year? Or can you get to do like majors and stuff? Majors is still the thing that I've never gotten to. Hopefully someday might happen. So that's also another step to look forward to. And also TI in front of people, the live panels or live casts, being there in the venue with the people. So I feel like that's also still something to achieve.
Let's actually talk about this this part of, you're just mentioning now that there's like this, just before like TI, there was a while that you weren't necessarily working. The steps that you wanted to take weren't happening in that way. How did you stay still motivated? And how did you keep your passion up? Because that's one of the unpalatable parts about our job, right, is that it's very uncertain. We just never know exactly what's going to happen next. You have no guarantees at this point in time. So how did you make sure that you didn't lose your fervor for the game, despite the fact that at that time, nothing was really happening for you?
I guess it comes a bit down to character. Like, I'm a person who doesn't want to give up, in a sense. Like, I do stress a lot, but I've also born, thanks to my mom's genes, we both stress, but we know how to handle stress pretty well. So it works as a driving workforce in a way. So I know that I have to be determined if I want to get to a specific goal that I want to achieve. And it was pretty tough keeping things together, especially when I was doing university at the same time as I started my whole esports career, which started off as a hobby. I was in debt. I was running out of student loan and everything because they're like, yeah, your months are filled. You're going to have to start paying us back. I was like, well, I need more esports gigs to pay my bills, to get my school forward and get it out of the way so I can do more work. But when there wasn't work, it was also feeling like I'm hindering my livelihood. And can I actually make that far? So I finished school and university in 21. That was 1.5 years ago. And then I was like, well, I'm going to go full day, full time in esports. And heading towards one step to another is like, well, I don't know if I can actually pull this off because it's just not, it feels like it's not going anywhere. It's a gig after another, but it's not one of the big gigs, right? Like you always look for the big break, so to call. Like for a lot of talent, a lot of players, like what's the moment where you get picked up to a pro team, when you get invited to a LAN event and that kind of stuff. And it just kept going in my head, like, am I actually good enough? Can I get to that point? And what makes me good? But there's that determination part, which told me I need to stay focused if I really want to go to something big, if I want to achieve something big. There's sacrifices along the way. We've all sacrificed something on our path forward, but everything at a cost, there also comes a reward, right? So keeping up that sanity, I think, it comes with a bit of a cost at the side, but I'm still here. It's like I'm still achieving and I'm still pushing forward. And yeah,
So
I feel like it does kind of pay off in the end.
it does. It does. Like there's a reason. We're here, right? We're chilling. We're having a good time. So talk to me about this. When you were in university, what did you study at the time, right? And let's assume you didn't find esports at that time. Like you never encountered, not even Dota, just like any game whatsoever. Would you have kept staying in the field that you studied in? Or would you have tried to do something else afterwards?
So I studied social services in university, which is kind of like working with elderly, working with kids, working with families, rehabilitation, all that kind of stuff, and helping with welfare side mostly, and social problems, kind of helping out families and how they can organize things at home and outside of home, like activities and stuff. So I did a lot of gaming education, for example, for kids. I'd play different games with them, because they just want someone to play with and someone to talk to. We discuss normal life matters and problems and stuff like that while we're doing something that we both enjoy doing. So I learned a lot about like mentality-wise stuff. And I think that's something that has always been super intriguing and super interesting in a way. That has also connected with, like, say, pro players, for example, and of course talent and all the people who go a lot with like mental stress and mental pressure, and of course like social side pressure, because obviously you've done a lot of sacrifices during your life. You're lacking in a lot of perspectives and aspects of your life. So how do you kind of fulfill that void, and are you going in the right direction? That's something that I learned a lot in my social studies. What was the latter part of the question?
Would you still be doing that if not for esports? Or if not that, what do you think, where would life have taken you? What path would you have taken if you didn't wind up in front of a camera talking about games?
I honestly don't know too much. Would have I actually just gone with my degree? Because in 2018, I canceled a job offer to work with the studio, because I was like, I'd have to move away from Finland. I'd have to drop school. I need to make a decision here. And I said no to esports at that point. I decided I want to get my graduation. I want to get my degree, because if things backfire, if it doesn't go anywhere, I'll have something to fall back on. So I have a plan B, basically. And knowing that, I was like, I need to achieve both. I wanted to achieve both so bad. And it was a really rough time period for several years. But I was thinking last year, what would I actually start doing if I dropped out from the esports side of life, and what can I do in the side? And it probably would have been continuing with gaming education, or maybe school counseling, teaching kids in school about the opportunities, the work life that you have. Maybe even encourage some kids to like, hey, you're pretty good at this game. Have you thought about like playing competitively? Do you have any team ideas and stuff like that? Maybe lead into coaching, for example. That could have been something that kind of clicks one-on-one together. So
there's a universe out there with Coach Panda. That would actually be fun to see. I would see this. How did the name come about, actually, T Panda? I don't think I've actually asked you this, have I?
Oh, T Panda. Well, it goes all the way back to a different game, and it was a nickname that I kind of stuck with for a very, very long time. I thought that it was 2007 or something like that.
Oh my God, that's a long time.
And I was like, if I change my nickname now at like 2012, it's gonna feel really weird to kind of just throw away that past with the nickname. So it actually originates from Counter-Strike. So Counter-Strike Source is a game that I used to play a lot, and there was this one GIF that I saw, and it kind of motivated me, like, hey, that's got a kind of a nice vibe. There were some pandas vibing in the GIF, so I was like, T Panda, and I was like, all right, let's roll with this.
Let's try it out, and you're just like,
And I never changed it after.
Yeah, have you tried to change it? or did you just like commit to the
I
bit?
had a debate on this on Twitter at one point. It was like, should I go like T Panda or should I go with like T_Panda, T Panda together with like TP Panda? I was like, what do I go with here?
And you just stick to T-Panda.
Yeah, I'll just stick with T Panda.
So one of the things that you do, and a lot of people might not know this, but your music taste is very, very good. It's very legit, right? But you also make some of this music yourself, right? So talk to me about this this process of when you're making music. What parts of yourself do you feel like that fulfills that you can't get from like esports, for example?
Oh, that's a good question. My music taste, of course, you know I'm a metalhead.
Yeah,
I absolutely
good
love to
stuff.
listen to metal music. And I've been a musician. I've been like, let's say, semi-pro or like a amateur musician since like 2009 or 2010. So pretty much all my life, I've somehow been connected with music. I was a singer at the first, and then I did singer-songwriting. Then I've been a guitarist, I've been a bassist, I've been a pianist, and a pianist singer at the same time. And I've just gone through all the instruments pretty much. So the things that I pick up from music, which really close to my heart, is it sounds weird to say depressive, but melancholic is probably the word that we're looking for. Melancholic and melodic is something that I feel happy vibes from music that really gets your skin, you know, like you feel like, oh man, this is a really touchy melody, and it makes me feel happy. I hear all the AC/DCs and stuff, and they're like happy music, and I'm just like, no, come on, no, this is not me.
Depress me. Go dark.
Yeah, so I think music has this like very unique aspect, but I think it actually connects quite a lot with like the conversations you have with pro players and the fans, for example, because they just want to experience, right? They want to get a touch of the vibe. They want to share something that is so close to heart. You could say it's a bit intimate in a way as well. So I think that is something that I share in common with music and with the whole esports scene. Is all the connections that you have, all the talks that you have with these people. When you get to share stories of yourself and hear what others have to say and just feel the connection.
Oh, recommend us some bands while we're still out here.
Recommend some bands.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a couple Finnish names that are probably very inaudible on an English stream, but
There's definitely Finns in chat somewhere, so somebody's going to be able to figure this one out.
there's actually this one band in from the town where my parents live right now. It's called Kaunis Kuolematon, which means beautiful immortal, and they have this kind of melancholic melodic death metal kind of vibe. They're very kind of sad tunes in a way, but they're very touchy. They're very powerful. And you know, their bass player or their guitar, actually their guitar player who does the clean vocals on top of all the growling and stuff. Beautiful, just
All right.
absolutely beautiful. I actually have to play you some of that.
Yeah, please do. Please put me on. And speaking of music, I'm gonna out you a little bit here. My man has a pretty popping. It's not popping in terms of its view count, but the quality of his SoundCloud is actually legit, man. Drop it for the people. The people need
the
to
hot
hear this.
mixtape time.
Yeah.
All right, so I actually don't remember because I changed the nickname. I'm pretty sure it's like T-Panda Music or T-Panda Official or something like that on SoundCloud. We did release a Spotify album with my previous band at a professional studio called Misled Generation. As a four-title album, which I composed 3 of the songs and did some background vocals like growling and stuff, and then I played the bass in there as well. So yeah, I'm pretty proud I got that one done. And there is one thing, you've actually heard it.
Yeah.
And I'm working on an album this year. I think that's one of the things that this esports life has enabled, is that I can do my music career on the side. And I'm working on an album as we speak, basically.
Hey, we can book some of that studio time, you know, get that real heat going. Trust me when I say this is not just because I'm here, you know, interviewing him, but legitimately, it's hot. It's hot. Trust. Go check it out. I haven't heard the Misled Generation one though, so that I'm gonna go check
Keep you
out
up for it.
on the Spotify. Looking towards the future, the day will come. Nothing lasts forever, right? And the day will come where either you feel differently about esports, or maybe, I don't know, another opportunity comes along, right? What's the one thing, if I could say right now, do this one thing and then you can be happy with everything that's happened in esports? You mentioned earlier you want to do like a TI in front of an audience or something like that, but tell me the narrative that would make you say, I'm satisfied with the work I've put in this field.
That's a really tough question.
I know.
I feel like I've been taking my entire life in like small baby steps. So I think that if I have to say that I've really achieved something, is that when I feel like I'm actually happy with the product that I've put out there, and it's something that I can remember as when I grow old, I'll be like I've managed to go to TI at the main stage, either as a panel analyst or a play-by-play caster, which has been like majority of my esports life, basically. That would probably be just that one time, you know, and just make it memorable. But I think it's a collection of things. The whole journey, it's not just one thing for me. I'd like to have multiple opportunities and multiple memories, so I'd have stories to tell.
Well, the stories you've told so far have been very, very good. Caster, play-by-play, analyst, host. You've done pretty much everything at this point in time. So I look forward to seeing more of what you're doing. Thank you so much for your time, OG.
Thank you so much, bro.
If you want to see more about Boy T Panda, make sure that you're tuned in for the NA broadcast, also produced here by PGL. So get involved in those. We have some games tomorrow in that particular region, and you can see the lovely face of my man here. And actually, funnily enough, he'll be both hosting and being on the panel. So you can see the wide gamut of his skill set. Also, make sure to check out his SoundCloud. And for now, though, we are going to be going to a quick break. When we return, we get back on track with some Dota 2 action, with YBB Gaming taking on the Outsiders from China in a critical match for both of these squads. You certainly do not want to miss it. So see you in a few to continue the Dota 2 hype. Welcome back, one and all, here to the Chinese region. DPC action resumes today. We have YBB Gaming taking on the Outsiders from China in a very intriguing matchup for multiple different reasons. YBB Gaming, after their upset against Team Aster, still maintain hopes of going to the Berlin Major. Erstwhile Outsiders from China, if they lose this game, guaranteed to be relegated from the division no matter what. YBB need to win all the rest of their games. Outsiders from China cannot afford to lose anymore. So it's certainly going to be a matchup to play for with everything on the line. My name is Snare. I'm swapped up my panel. I'm joined right now by Cinderin and Sleepsticked. Sleepsticked. Naga Siren got you, huh? You were tired about seeing those two Naga games back to back.
Oh, shoo. Oh, sorry. I heard there was an Outsiders from China game.
Unfortunately, bro, it is Outsiders. The last time we saw Outsiders from China, they had a stand-in, right? They had Mercury who came in to replace the offlaner for the day, and they legitimately put out probably their best performance to date. Yes, they lost to 15 minutes to PSG LGD, but that's LGD. What can you do? Now we're back to basics here, Sheep. We're reverting to the mean. So does this mean that we're going to be back to 2 very quick 18-minute games?
All right, so for some reason, every time we cover Outsiders from China, I have a new analyst. I've done it with Lyrical, I've done it with T-Governor, I've done it with Lizard, and now I get to do it with Cinderin.
Hey.
And everyone's always new. They always come in, hopes high, dreams alive. Oh, this team is, we'll see what this is about. And every single time they lose in like 10 minutes. It's the worst thing you'll ever see in your life. Last time was actually the most exciting because they had Mercury, this random guy who just came in and got like a 14-minute radiance on Juggernaut or something.
Fastest all time.
It was so weird. He was so good and he was so beautiful and it wasn't enough. And then you have like Chosen One being passed around. What is something that's safe for work that you can pass around?
Candy.
He gets passed around like candy amongst the lanes. He's tried the off lane, the mid lane, the safe lane. This guy is versatile. He can do it all, but at the same time lose it all. And it's just this team is terrible. They're just terrible.
So, Cinderin, the last time we had you out here, you were saying that you haven't had an opportunity to see all of the Chinese games. I doubt you've seen Outsiders from China just yet, right? But what have you heard? What have the music's been like?
They're hard to catch. You need to be there in the moment before it's over, is what I've heard. So, yeah, we'll see if the moment today is going to be any longer. But yeah, I mean, this isn't the first time that we've had a Division 1 where there's just been one team that is clearly below the level of everybody else, which is what I've been gathering. And, the average game time just backs that up, right? So if you're a team that is struggling that much against the level of opposition you're playing, I think the only approach to have a chance at winning games is to have strong lanes. I think if the gap is that big and you can't win on like a bigger mid-game strategy or whatever, you actually absolutely have to play with a major advantage. And the only way you obtain that against these teams is to triple down on lanes. So if I don't see Outsiders from China having superior laning stage, I will just be against them in every game by default.
Okay, here's my question though. How would you give that to them? Because they've tried playing strong laning heroes. They've tried outdrafting their opponents. They've tried they've just tried meta stuff. It doesn't work. Cinder, it doesn't work, Cinder.
Why even bother? Why even show up?
You actually have been on most of their games.
I have. They keep putting. Maybe PGL enjoys my energy around this team. They're like, yo, we gotta get her back on this shit. Go. Just keep sending it.
I will say that on the flip side, I think YBB were a really positive surprise last time. So if you wanna look at a positive going into this series, rather than just Outsiders from China being very disappointing, YBB picked up a lot of steam, and this series is obviously huge for them. They still have a chance to go to the major. And with their last win that they just grabbed against Aster, this is actually within the realm of possibility. That was an upset, to say the least. Not only did they win, but they absolutely stomped them in the second game. And they made a great comeback in game 1. So YBB have got to be feeling themselves, and this one, I mean, this should just be another day at the office for them, considering the level of opponent they just faced.
Right now, YBB Gaming, I think, in my opinion, because Vichi's out, it's between them and IG, and I would actually pip YBB to be able to get that. And they beat IG when they played them in a 2-1 series, so they certainly have what it takes. And we're going to be figuring out what they have in a draft, because Game 1's draft is live. Outsiders, Radiant first pick, YBB have Dire second pick. The Nature's Prophet got through, the Death Prophet got through, so they both get snapped up. We see Leshrac yet again being banned out. Lesh Doom, Breezemaster, Broodmother, average time so far.
Whoa.
The one thing that is new, we saw this once, Sheep, where a team did try to use Jakiro in a response to this Nature's Prophet, and it didn't go too badly. It ended up winning that game.
I feel like I also watched it lose, but maybe that was in Europe. I'm not sure. I've definitely seen this hero go 50-50. I'm not against it. I think it's a fine idea. I think if this was like a top team, they probably would have picked like some Undying or like Disruptor or whatever. But I mean, it's outsiders from China. I think they should pick their comfort and they should pick stuff that wins their lanes. And if they think Jakiro will do it, then my God, Godspeed to you, my boys, make it work.
I mean, this is one of the 5s that has the best chance against Nature's Prophet at having impact in lane. So with what I wanted to see, this is, so far that looks okay for outsiders. I think both heroes are masters at laning. Death Prophet as well as Jakiro do very well in their respective matchups here. However, you did pick Jakiro into Rubik, and that is a theoretically terrible matchup in the late game. Ice Path is an S-tier steal. It's just crazy on the Rubik. You have no cast point on the spell. You have extra spell debuff amp on it. It's like an instant line 3-second stun that you can just throw out on a 9-second cooldown, I think it is for Rubik. So
it's okay.
absolutely
They won't
crazy.
get to late game. It's okay.
Now, they don't have to
worry
if
about that.
Jakiro gets enough levels.
There we go.
Or if Jakiro actually maxes Ice Path.
Okay. Well,
There we
hopefully he
go.
just doesn't skill it.
Oh, just skip leveling
There is
whatsoever.
honestly a case for going 4-0-4 when you're against Nature's Prophet Rubik.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
Maybe 1 value point in Ice Path, just you can cancel TPs. But
Yeah, okay, maybe. Yeah.
I think maxing the other skills might honestly be better.
I think it would be great. And then with Death Prophet, that's a lot of push right there.
That's true.
They can pick some Enchantress. Oh no, they
Oh,
banned
banned,
Enchantress.
yeah.
They can pick some Lone Druids banned. They banned all the pushes. Why'd they do that?
I mean, to be fair,
I don't know.
they've lost to a lot of these pushers already, right? And they've seen how
Yes.
quickly, if you're already losing games
they-
fast, then it's like, maybe not give them more tools to end the game even faster.
That's so funny. They're like, the problem was the pushing heroes. They took our tier 2 towers at 9 minutes. It
Yeah.
was because of the heroes.
Yeah, the heroes.
You
What?
just
There's
ban
no
them
other
out.
explanation.
There's no other reason.
So for YBB now, with this 7E Pango coming in from the mid lane, this should be putting this Nature's Prophet into the off lane for Beyond.
Yeah.
For outsiders from China, they need some ways to be able to fight this.
Oh, this again.
We wanted lanes. This is not the best laning hero. We get this Morphling coming up. On the bright side, I'm looking at YBB, and their burst damage isn't the greatest in the world, right? So if they can somehow get to the mid game, this Morphling should actually be able to play this game.
Is this? Can we confirm for sure? Can production tell me? Do they have a stand-in, or is this their normal lineup?
Looks like they're just normal lineup. I see like now, I see Shushang, I see CXK, Cry, and Chosen One.
Okay, then this is Chosen One's Morphling, I think.
Cry
Okay.
played it last time. I
Oh, wait, did
believe.
Cry play
Wait, Cry
from-
played it once, and then Chosen One played it once as well.
Oh, they both play it. Okay,
Yeah.
sure.
Do YBP play this Pango offlane ever? Or only mid?
Beyond played it a few times when he was on Dandelion Esports Club, like beforehand. He did play it a couple of times from the off lane, but it's fairly rare. Most of the time that I've seen it from them, it does come from 7E in the mid lane. But it is a good shot. Like, it's something that they could potentially do.
I'm just looking at YBB just looked so amazing with Coddle in the last series, but they might not. They might be trying to fly a little bit under the radar because this is supposed to be an easier series for them, and obviously their final one is the one that could bring them to the major. So maybe they don't want to triple down too much on the Coddle and just keep it a little bit secret. Is probably the wrong word, but like play other stuff as well so they don't depend on it too much. But I feel like against this outsiders from China team and the problems they have, a mid Coddle would just be able to totally dominate the game.
To your point, actually, about this Pango and where you could potentially go, not only has Beyond played this hero in the past, but one of the first times we saw this Nature's Prophet in this tour was played mid by YBB. 7E played it in that role. So this could be mid Nature's Prophet, it could be mid Pango. Both of these heroes could be off lane. Nature's Prophet could go safe lane as well. Like this, even if it's not outsiders from China here, Sheep, this was a legitimately hard draft to read from the side of YBB in terms of what exactly are they planning to do.
I suppose so. Yeah, I think it's like a standard draft overall looking. Like of all the weird drafts you've seen people pick against outsiders from China, this is probably one of the more serious ones. I would usually just send it and say Pango's mid, and I know they can move things around, but it's like it's probably just a Pango mid, and then they just goes somewhere on the side lanes. I think they get to like pick now, right? Because they see this Morphling and they know what their matchup's going to be for the lane. I'm not sure how Nature's versus Morphling, because they're both pretty damn good at last hitting. Is it just a lane where they both go even and get farm?
I mean, I think that's a theoretically more favored lane because of Jakiro. I think if Jakiro plays it really well, but at the same time, like let's say it's Nature's Prophet Rubik, there's also some offsetting minus damage on the other side, so maybe it's kind of a wash. I'm actually not sure. It sounds like a pretty skill-based lane. And if outsiders from China's general laning is anything to go by, then that is not where you want to be. I think you just flat out want to be favored. Now they're going to end up last picking Invoker, assuming he's laying against Pango. That should be a good Invoker lane. He's ranged. He does very well against melee heroes. Pango's way of winning lanes is consistent harassment that Quas points can just solve entirely. So whether you go Quasix or Quaswix doesn't really matter. For
Yeah.
that.
I have typically found though that the morphling that they keep picking, is lane usually goes okay on outsiders. Like
Okay,
that's probably
then you
the
should be fine here.
Yeah, I think that they'll probably be okay. But the problem then becomes like the rest of the lanes because their off laner always gets stomped, and then their mid laner he's a little like when Cry at least plays mid, he gets a little like, oh, I see like a ball, and then he runs across the road and gets hit by a car, you know? So he's like, if he controls himself, maybe things are okay. Oh, is Cry morphling?
Yeah,
Okay.
Crime will play Morphling. Chosen One is going to be going into the mid lane. All right, I'm fine with this. Into the Pango matchup for 7E. And then Lou's going to be the one on the Nature's Prophet because we don't get to see this all that often. 24 pick Enigma. What's your read on this here, Sind? Do you like it? They have tons of team fight now. Disruptor and Enigma and Pango in the same team. Feels pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's okay. Enigma can obviously get countered by Clockwork. The hookshot is something that you can never itemize against this Enigma, so it's always going to be about your team blocking hookshot. But as far as the lane goes, I think Enigma plus Rubik should be doing okay here. And overall, with what we would like to see from YBB is, you know, a decently high pace and some overall pressure. They now have Enigma, who's going to go aura items. They have Nature's Prophet carry, who plays fast. Their mid is a Pango. I think if the lanes go YBB's way as we're expecting, this should be a pretty easy cruise to a dominant mid game. With these kind of heroes, they can close the game pretty fast.
All right, how many minutes, Jeep?
They don't have. I mean, their push is pretty decent. So they could get to the high ground at around 18 minutes, 16, 18 minutes. So I'm thinking a GG by 20 at the latest.
20 at the latest is the call from Sheepstick on this one. We'll find out if outsiders from China have what it takes to last longer than that. And of course, to find out, we send it over to the strongest casting duo in the world, the LL Cool Casters of Lyrical and Lizard. Take it away, boys.
Album cover status. All right, we're good to go. That was so dorky. We're ridiculous. We're such little dorks. We got a match for us. It's YBB facing outsiders from China. Lizard, you beautiful man. How are you feeling about this matchup here?
Feeling great, like ready to go back to the hotel in about 35 minutes.
Jesus.
The classic story of outsiders, but at the same time, YBB being pretty damn good lately, right? Like they've had some upsets. 2-0 in Gaster.
I know.
What's that about?
I mean, I think that people were, you know, sort of doing some flame a little bit as ZZQ is just going to immediately get a D ward off to a nice start there. I think some people were flaming Monet a little bit in that game from what I heard, but I don't know if that one's true or not. It seems like YBB has also stepped up their game a lot and wanting to play like this fast tempo run at you style, which Nature's Prophet's great at doing that.
Yeah, they're really good at that. And they have some team that they're playing against. Not only the team, the draft, that's a very viable strategy to pull off, like Prophet, Pango just dominating this Invoker on the mid lane. I think it's very doable for them.
Right? I mean, it would be really good if they can make that happen, as CXK going to get glimpsed away right at the start with the treants there, and then they run away. You know, the one thing that I will say that I'm sort of curious about is this team. I remember saying this on panel that they have consistently been getting better, which is the good part, and the bad part is they've consistently been getting better, and they're still losing every match in 20 minutes. So maybe this is the one where that doesn't happen.
At least they're consistently getting better, like you said. At least it's an upward trajectory. That just means that there's a ton of room to grow.
Yeah.
Right? Which is, I mean, that's kind of a fair sentiment, I think.
Yeah, try and you know, see if they can sort of build off of the successes that they've found. And it needs to start in the laning stage, because that's where it's really gone wrong before. What do you think about these lanes? Is there anyone that you're particularly worried about, or any that you think should go well for them?
I'm looking at the lanes. Maybe top lane should be rough. Mid lane is gonna be kind of okay-ish for Invoker. Like the lane itself isn't that bad. It's post the laning stage where you start struggling once that Pango gets Rolling Thunder.
Okay.
And when it comes to bottom lane, I think this one probably should be the most solid one. You have Jakiro Morphling. Jakiro overall is a strong laner, so you should have a decent time there.
Okay.
You should have it. Now it's on you to execute that.
Well, Cry already 5 last hits and 2 denies, so it's gone better than we've seen it go before. I mean, it sort of sounds crazy to say that in the first 2 waves, but legitimately, there's been a couple of these games from Outsiders from China where it's fallen apart. And Chosen One has been one of sort of the bright spots for this team that they've been able to find for themselves. But he's mentioned it going up against 70. It's definitely going to be a bit of a tough one for him as CXK. That creep wave does not actually draw aggro all the way back there, but we'll play the pull in a second.
Yeah, he's going to walk with it. Maybe get kinetic fielded. Yep.
Oh, this is going to be a lot of damage. With Glimpse, he might actually just be
might
dead.
die, yeah. Like, he has to be very careful here.
I think he can't draw aggro from the creeps either, so he will get some of it, but...
Okay, 2 creeps actually continued following him. I feel like... Oh, okay.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Yeah. I've been warned. I mean, I watched some of their games. I didn't cast any. I didn't have the honor to cast top lane DP and another one.
Yeah, he got a last hit, though. There you go.
Yeah. And another one.
A Chosen One? No, surely he's fine.
He should be fine. Yeah, he has a tornado to work with as well. He's in no real danger. Top lane is not easy. Like, you have DP into Nature's Prophet. Like, this is never an easy matchup. You combo that with the Disruptor, that's literally one of the strongest supports in the lane right now, so... Can be a roughie.
Yeah, if you run into some issues too, I feel like this is the type of lane where they can punish super hard, because Nature's Prophet is going to get that gold just immediately injected into him. Already has Blightstone, and then, you know, if he wants to, can bring it on the Courier or eventually trade and then TP back home.
Chosen One mid lane, dropping low, does have Cold Snap. Like, this isn't a lane in which Pango should be killing Invoker, but man, like, CS game is not easy for Chosen One at the moment. He's suffering a bit. And you talked about Prophet getting gold. When once Prophet gets gold, everyone gets gold, because he starts rotating across the map, making stuff happen.
And another round where they're trying to, again, disrupt things. It is going to be a little swashbuckle away from 70. Get some hits onto him, too. But yeah, CXK up top keeps on trying to get these pulls off as the clockwork, and it's just not working super well for them. And Lil pulling this one through, too, it suddenly sets up to a weird position where Outsiders from China maybe are going to get bullied back here a bit.
Yeah, it feels like YBB is just farming, right? Like, Prophet Lu is farming the hard camp and the creeps, so he's having the time of his life.
Well, Tianming on this Rubik, chasing down. Jakiro in trouble, has another Fade Bolt in a second. Can he get the kill?
Got sticks.
Oh, the
Might get it,
turns. Yeah. Oh, one last hit. Tianming with the finish. Nicely played.
I think those are boots for him as well. Of course, flying out. Yeah, the lane so far.
Oh my God. esportsbet.io. Have a little mercy there. 12-1. Very strong odds right now.
That was the last time I think I saw them as well.
Yeah.
Same odds, literally. It's a rough game already. Like 3K behind, 4 minutes in.
Right.
Oh, man.
Well, the one thing that I will say that I like when I see it from Outsiders from China is this Death Prophet, because I think whenever you're like a team that's really struggling and trying to find their footing, heroes like this that play around like a big ulti, it just gives you an easy way to take fights.
Dude, that's literally what I say every panel when there's a team.
Really?
Yeah, I love it as well. Like DK, DP, these kind of heroes. You know why I love it? Because even I used to win with it. So, like, good sometimes, rarely, but no, seriously, like these type of heroes are very easy to play around.
Right. You just need to get past level 3, which right now might not happen. Is ZZQ is like taking on the 2 heroes simultaneously, and Nature's Prophet thought about the TPN. Oh, God.
Will.
Oh, no. Oh, Death Prophet in trouble and going to be brought down, and now...
I mean, they could go for clock as well if they wanted to.
ZZQ's running away.
Right.
And then towards mid, they find the kill on the Invoker. Glimpse backs out. ZZQ gonna be fine.
I was thinking he might even try to go for the clockwork with the trees surrounding him. That's okay. Invoker dying mid though, that's kind of huge.
Yeah, a 4,000 gold lead at 6 minutes. Has been about par for the course for this. It's going to be a regen rune for 72. So after killing off the Invoker, full bottle.
So they're getting like an item, a small item advantage every minute.
Yeah.
On every hero. Yeah. Invoker rotating bottom. Can they get the Rubik? Maybe.
Well, looks like he is in a little bit of trouble, but beyond, well, they managed to kill him off.
Yep.
It's Jakiro that gets the kill, but they're on the board. 5-1.
Nice. They needed at least something, right? A kill is a kill. Sadly for Invoker, it is a catapult lane on the mid lane, so the tower is going to take a ton of damage, but it was worth it. At least you needed to break the status quo in which it's not really status quo. You needed to break the feed. So
make that stop for a second. A swashbuckle in place because 7E still wants to stay up close and personal with Chosen One. Where are the TPs? They've got team with TPs, but nobody moves in. Everybody had it ready.
Team, question mark, team, TP.
And Morphling dying by Lul.
Was that
another rough one? That was in the jungle. I think he died.
He just got to
Wrath of Nature.
Yeah. It was just Wrath of Nature, yeah, indeed. Because Lul was top. He never moved.
Sorry, Scriff. He's trying to click on the death summary. But yeah, that's a rough one. But they know they have visions. They can deward it.
Yes. That's it. They know there's vision.
This is the comeback.
That's how you check for vision. You die with your carry. Clockwork.
That is the ultimate classic, though, isn't it? Is CXK is going to die. It's like your carry dies solo, and then this ping. They have vision here.
and you know what? Like, he has to Invoker as well now. Pango rolling through.
Ooh, yeah. That's a problem for Chosen One. Being brought lower and lower. Do they have enough for the finish? Yes, they will.
Yeah. So, Gabe, are all our carries actually just checking for vision? Is that what they're doing when they're feeding? Okay, I get it now.
Yeah, carry player mentality.
Bot lane, Jakiro.
They're going to get pulled back into those Eidolons. They did get hit by the dual breath, though, so it's going to take them a little bit to split. Still should be enough time here to bring down Jakiro, hiding off to the side, looking for it, but can't quite get there in time.
He went
Courier, Wrath of Nature. There's vision. That's just a Courier.
Top lane, DP.
Finding more.
And these games, I have to commend Shrift. Like, he's the one observing, right?
Yeah.
Like, these games are rough for observing. You have to be everywhere. All the time.
All over the
place. There you go. You missed it. You missed it, Scriff.
Wait, Cry. He was there.
Okay.
Oh.
He was
Orb of Corrosion. He went down to full Agi. Oh.
Do you know, like, Morphling overall is one of those hard heroes to obs, right? Because he morphs very low, and then you think, oh my god, the kill is happening. No, it's not. He's just healing up, and then he actually dies.
To Orb, yeah. Yeah, that's unfortunate. 8,000 gold lead, 12, but there is one kill that they managed to get. Chosen One. Oh god, they have Black Hole. Oh, they don't even need it. He's just gone. Yeah, Chosen One.
At this point, this might be faster than the PSG LGD series. Like, I don't know what happened to Outsiders, but at least they were putting up a fight the last time I was watching them. This is, I mean, not much of a fight, but
yeah. No, I hear you.
This is just
rough.
crazy, yeah.
It's a little rough. I mean, this looks like some of the first series that we saw from them. So a little bit of regression, but they do have DP ulti now. So level 6 online.
I love your positive outlook on life, Gabe. You're just a rain of sunshine, aren't you?
I gotta try, you know?
Yeah. They do have this ulti, and they might take the tier 1 tower or die to the disruptor alone. I don't know. It could be either one of those two.
Well, it's not going to be alone. 7E makes the move, and yeah, he manages to find the stun and the finish. Oh, you can't go through those cogs, buddy. Not going to be able to connect onto the Clockwork, but gets him now, and a couple more punches. So the double kill for 7E.
7-0.
They also take that mid tower.
Yeah, and the bottom tower as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one is gone.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry, yeah, bottom tower.
Yeah.
I was looking at mid when I said it.
They get that. Yeah, they don't lose the tier 1 on top. I guess why it feels like it's a regression is YBB have a lot of global potential.
Right.
Like with the Prophet. So that's why it feels that way. Yes, he's everywhere on the map. He had a good start. Now he's almost completed the Maelstrom. 11k ahead, 11 minutes in, boys and girls. 1,000 GPM per minute.
That's pretty good.
Of advantage, that is.
Oh no. Well, you know, Morphling is, as you said, a tough hero.
Tough hero to observe, yeah.
Yeah, he did get dropped very quickly, and now might lose another as Vic in trouble. A godlike 7E, 11 minutes in.
This is a slaughter, like, my God.
I mean, the defusal blade is devastating.
Yeah, defusal on him, Maelstrom on the Prophet, like...
on top of Midas.
On top of Midas, yeah. Like... Invoker bottom lane.
Ice Path to start. And Chosen One is going to... Oh, he even drops the Rubik's Cube. All right, that's the highlight right there. We got to see more of that. Let's go.
It didn't kill him with the Rubik's Cube, but...
I don't care.
It doesn't matter. Style points, style points.
Keep it for forever.
Yeah.
God, I got to get my Rubik set up higher. I love that Arcana. It's one of the coolest ones.
It is, it is.
Super high value. Well, Lizard...
What's up?
They're playing together now. You can see everybody grouped together.
There's a smoke. There's no level 6 on Clockwork, though.
It's okay.
Okay, initiating it. I mean, Jakiro, Clockwork, and Dead Prophet. What can they do without hook? Ice Path into walk into a hero.
If Lulu dies, can you imagine the amount of comeback gold that they can get here? As
maybe they got ZZQ. Look, he's up, running uphill.
Oh yeah, they got him. Well played. Macropyre down. ZZQ gonna get reported. And Lul decides he wants to fight, but that gave him level 6 on clock. Oh, you messed up now, Lul. They don't know. YBB don't know.
The Rubik's
Meteor Hammer, the Rubik's Cube, it comes down from on high. Dude, look at that. Outsiders from China, they're back.
They got 1,000 gold for killing Lu.
Yeah.
This early in the game, like that's quite significant. I wouldn't call them back in the game, but it is something. They do get the Prophet at least.
Yeah.
And no matter how far in front you are as a Prophet, if you get gone on, you die easily. You're a glass cannon.
Right. Well, and, you know, I was going to say, it was down to 12K gold lead, which would have been less than 1,000 per minute, but now it's back up to 13 again. Yep. Oh, Cry.
We back.
Cry has to back away, but Lowell find and Chosen One. Oh, does not have a Quelling Blade or way to escape from that. So he is going to die. While Beyond, he knew what type of game it was, has the Meteor Hammer ready to go.
Yeah, you don't see it too often on Enigma, but yeah, why not? If you want to push, you get those Meteor Hammers.
Crypt Swarm, Swashbuckle, everybody trying to escape the hook shot, but the roll-up, actually, excuse me, it was just the ulti. Is able to get off. They take down the Death Prophet, push back, double kill for 7E.
Another Meteor Hammer now.
Ready to go for this one. Oh, Beyond, don't die to tower.
Yeah, he took a bit too much damage. Can't Meteor Hammer anymore. Ah, there we go.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. Waited for the backdoor protection to kick in, but it's fine.
Well,
what's the worst game that you remember in Dota, Gabe? Like when?
Why do you ask? What's the reason?
Completely unrelated. Completely unrelated. When did you get handled the hardest?
Probably this morning, actually. It was kind of rough. We had a tough game, but it wasn't quite as tough as this, if I'm going to be honest. This one definitely looks pretty rough for YBB. Ooh, some green waveform action coming out soon.
Looks rough for YBB, yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, outsiders from China, yeah. No, it does not look rough for YBB. In fact, YBB look very good. And Cry, he's going to be pulled back in. The hook shot on the Eidolons, not what they were looking for there, as they will find the Clockwork and bring him down.
How are they missing everything?
It's, you know, it's tough out here.
But it wasn't that bad the last. I mean, one player had. He was standing in. Never mind.
They have Static Storm still. Kinetic Field, Static Storm, and now looking for that glimpse pullback onto the DP if they need it. Pops the Exo, and well, they're just going to try and take him down in the midst of that exorcism, as he does not have a way to escape. One last punch, a GG.
15:45.
Wow.
It's not breaking any records.
No.
I believe they lost faster to PSG LGD, but yeah, my God, man, this was.
Yeah.
It didn't look nice.
Beyond looks like he's having fun.
They're laughing it
They're
out.
loving
They're
it.
enjoying it. I mean, who wouldn't? Like, it's always nice to play a game such as that one. When you're the one winning,
Yeah.
when you're the one losing, it doesn't feel that great.
It's heartbreaking.
It's heartbreaking, yeah. But I don't know if their heart is like, in how many pieces is it anymore after this league?
That's a good point. I mean, I think that there is something to be said for like the grieving process, you know, when you you get to a certain point where you've just accepted where you are a little bit.
Okay. The acceptance. That's the point they are in.
I mean, maybe we have to look at the player cams. If there's this sort of calm serenity that's taken over their face.
The calm serenity. That does not sound
calm
great.
serenity of the sweet embrace of death.
I welcome it. The light at the end of the tunnel.
And we're going to welcome back the panel now as we get ready to go to game number 2.
Game number 1, unfortunately, average times, a reversion to the mean for outsiders from China as they find themselves dismantled by YBB Gaming in 15 minutes, 45 seconds. Second fastest in the region, second fastest in all the DPC. And unfortunately, they have the fastest loss as well, 15 minutes, 20 seconds. You lied to me, Sheep.
I thought that they would wait until they go high ground. They always wait until they're on the high ground. That was a tier 2 tower. That was friggin' pathetic.
Yeah.
I think your prediction might have been pretty accurate. You said 18 minutes, right?
I said they would go high ground at 18 minutes and the GG would come at the very latest at 20.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, one of your statements was true, and the other one probably would have been true as well if they stayed in the game. I think high ground was coming up 2 minutes later. Yeah.
So how was your first game,
How's the
Tim?
experience?
Now I've watched them live. It's been everything you guys have been talking about.
Yeah.
I've regained faith in the honesty of other talent. I feel like there's been no sugarcoating, and I won't either. That was terrible. They got absolutely crushed in all their lanes. They're just completely outmatched. And I mean, from a drafting perspective, we talked about, right? You have to triple down on lanes if you're the weaker team like this. I'm kind of in a position here where I feel like the level to which they need to outpick YBB to compensate for it, I don't know if it really exists, if I'm honest.
That's what I was saying, bro. You have to come up with something.
Yeah.
Some fantastical realm where the heroes they pick are 2 times as strong, or they start at level 6 or something. I don't know.
Maybe starting at level 6. Maybe YBB maybe they go for like a level 1 Roche, miss the first few waves, and then they have some time to just try and eke out a W.
Yeah.
Another thing that we see from a lot of these games from outsiders of China is that people do one of 2 things. Either experiment with their draft or they experiment with how they play into the outsiders from China. YBB, pretty standard draft from them, but not standard itemization. We had a Meteor Hammer being built up on Enigma, fastest one ever. We had a Meteor Hammer being built, didn't get to finish it, on the Nature's Prophet as well.
They knew what they were doing.
I'm just chilling. Let's just get this game over and done with, boys.
Yeah, this happens in pub games sometimes where one team is like GG end, but you can't GG out in pubs, and then they're like, just buy Meteor Hammers. It feels like YBB, that conversation already played in their minds that outsiders had already said it's over. Yeah, there just wasn't really anything to write home about, to be honest. They didn't really string together. They strung together. I guess they had this one move bottom where they got a 2-for-1 or a 2-for-3 trade that was favorable for them because the Nature's Prophet was that far ahead, just strictly on gold. But yes, we're seeing a bit of
That was some nice hero damage.
a damage highlight here. Morphling with sub 1,000, I think that was, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah.
That might be.
500.
That actually might be a record.
That's probably another record for the DPC there, Snare. I don't know if you can look into that one, but that's not really a record you would be proud to have. Nor is shortest game time.
Games.
But,
Well, okay, so I told you the morph lane usually goes all right.
yeah, it didn't.
I was wrong. Well, here's the problem. Okay. So from when I did my dive into Outsiders before the first series, or no, after the first series I watched them, when I realized they were terrible, I was like, what are the ranks on these guys? And Cry was like rank 9 or something at the time. I think he's dropped since then. Maybe he's just sad. But he was rank 9, and I was like, okay. And his lanes were like, okay. They were like existing in this realm where he was doing all right.
It's fine.
But he would never do anything. Like, he would never get involved in the game. He would never go out of his way to have impact. You know the way we see Mickey come in 1v9 on Liquid because he's like, I see an opportunity and I take it? Cry will never take it. So, like, when he has 500 damage, that doesn't surprise me.
And it was a very rough game for the Morphling as well. Several times he found himself dying,
Yeah.
almost like by drive-bys, right?
Oh
He's
my
trying to
god,
farm.
the morph down with the orb of corrosion. That was so funny.
That was funny if you're not a fan of Outsiders from China. You know, I'm sure the few of them that do exist are out here molding pretty hard, being like, what the hell is this? What's going on? I mean, some of their players, you've spoken about how they're streamers as well. So I'm sure people, they did log in, want to see their favorite streamer do well. This is one of those games where you're hoping that they're not watching back home.
Well, you're at the same time when you're watching streamers, you're watching a lot of the time for entertainment, right? And I would say there's some entertainment value in this. Probably not in the way the players would want, but there's something unique about these games. Let's put it that way. It's like watching a train wreck in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fascinating at the same time.
I don't know. It's more like watching like an adult pick up children and like throw them into a bouncy castle and just like throw them around. Watch them
just, like,
bounce
bounce up and
around.
down.
Like this is hilarious. The children are screaming and crying, and the parents just keep throwing the children.
You know, I thought it was maybe going to be something like, you know, it's the older basketball team plays a team of kids from the school. Nope. We're straight
thrown
up
a bouncy
throwing them
castle.
into bouncy castle.
You know, for their opponents though, YBB was also in this game. They were just chilling, doing their thing, right? We saw them all smiles at the very end. This must feel like a reward for them. You know, you have an incredibly hard series against Team Asta. You have to make some massive comeback. You have to play out of your skin. And now you just get to, you relax a bit, you're chilling.
I hope
just
they
play a
pick
nice, quick
something
game.
fun next time. That was way too try hard for me. I mean, the 15-minute GG was impressive.
No, it's too soon to start having fun. They still need to be serious to build momentum for the last couple of games.
Yeah, the other thing is, I can respect, like, even if you're completely outclassing your opponents, just, you know, not clowning on them. You know what I mean? It's like, they know that they're way better than this team, but they're not going to go out of their way to just flat out disrespect them by
we've
picking
seen that.
by 5-man randoming. Yeah, I'm just saying, like,
You know.
I don't mind that if other teams do it, but at the same time, if teams do stick to, you know, playing stable and being respectful in that way, I feel like that's good sportsmanship. Even if you know you're way better, you don't like, you're not like, haha, you know, you guys are not on our level. We can play any 5 heroes. You know, you could technically go into the series and just not do anything in the draft and just random 5 heroes and try to win that way because you're like, we're just that much better than you. But it's like, you know, that's a bit in poor taste, I would say. So.
One thing I like about the fact that you bring up sportsmanship is that right now, YBB Gaming, since they're on the cusp of getting themselves into a major, they know that they're going to be on the receiving end of some hard games. They've already been on the receiving end of hard games. So they're sort of making sure that they're ready mentally to play in difficult situations and situations where they're favored, but trying to play the same, you know, get into that mode of playing high-level Dota. If it's an easy win, great. If it's going to be a difficult win, you're willing to work hard for it.
Yep.
So now that they've gotten themselves this game 1 victory, we're going to be seeing whether or not they have it within them to make it even faster for game number 2. LGD holds the record at the pole position of defeating the Outsiders from China. We'll see if YBB have what it takes to overcome them, or if Outsiders from China literally bring a miracle to try and get themselves a game 2 victory and stay in Division 1. We find out very shortly after a quick break, so we'll see you soon. Welcome back, one and all, to the Chinese region. DPC action resumes and continues today as we now have YBB Gaming versus the Outsiders from China. The YBB squad, if they manage to notch up this win, then their final series up against Aster Aries will put them in contention at the very least for tiebreakers to go to the major. Erstwhile for the Outsiders from China, if they lose game 2, that's it for their Div 1 journey, and they'll have to be watching the next Div or the next tour of Division 1 from the sidelines in Division 2. We're going to be finding out what happens here in the second game. Cinderin, so you spoke about how the level of outdraft that needs to happen is something that you've never seen or doesn't really exist in the game, right? What should be the objective? If you know that you're heavily outmatched, you're probably going to be heavily outdrafted. What should be your objective as a team like this to ensure that they're not like, they don't want to waste anybody's time, right? So is this where you're just trying to make sure that you're building team cohesion? Are you thinking about the future and saying, well, let's at least get practice in against these big teams before we drop down to Div 2?
I think I would just like to see them pick a ton of heroes that just want to fight non-stop. Like, pick all low cooldowns, nothing like Death Prophet where you need to wait for exorcism, even though it's easy to play around. Just pick brawling heroes that are online, that are quick, and look to make plays around the map. Just so, even if you're totally outmatched and you are inevitably going to lose the game, you have like moments of success. You're like making and organizing stuff in the game.
They already tried that.
Yeah, but they should try it again.
They already tried.
No,
they tried.
Yeah, but there's. He asked me what the best solution was.
Yeah, no.
That is the best one. Even if the best one is a loss, it's still the best one.
Yeah. No, you're right. I agree. You know what I wish they would do, actually? I wish they would stick to one theme in their draft. I feel like they start with like some Death Prophet or whatever, and it looks like they're going to start pushing. I'm like, oh, a Jakiro. Like, they're going to go all in on a Death Ball. Maybe they'll pick up like a Lycan, some stuff like that. And then they change it up. They're like, oh, yeah, we're going to pick Morphling. I'm like, why would you do that? Literally just pick Viper mid, pick some undying laning hero, pick some Dragon Knight carry, pick like the most sturdy thing that can make it out of like the first 5 minutes alive and just run with it. Like, how is this not going through their head? Why do they keep trying to make Morphling work? This hero needs to live to 30 minutes. They haven't made it that far in a single game.
It must be frustrating for them as well, right? Because when they initially started, obviously their first series was a disaster, but they were steadily getting better. Up until like week 3, we even saw Chosen One winning some of his mid lanes. He beat White Album, for example, in a laning phase. His Tiny looked pretty decent. There were moments,
Tiny is a perfect pick for this team.
Yeah, it looks so good.
It's like the best pick in Dota they could get. Because it's low cooldown, it's non-stop fighting, and it has burst, and it can find kills.
It can move around the map, it can make plays happen. Yeah. And when they moved away from this Tiny style and they started to play more of these like real heroes that will farm up, try to scale for the later portion of the game. Yeah. And then the results went in the opposite direction, even though at first it was, I'll be honest, I thought they were at least going to get a map. If they continued on that upward trajectory, the first series was like 15-minute games, the next one was like 18-minute games, then it was 21-minute games, and then we just went back in the opposite direction. It must be tough for them as well, right, to be in that situation. Mental fortitude must be at an all-time low for the squad at the moment.
Well, yeah, but they're not asphiring for anything. Like, this isn't like it's not like they formed this team to be competitive. The MMRs don't speak for that. The fact that it wasn't from the Div 2, these are just 5 random players that took the slot. There's no way their mental fortitude's that low. They're probably just like, hey, oh, boys, ready for a Chinese Div 1 game? They're like, let's go! And you'll just queue it up, get in the lobby. What are we picking today? Oh, I'm feeling like some Death Prophet, bro. All right, cool. Send it. What do you want to play? Jakiro. Okay, that sounds cool. And then they lose. They're like, all right, let's go play some Apex.
All right, okay. So the Apex squad of Outsiders from China, probably they'd be very good at that game. We find ourselves in a second draft here. Outsiders on the Radiant side, YBB Gaming, they've got themselves access to Dire. And Primal Beast banned, Bat Rider banned. These are normally heroes that get banned in the second phase. And how we know that YBB is taking this very seriously, this is a hero that has just been busted in the region. Enchantress, we saw Outsiders banning it in the previous game for a reason, because it's makes the game a lot faster than you'd be comfortable with. And unfortunately, this Mirana response that they've gone for, they've lost with it against the Enchantress before.
Yeah.
That's another way of saying they've picked it against Enchantress before.
Yeah. Oh, maybe they're inspired. Maybe this is just the Yuragi Mirana carry.
Mirana.
They're like, yeah, I feel like playing that this game.
You know what? I would love it because it's a fast carry and it has inherently early spell power. It just, does damage in fights, which is something we didn't really see last game from the carry position. So, as far as YBB goes,
they're going for the speed run.
Maybe they are trying to break the record.
I think they are.
This is quick.
This is.
I agree.
This is very scary. If you haven't seen any of these Beastmaster and Enchantress games, go back and see some of the VODs in the region. It's they make mincemeat out of you. Especially watch Team Aster do it. It is really something else. So
Yeah.
I am very fearful for outsiders from China at this point in time, especially because if Cry has another poor-ish laning phase, these are heroes that make you feel even worse in that situation. It was bad enough against Enigma, but this is very scary.
I want to see like Lycan, Chen, Nature's Prophet still in the pool if they feel like that. That's what I would like to see YBB do. Outsiders from China, they banned it. They're so
they banned
smart.
the Coddle as well.
They're so smart. Yeah, when you talked about running at them, outsiders from China tried running Spirit Breaker twice. They played as a support and then they played it as an offlane. I mean, they lost, but that's an idea. They clearly thought about the running. I think the best that they've looked is when Chosen One goes mid, has an okay game, and then the supports are heroes that can smoke and go do stuff on the map. Because they got like a couple kills here and there doing that. But the problem is it comes too late after such a hard lost laning stage that it doesn't really make a difference. But the ideas are there.
Yeah.
Get the Tiny this game. Just do
Yeah,
it.
they should get Tiny.
Just take it.
Just pick it right now.
They don't have to pick it yet because I don't think YBB are going to go for it. So they can, if they want, they could grab a support first. Obviously, Tiny can be played as support, but for this team, I would like to see Tiny mid. And yeah, just look for that. Look for that early fight. He has a decent target here in Ench. Tiny is one of the best heroes against Enchantress because you can one-shot her. She has terrible base health.
Nice.
This is the kind of carry you'd love to see, right? Like, again, it's online fast. It fights. It has laning prowess. So, I mean, again.
Yes, they're doing it. They're breaking the record. I'm so happy.
Oh,
Okay.
Luna Visage.
Yes.
Okay, they're trying to go real
sick.
fast. All right, this Visage is
Mid.
5 or mid?
Mid. 7E has played this Visage
Okay.
before.
All
He was the first one to play it mid. I think he played it mid before. Who was it? We were on a panel together once. Somebody else played this mid Visage, but I forget which team it was. No, they played it support. It was
Wasn't it the same?
Extreme Gaming.
I was going to say there was...
No, it was IG. Sorry, it was IG. Xiangyu played it the one game as position 3. Then PYW played it game 2 as a pos 4.
Timber's good.
Timber's good?
Yeah.
Sure.
Timber's good.
Timber's bad. Don't pick Timber.
Where would they put it though if they had to go for Timber? Because they already have the Centaur.
Just put Timber mid.
Okay.
He's good this game. Visage is a free lane. If we're sure it's a Visage mid, it's a total free lane for Timber. He's also good against Beastmaster. Okay. I mean, another pick that I would like from them. This is fitting everything I want this team to do to try to make the game as competitive as possible. Snapfire, even with just a level 6 is massive damage per net worth. So, yeah, they have the makings of a team that can skirmish and can do pretty well in lanes. And I will say already now, I'll go on the record and say I think they're going to do better than the previous game, but that doesn't mean they last longer because YBB's lineup is very fast.
Yeah.
But I think outsiders will get more kills and be a little bit more competitive, and then it's just a matter of can they, keep up with the pace that YBB are setting. If they had this draft last game, I think we would have crossed that 20-minute mark for sure. So these heroes would have been able to take fights.
Young classic lane here of the Centaur Snapfire. Going to apply, hopefully, some decent pressure onto this Luna. She will have protection, of course, either with the Ench or whatever support hero they get next. So I want to see, where do YBB go here now? What do you want to see at the very end of the draft, Sheep? Because they have to choose between a support, or do they do what IG did and just make this Visage the support and then get a different hero for the mid lane?
Yeah, that could be an option. I guess, all you care about is having the birds in the first place, right? And then giving Luna's aura to them. So you don't need a core Visage for that. I mean, it would be nice, though, because you can put it mid, you can get some drums, and I guess your Beastmasters can also get drums. You could just have 8 drums here just consistently drumming off cooldown.
And then drums of Slam.
There's just never any downtime on the drums. I think that could be pretty good.
Oh, they banned Tiny themselves.
Okay. I wonder what that suggests. The other hero that Chosen One looked very good on was the Tusk, and that still is in the pool. He could maybe play that. The hero doesn't seem as dominant from the mid lane as it used to be. So they pick up Earthshaker, so that will consign this Visage into the mid lane for 7E. Earthshaker, I do feel like this hero is still very often underpicked, and it's Earthshaker into some illusions. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
Wait, why are they picking Shaker?
That's what I was thinking. This doesn't match. Maybe they just want to make sure they have that good stun, so that if the game does go a little weird for whatever reason, they have a way to make stuff happen. This Earthshaker is going to actually provide them with proper lockdown.
All right, I think I know what happened, right? As they were deciding on the draft, they're all talking about it. Maybe before the game, they all draw lots, and then one person has this one, doesn't matter call, says, I want to play this hero. And Tianming is like, hey man, give me the Earthshaker, put me on. We're all anticipating that YBB should win this game, but Syndrin, if you were to completely ignore the team names, and they just think purely in Dota terms, what do you make of this draw from Outsiders from China, rounding off with the Storm Spirit?
I think it's pretty good, actually. The only thing he needs to be worried about in this game is Shaker Echo Slam. It's the only instant stun. Everything else is you can definitely navigate. He has really good heroes to play around with pacing. You know, there's a lot of heroes that want to get storm ganks in their lanes. So, like, just strictly draft-wise, I think their lineup looks completely okay. This is the type of lineup that I could especially see certain teams from Eastern Europe play. It's very, like, tempo, it's very stun-heavy, it's very skirmishy in style. Unfortunately, like, based on everything we've seen so far, that doesn't necessarily inspire confidence
You're wrong,
in a win.
Sin.
But
You're wrong. The last time we saw a Luna lineup, that shit ended the game in like 15 to 20 minutes, and it wasn't even involving Outsiders from China. They're going to get run over. There's no way to beat such a strong, powerful lineup full of auras and drumming.
It's not really a bold prediction that they're going to lose. He asked what I thought about the draft.
I'm saying if we took away the names. Luna
Yeah,
lineup too strong.
You think the Dire lineup is just flat out better?
Yeah.
Okay.
The game started.
I see.
Well, let's find out what's going to be happening here, and if Outsiders from China finally have a decent draft on their hands. To find out, we send it over to the incredible casting duo. We have the Laughing Lyrical and the Luscious Lacoste. Take it.
You're bad. It's fine.
Oh my God.
I'll forgive it. He's a Croat. I'm a Bosnian. We get mixed up all the time.
That's fair. No, it's not. But we do have an amazing game here. Are you ready for this?
I'm not.
I think that there might be some records broken. There's a chance.
I'm not ready. No, I don't think anyone is ready. I don't think the panel is ready. I don't think the viewers are ready. I definitely don't think that Outsiders from China are ready. But let's see what happens.
I want to know what the record is. I'm gonna try and message and see if I can figure out what it is. Because I think that when we're watching these games, there's a really interesting dynamic that happens where you kind of do all this theory crafting of what could happen, and then it all falls apart. Right? And it's like we think, okay, they could do this, they could do that, they can make this move, that move, and then nothing happens in the game, and then they just lose very quickly. But this game, it seems like everybody is sure that it's going to be a really fast rundown. What if they just force this to like 40 minutes or something?
That would be crazy. A sight to behold. Maybe they even win this one. You never know, Lyrical.
There's a chance. You know?
There you go.
They've been waiting for now, for this moment, for everything to be... Oh, God.
Yeah, the Centaur is dead.
Yeah, okay, he's gone. All right, well, that's not a great start for Outsiders from China.
Yeah, you don't want to give a first blood to Ench as well, but you do, so...
Yeah.
Good start for IBB. They got the first blood even faster this time around.
It does feel like they're going to do well, but the extent to which this game is going to snowball out of control, I feel like depends a lot more on how hard they win their lanes than anything else. You know what I mean? Like, there could still be some, like, obviously they're in a really good position. This game is going to be hard no matter what for Outsiders for China, but I feel like there's a chance that it could go longer than we think if the lanes aren't like a complete and total shit show.
I guess so, because that last game was really fast. You had the Prophet on your team, like he was just everywhere. This time around, you have the Beast, you have the Luna, and you have the Visage.
Dude, look, they're winning their lanes. All of their cores only have one last hit.
There you go.
Oh my God.
They're doing it basically.
They're gonna win. I believe in these guys.
They're doing it. Yeah, but you need to ball up, right? For YBB this time around, you kind of have to get everyone together, start pushing. Beast can do it on his own a little bit, but then he needs to join it as well. So you're lacking levels because of that. You're not necessarily getting pickups on your own. So, okay, I do believe that they could take a bit longer, survive a bit longer. We'll see.
Keeping some good damage there onto the Earthshaker, too, trying to punish this one. It's a long pull coming out right now from YBB, and the Beastmaster boar heading over this direction does not want to get caught by the Mirana, it looks like, and he's going to pull this all the way back in between the tier 2 and the tier 1, and they're even blocking off the Ancients. Look at this. Outsiders from China not looking so shabby.
Incredible, like, and it's all undetected because he was there for the creep wave, right? Like, he's just following the Shaker.
Right.
Really nice. Even messing with his last hits perhaps denies that. Doesn't deny it, but close.
That was close. You know, this is... Did I ever tell you about when I used to play soccer, so football for all you European folks.
You played football?
I did. I played for 17 years.
Oh, damn!
and
I didn't know that. What position did you play?
Goalie. I was playing keeper.
Okay. Okay.
And the very first match that I played on the JV team, and we lost 13-0. And I was the keeper. And every single goal that I watched sail on into that hoop, it reminds me a little bit of these outsider from China games slightly. But what you do in those moments is you just sort of think to yourself, we got to find the next objective, the next win that we can make. And look at them right now, Storm Spirit, 16-4.
Yeah, I would think, man, I suck as a goalie. That's what I would think.
You got to stay positive, okay?
I mean, it's okay. NA Dota, NA football. It all comes together.
True enough. Arrow out. Getting some good harassment in there. And Chosen One. Oh, wait, he's playing carry. I didn't even notice that. Chosen One playing on the CK.
I think they're switching up these roles all the time. He played offlane, he played mid, playing carry. Like, Storm is, by the way, handling Visage on the mid lane.
Yeah.
And it's not too surprising. Like, Visage loses most of his matchups on mid. Like, you don't really win that lane.
Dude, could you imagine outsiders from China take this game? Like, think about it.
Can I?
Go ahead.
Just one thing. Like, you checked their profiles, right?
Yes.
Like, in between the games.
Yes.
These guys, they have one rank 9 player. I don't understand just how the hell do you lose every match so convincingly with players that are at least very high MMR?
Yeah, that's the part that does feel a little bit weird. I mean, that's the thing, is it said that it was rank 9, but when I'm looking at, I mean, Dota's been bugging a lot recently. You know, maybe there's something else going on.
Because I don't get it. Like, literally, okay, pro teams, 100%, they're a different breed. They're not pop players. It's different. They get to learn strategy and different approach to Dota. But they don't crush pop stars. They never crush pop stars. They win against them. They don't crush them 15 minutes in every single game consecutively.
It's true. No, it's definitely a different type. As a 2-second stun and then into the hit, that's going to be enough for the kill onto Shaker. Look at this.
There you go. Maybe another one.
Outsiders from China, they heard everybody talking mess and they decided we're going to come out with a kill lead at 5 minutes. They have a gold lead.
They
have a gold. They were down 4K last game. Look at them. Look, oh wait, this is YBB. All right, that's the stomp, but the cookie. Okay, no, he's definitely dead. Yeah, that's gonna be a kill.
Yeah, still 1K advantage for outsiders. OFC still doing it.
Look at that, esportsbet.io. They've slightly increased the odds.
Yeah, but you still get nothing for YBB.
Oh no, cry. Oh
yeah.
They bring him down.
Well, he brings him down. It was Shaker alone, right? But,
yeah, that's true.
Let's get. Oh, that arrow was actually. It was a nice plan, but didn't work.
Well, the gold lead is gone now, but they were down 6K at this point last game. You know, it's something that's worth thinking about.
No, they're definitely doing much better. But Visage, he's got his level 6 now. There's the fissure.
Oh no!
He just TP'd in, TP in, gets TP'd back.
Maybe it makes it hurt more when there was a decent start.
Yeah, like
it might.
Top lane as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's starting.
Yeah,
Gabe.
the kid is too.
I think I've seen this before.
It's starting.
And so it begins.
Oh, goes in, kills the courier, denies the ward. Tianming, have mercy. There's some stacks being built in the jungle. And yeah, YBB.
Like, what's really sucked about Storm dying there is his tier 1 tower falls now.
Yeah.
If he hits 6 there, maybe he even attempts to defend it, you know, versus a Visage that only has one level of layers. Like, 1 level Gravekeeper's Cloak, like, you can kill him.
Yeah.
But now it's just all becoming... Yeah. You really want to slow down this first push of Visage. If you manage to do that, like, you can mess up his game quite significantly, but I don't think that's happening here.
Well, Chosen One had a decent start to his lane, but now with everybody else, there's a potential for some damage coming in as the group together is coming out.
The snowball commences.
Oh, wow. They do a lot of damage.
Chosen one, bottom lane.
Those birds ripping them to shreds, but looking for it. Don't quite have level 6 on Beyond yet, but the Enchant Totem, the back away, it is enough for the kill. And Chosen One going to die.
Had Chaos Strike. He could have healed up a bit, but okay.
Yeah, 7 minutes, and this is maybe going to be a tier 2 tower because ZZQ is ready to keep this pressure on with the creep. I mean, what do you do? There's nothing that you can do against this.
Well, you can fortify the tower at least. That's something, but...
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
They could have.
They could have, but they didn't.
Okay. All right.
Save it for the mid tier 2, perhaps.
You get it refreshed, though, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I'm interested in this ball up from YBB. Are they going to continue walking around like 3 like this, or will they split up a little bit, farm some things up, and then continue pushing?
Yeah, I think they're going to keep going.
Yeah, it seems that way.
CXK going to start to get run down by 7E here, and with the Gravekeeper's Cloak, they try and stop it. Fissure into the finish. Cry, they do manage to bring down Beyond, so a good rotation from the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, they got the Beastmaster. He was attempting to kill off Mirana there for quite some time, like fake pumping the roar. In the end, Storm is the one that gets the kill instead. Oh, Echo.
Yeah, that's a good one right there. And yeah, they take him down, and now the tier 2 tower gonna get hit as another creep.
Any fortifications? Oh,
yeah, there they go. Look at that.
Yeah, because you can't survive with your birds. Like as Visage, if you only have level 2, they die.
And has to go for the resummon. So run away from Mirana, barely living. 18 HP, not bad. Beyond makes the move over. Lul has shown up now too. Can keep them both alive, it looks like. And Chosen One.
Can he though?
He might be in some trouble himself. Does have a TP, but, well, are they bringing over more? The slow is there from the Boars. The Fissure on the wrong side of it. So
not
Chosen
the
One.
best Fissure. Yeah.
Oh my God. Dude, there's no way you tip right there. Homie.
Of course you tip. Come on.
Okay.
Why not?
All right.
You're losing in every single possible way. At least you can have that small
That's true.
tip victory.
Yeah, we shouldn't take that away from him.
Yeah. You missed Fissure, you fool. You just only 15 minutes, but the Fissure.
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't get that one.
Tier 1 tower gonna drop.
What's his nickname, by the way? You So Bad or something on Steam, right?
That's CXK.
Okay.
CXK.
Yeah.
Well, they're going to take the outpost now. But the movement from outsiders from China, they're going to head on in towards mid and try and take this tier 1 tower.
Look at them taking towers and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, excuse me.
I think after that last game when they saw Cry's damage, they're like, all right, you gotta step it up here. So he's already, I think, probably gone 4 times the amount of damage they dealt in the last game.
At least. But they did lose the tier 2. And look at YBB.
Yeah.
They're not stopping.
This is the group up. This is the movement towards high ground. Yeah, and you can see, yeah, it's about 3 or 4 times the damage. And
okay, here comes
jumps
Storm.
into all of them. Cry, trying to do what he can. The Mortimer's Kisses. Oh, YBB, have you gone too far?
Yes, they have.
They're going to get punished. 7E tries to run away. They lose 2. A little bit too full of themselves. And, well, Cry doesn't quite have the mana for the pullback. And now it's going to be enough to bring down the Visage. ZZQ also in trouble.
Jet.
Cookie forward. Stomp done.
YBB, get wrecked. I was, honestly, I'm thinking...
It all started with the tip.
It all started with the tip. But they're trying to snowball a little bit too much. And because they're snowballing like that, they're all playing together. They don't have high levels. They don't have a lot of farm as well. Like, it's not like they're that far ahead to just push high ground. They just got a little bit ahead of themselves, I feel like. Punished very hard by Storm Spirits coming from behind. Nicely done. Stampede into Mortimer's Kisses as well. Like, good job, outsiders.
Yeah, getting it all done for themselves. And
really?
Like you said, the snowball too early ends up just as a puddle on the floor. But Lul is going to go back to try and clear out these Ancients now.
And
Usually you wait up that BKB on Luna or something like that, right? And then you just huddle behind her as she has that Aegis, you push with it. But they didn't even have Luna that last fight.
No.
She was just farming.
Yeah, a little bit of a misplay there. Maybe they thought that they weren't going to be going in for it. But there is a scan now that Roche could be coming up. It goes green. So now they might think that it's not, and then the back in. It's clear that they want to play around this side, though.
Yeah. Like YBB, I believe they'll be looking into that pit very, very, very soon. That's why the scan.
And I believe that they're building 2 mechs as well on Mirana and Snapfire. But we'll see if they continue and build those ones off or not. As Stampede finding ZZQ. There's the pullback, looking for a stun follow-up. It is going to connect, but now they walk in with Earthshaker, and the fissure connects onto 2. CXK in trouble, dead, pulled back in by Chosen One, but the rest of the team is there. Roar onto the CK, and he is going to die.
That's Rush, right? Like straight into the pit. That's probably one hero you don't want to initiate on as outsiders. Like, you're not killing Ench. Like, you just don't have the power to do that. You need some level 4 Starfall, Mortimer's Kiss, something like that. There's no damage at the moment. She's got a hood and the fluffy hat and the magic wand. Like, that's actually a very tanky Enchantress, yeah.
Really hard to kill her. But Dire, not really hard for them to kill Roshan, as they are maybe going to look for another ball-up play. Now, there is no BKB yet done for the Luna.
Yeah, but you have Aegis.
That's true.
So perhaps you can use that Aegis and just go ham.
CXK feels like he's going to need to be a big component in this one, getting a really good Mortimer's Kisses out. And I imagine that Earthshaker might even try and just hang back and save Fissure for breaking that. Has Blink Dagger now done.
Oh, Blink Dagger flying in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And where are they going to go now? As
they're taking their time a little bit on YBB. But look at this. Outsiders actually with the smoke. They have good vision in the Radiant jungle.
Ready to battle. Moonlight Shadow 2, but they're walking into vision. 7E, Grave Chill, run away. Kisses. Oh, they have it down. Doing some good damage, but the Echo comes in time. Not enough to turn the fight, though. A good stomp. 3 heroes, and they just kill Mirana. Roar now on to Cry. With Luna farming on the other side of the map, this is going to be a fight win for outsiders from China. Got some gusto behind it.
There you go. Already beating the last game, not only in net worth disadvantage, but also in the game time.
Yeah.
Yeah, like nice ward, nice Radiant ward, nice smoke up after Aegis.
It's rushed a Crimson too.
Yeah, of course. You're playing into Visage Beast. I think Crimson is a no-brainer on Scent. It's really strong. Like, it basically makes the birds hit for 0. So this smoke, by the way, into the Radiant jungle, when the opposing team has an Aegis, it's like not, I wouldn't call it like a simple play.
Yeah.
It's something that I don't see very often, even from really good teams. So from outsiders, yeah, nicely done.
I can't tell.
CK.
Okay. Chosen One. Trying to back away or go back in. Says, fine, come at me. I'll battle you. Do they have a way to save it? Cry, jumping, finding, seeing if they can kill him off. Downming getting away, but they have enough for the finish. ZZQ pulled back in and killed.
2 of them died.
Yo.
Yo, what's happening? They're feeding some kills. Still 6k ahead, but fighting very often and fighting without the Luna.
Yeah.
So Lu will complete the BKB just after these 2 small dragons. He has it now. With the BKB, I believe that they should feel comfortable to finally go all together.
I mean, that does feel like it's the moment when they need to make this move happen. Because, again, as much as we've sort of talked about it, the draft is very single-minded from YBB. Yep. And I think if you're not hitting that timing, there is a little bit of a worry of like, oh, what are we doing now? What's going on?
I think they just, look, The way they would play this draft versus anyone else is you slowly choke him inside of their base until you get the BKB and then you push.
Right.
But you don't do these unnecessary movements, these pushes on a high ground without the Luna. You never do that. So they kind of pushed the limit to see how much they can get away with. They got punished for it. But from this point onwards, I believe they should have full control.
You know what they say? It's like if you're a swordsman and you're fighting somebody, you're not if you're the best swordsman in the world, you're not afraid of the second best swordsman in the world. You're afraid of the person that's never held a sword before.
Yeah.
Because you don't know what they're gonna do. They make that crazy move, smoking out into the team with Aegis, catches them off guard.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. You don't know what to expect.
They're just flailing wildly, and they're killing them.
Yeah, they're not playing by the rules. Can't prepare for that. Like the Storm played. This is not by the rule book.
Oh my god!
Wait, is it really GG?
Is it?
Let's call it. Well, that's anticlimactic. I mean, YBB, they don't look really amazed.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh, that was the best thing I've seen all today. That was really good. That was really good. Oh, thank you for production for giving me a second to recover. That was, I started crying. Oh, that was great.
Man, like Dota is a majestic game. You never know. It's a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get.
It's true.
We got outsiders from China today. They blessed us with an interesting game. I mean, they even had some good moves. I don't understand this last Storm zip in into GG.
Why did he do that?
I don't get it. But thank you for that.
That was amazing. I love that.
Yeah.
Oh, well, YBB, they continue the streak. A good-looking couple of days for them. They take down Aster. They take down outsiders from China. Tomato, and
same basically.
Right. Wonderful time. Thank you for joining me this wonderful morning. We're gonna head on back to the panel. Let them break down all that action.
Thank you very much, Lyrical and Lizard, the lovely, the lovable, the luscious Lizard, who we love so much.
I love Lacoste so much. God damn it, he's my favorite caster. Thank you for that.
That might have actually been one of the funniest things I've ever seen in a Dota game.
Bro, I watch him zip in. I see him get stunned. I start laughing because this is funny. I'm like, what the hell is this guy doing? Yo, team's made so many good efforts for these smokes and shit, and he just does that and dies, and then he calls GG. What the hell's wrong with this
He's like,
kid?
not before tipping his centaur.
He's like, why are they so strong right now? Real talk though, Syndren, real talk. You said it was going to be a much more competitive game from outsiders from China, and it was. There was some really good smokes from them. They weren't getting blown out of the laning phase. They were even winning like the early laning phase as well. If this was a version of the team that started the tour and maybe some improvement, they could have been a much stronger squad by now.
XD.
I don't know. I just want to talk about the way the game ended more than anything else. Well, I guess we'll get there, but yeah, I think this time around, this is what I was saying, right? I don't think they're going to win the game, but I think they're going to look better because they just have all of their heroes can fight, have spells, have burst, have stuns, and that means if you're playing against a lineup like this, which is a 5-man push kind of strategy from YBB, the way they wanted to play this game, if you ever slip up, if you aren't together, if you're a bit out of position, you can just get punished right away, and that's what happened a couple of times. So, but the way this game, here's the final clip. Right? So he zips in. This is terrible. And then instantly calls GG, tips his centaur, and does he disconnect, or does he let the game? So, okay, there's a couple of ways to interpret this. One is that it's a dare, and Centaur is like, you don't dare to jump this guy and call GG. The other one is Centaur told him to go. He got pissed off, and he was just like, this was the worst idea ever. I don't want to play anymore. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Storm and Cry and the Centaur. Sorry, I forgot his nickname. The Centaur player. It's Chinese characters.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think they're gonna be playing together again. That seemed a bit like that seemed spicy almost.
Yeah. Well, I
just can't get over it. I don't think I've seen a more bizarre GG call ever. I've watched Dota for many years.
Look how mad MVP is.
I have never seen anything like this before.
So funny. Shout out production.
Is the observer listening to our thingy? Can you check for the rank of the centaur and where he's at? Because last time I checked, he was ranked like 1,000 or something. Where is he at now? 700. Let's go. In China, he's like 7K-ish. That's what I found funny when I first looked, because I see like a rank 9 mid player and I see a rank like 700 plus off lane, and I'm just like, well, that's not going to work out. And every single game where he was playing, they got trashed in that off lane. Like, he never had a good off lane. So if he's tipping, it makes me feel like it's slightly spiteful. I don't think they're stacking for Apex today.
Let's put it this way, right? This game, as we're winning mid, definitively and definitely winning mid. They were winning the off lane.
Yeah.
The one lane that wasn't going well was their off lane, where the Centaur was just doing okay, then he died a couple times. And the one game where they looked really good is the one game where he wasn't there. So maybe
exactly the Mercury Senate. I was chef's kiss. Do you remember the second or third series of Outsiders from China where I said if they don't get a stand in, they will never win that game.
Well,
I wanted to watch the end of this game. It's like, as funny as that was, I mean, I think, to be fair, that they were probably going to get rolled pretty shortly after and just get high grounded, but I feel like we got robbed off of a potentially fun team fight.
We did.
Just jumps in and calls you cheap.
There were a couple of fun fights this
I can't, man. It's so weird.
It's so
also, unfortunately,
stupid.
as with every series that involves Outsiders from China, a record was broken. The fastest tier 2 tower taken on the patch so far. You have to go back, I think, 3 years before you find a faster one. So it's a very strong showing coming in from the side of YBB Gaming here. And as a result, they have come up the leaderboard. They are now 3-3. They are the team I'm honestly pipping to remain in 4th position. They've already beaten IG beneath them. Their last series is against Aster Aries. If it's the version of Aster Aries that shows up today, they should have lost at least the second game. It ends up not happening. They make the comeback against Vici. So YBB looking pretty fresh, looking pretty solid.
Oh, I want to say I'm sad and disappointed that they weren't able to end the game pre-15 minutes, because we talked a little bit about how, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, we talk about how Outsiders from China looked okay. I think it's because YBB were so horny to end the game that they're like past tier 2 towers well before they should be, and then they get punished because you just can't be there, and they're like, we gotta end, guys. Let's hurry this pace up. Feed. It's like, okay, we can still end quickly if we just take another feed. It's like, okay, all right, relax. Let's go take Roshan now.
Yeah. Let's play regular Dota. Let's remember that they at least are capable of pressing the buttons. Somebody on the team is rank 9. Let's not underestimate them. Just chill until he's gonna jump into us. They'll end the game for us. Cry is still gonna be our MVP. What a bizarre way to end the day. We actually had just a bizarre day in general. First, the series with Aster Aries versus Vici Gaming should not have gone the direction that it went. Vici should have definitely taken game 2. What did you say it was? 97% chance that they had to win?
I think something like that. They had so many advantages in that game. Vici. They had a fully stacked Naga Siren. They had a Doom Refresher. They have Disruptor Ags, and they still just lost late game fights in mysterious ways. Just, a poor showing from Vici Gaming. They're probably kicking themselves a lot, because that was a must-win to go to the major, I believe. They mathematically can't go. Which, at the same time, for us, for the audience, I think it's pretty exciting to see, because it's either going to be YBB or Aster Aries, right, that will take the last slot.
No, YBB or IG.
Or IG, sorry, one of those two. And I think if YBB goes, that would be the first time ever. And if IG goes, when was the last major they were at? They weren't at the previous one, right?
It's been a while.
I feel like it's been a while since IG has been represented. Maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe the Animajor, maybe, I'd like to say. But it's been a very long time, because they also got bounced down to Div 2, so they couldn't actually go to a major.
It's going to be refreshing either way. I think a lot of people are hoping for YBB, because it's always cool to see debuts on the big stage, and I think they can do it.
Honestly, I just want YBB to go, because Lou has been robbed so many times. He qualified, when he was on Extreme Gaming last year, they qualified for every major, but because of visa issues and situations outside of their control, they could just never go to the major itself. And the one major where the other Chinese teams went, he was the lone representative from the region that couldn't get his visa, so Extreme Gaming chose to waive going to that particular event. So if he gets there finally, it'll just be a Cinderella story, Sheep. It's always nice to see these kind of come up through adversity and struggle. He's still out here playing Dota and looking good while doing it.
Snare doesn't know Pepper Laugh. He doesn't know about the visas.
Don't put it like that.
I believe.
I believe.
I believe.
I believe.
I actually believe.
I believe.
now that we have this particular day wrapped up, we still have only 2 days remaining here in the major, or in the tour, before we decide all the major slots. LGD has taken the first one, of course, and there's 3 more to go. It's looking like it should be Aster, should be Extreme Gaming. Then it's just between YBB Gaming and the side of Invictus Gaming, both of whom are in action on the next day. So the first series, them against Aster Aries. What do you make of this, and what hope? Based on what you've seen from both of these teams today, where do you think that one's going?
I mean, I think YBB's ceiling is just higher. I think that's fair to say. So if they play their best, especially with what they showed against Aster, high tempo, aggressive plays out of a mid caudal or something like that was very successful for them that day. So I believe in them. And I think IG's series against PSG LGD is going to be really, really hard. So yeah, I would probably say the 4th slot will go to YBB is my prediction for now.
So that game that he's mentioning now, Cheap, the PSG LGD versus IG. If it was IG from week 1, guaranteed 2-0 slaughter. But IG has been starting to look slowly but surely like a better team. And
Not good enough.
not good enough?
Not good enough. Against LGD? Nah.
Okay, so not even a game?
Nope. No hope. I think the Extreme Aster will go to 3 games. I think the other 2 will be 2-0s in YBB and LG's favor. It's my bold prediction.
Sounds pretty likely.
Yeah, I don't know what my actual predictions are on a spreadsheet. I probably put the underdogs for every single series. But, you know, it's fine.
I want to see this Aster Extreme Gaming matchup because Aster, after they lost against YBB, they clearly looked shaky. They were shaken up by what happened in that particular game. So I don't know if they have enough mental fortitude to fully bounce back and look as strong, because they were exploited a little bit, not just in terms of the play, but their drafting patterns. Our TQ was forced to draft in a completely different way in the second game. So what do you think, Sen? Are they going to go back to what's been working, or was that YBB series a revelation for them to try to change things up?
I don't think Aster need to change too much. I think they kind of got caught off guard by a team that had a different pacing and a different style than what they've been facing them for the most part. They might make like some small adjustments, but I think a mistake to make in a moment like that is, oh, we lost the series, we need to change everything. Because like there's a reason they were 8-0 in games against also other good opponents, right? They were winning their games and they were playing solid Dota. It's a bad day. You can chalk it up to that. Just get your stuff together. Keep playing what makes you good. Strong lanes, strong team fights in the mid game, and make sure you have Monet scaling to be the true late gamer of the lineup. Then I don't think Aster are going to be in too much trouble to at least grab one of the last 2 series as a win.
I think what's interesting
Oh,
for
wait,
me
they only have
about
one
that
left,
game,
right?
yeah, they only have one left.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're good.
What I love about this particular series is that the winner goes to the major. So that's like a super high stakes game. It's like, yo, you come into this, you have to be able to deal with that mental pressure. Right now, I'm sure Extreme Gaming are glad they have Kaka. They're like, if there's a guy who I want to have my back in a do or die situation, it's probably going to be Kaka. And unfortunately, I don't think Aster has looked as clean as they did in the first few weeks. Even though they were winning, they were dominating their games, but the nature of the domination was certainly changing over time. Sheep, our underdog enjoyer, are we going to have any more underdog upsets for the remaining 2 days here in the China Tour?
Oh, yeah. Like, I mean, tomorrow, IG's going to win. Extreme's going to win.
Wow, you changed your mind quickly.
Yeah, I also think that, who was YBB playing against again?
Aster Aries.
Aster Aries are going to win. Huge fan of that one, especially. Yeah, so I'm really looking forward to all of those wins coming out.
I think the Extreme Gaming against the Aster series, like you said, probably 3 games is likely. I would consider Extreme Gaming the underdog, but again, depending on how Aster shows up, if they are a little bit startled from their last series, it could definitely happen. But I will say, when both teams play their best, I think Aster has just been the stronger team for quite a while among the two.
That's
so.
true.
Under the expectation that both teams are well prepared and well rested and do their best, I still do think that Aster should go to the major.
How stalled do you think they're going to be on a scale of like Arme to like child bouncing around a bouncy castle?
How what?
How startled.
Oh, how
I've used
startled.
your
I
own
was
word.
like, wait. Is Ame as little startled as possible? Is
Yeah,
he just
have you
like
seen that man?
completely
He's
cool?
calm as a...
Right. What's in between?
It's up to you to figure out.
They're gonna be Ame +2.
Arme +2. I'm feeling an Aster win then.
I don't know exactly where on the scale on the graph that is, but Army +2 for that particular series. Of course, Extreme Gaming, they still also have a chance to get a surprise win and book a ticket to the major. Every single game that happens in the next day, and the next 2 days, in fact, has utmost importance, either keeping you in the division or sending you to the major. So all of them have high stakes, and you do not want to miss them. Unfortunately, though, that does mean that today's action is over. So we're going to be closing out the show here. Please make sure to remember to stay hydrated before the next set of games. Remember to keep a positive mental attitude, not just about the game, but about yourself as a person. Let someone you love in your life know that you love them, and join us for some more Dota in a couple days. Peace out. Bye. We'll see you then.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.